vaporizer. I'm like, we can go toe to toe. Nice and close. Like, actually, you know, I do some of my own stuff, you know. I do a little bit of my own, in case you didn't understand. Ain't it pretty? Where's my other drink? I've got a lot of them. Yeah, oh. Full size, full scale. Like 8 people want to fight. They want to fight. I'd be a bad person if I didn't let them. They think it's like biblical for them. You could argue whether you like it or not. That's their faith. It'd be real. I'd be a real piece of shit to completely disregard it. Gosh darn it. This one's tough. Won't let me. Anyway, you know the deal. Keep it on in the background all the time, maybe.
الله لطف فينا بس الله لطف فينا طلع الجور 15 متر يمكن الجور.
I'm like, that was the one. Now let's pull it back a little bit, huh? Come on, let me rewind. Cause like, I mean, would there be any of that shit when I'm like, I'm so excited. Do this side by side. Keep it going, cuz. Go. Go. Show them what you got, cuz. Come on. Show them your best. Where's that one? One does my bit. Oh God. Well, just one cut. Come on, do it. Okay. Surprise. surprise. Making me want to do my own bull. Have my own stuff fly through the sky. Nothing, yeah, cause I mean, like, look, nigga. Like, again, why you think your little shit that you're doing? Come on, cuz, like, let's be for real. Have any of these rockets that you fired done that shit? No, not one of your rockets. You can watch my stream, and you know, if you think that this shelling that they're doing is extreme, well, like, I mean, mine doesn't do it for you. Come on, man. Crazy. What a nice Christmas story. Really see that shit. Let me sharpen this joint. Wait, come on. What you got? Yeah, you like, I'm real nice about it too, huh? I mean, sheesh. Oh my gosh. Like, where's that for them, huh? Who's right here? I'm fine with you doing that. I don't think that you're totally right about the shit. They're going, like, settle in your shit. Not annex your shit. We gotta eat the same damn food. I mean, what the fuck? Like, hey, bagels are kosher, asshole. Meaning that it's halal. Wow. No, mine is so much better, cuz.
They're coming down. One just about. We're gonna go inside.
Show me when they get there. So, like, you know, we have this in our country, the 4th of July. See all the bones they got, knuckle? This is France. And that is right, please. It's so pretty. It's like Christmas. Christmas advertising.
All medicines once started as an idea from scientists or team of researchers. IP safeguards these discoveries, so innovators can conduct research knowing their...
Hey, you tell me what your script says, why don't you? Tell me what the whole script say.
Get the time to go into indexes that give you exposure to high yield. However, what we have seen in periods is investors buying upside protection. Call volumes in IWM is something that we keep an eye on. That is something that we've seen pick up.
This AI bullshit that you have, cuz.
My
thing is that they're all like, the AIers, they're like retarded, cuz. Are you seeing a joint where like, car?
Opportunity for us, we believe, is certainly staying within value and cyclicals, but keeping it in large caps, where we think
car
growth is going to come in within the next couple of quarters.
Well, you talk about that yawning gap in earnings growth.
This self-driving can crash.
I mean, it's just awesome stuff, Gargi, but the move in energy last week, I mean, off the back of what we're seeing in the Middle East, I think what is it, like a 7-8% move in the S&P energy sub-index. I mean, massive. Like, talk to us about ExxonMobil, Chevron, and now we're starting to see some M&A activity there. Talk to us about that sector and its ability to kind of lead the market higher from here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, we obviously saw that move, and unfortunately,
look, alright, so they're like China did this shit in Pakistan.
Never tell investors that they should only invest in
meaning, like, they went through India to get there.
Over and over again, its markets tend to, over the medium to the long term, go through geopolitical risk.
Stupid.
I do think that valuations, energy in a portfolio, and we're talking about values just a little bit of tackle, owning sectors like energy within that value portion of your portfolio make a lot of sense. And I certainly think that one of the things that has happened in the last 2 years with the rally in the large cap, with the rally in the Magnificent Seven, many investors have fallen short of their allocation to value sectors market. They have less value in their portfolio.
China had their national.
So I think there is a catch up there. I think,
do some suicide shit.
Historically been very, very
edgy, I mean, the art of war, man. Well, they heard in Chinese, so I've considered it, but the English is the true language. So, but hearing it in Chinese, there's some other language. They're like in World War II. China was getting their shit bopped by Japan. In case you haven't been paying attention.
Whether or not this economy is globally going to continue to grow at the current pace, and now we have all this noise coming out of the Middle East, and it's really tough to parse through it.
That land.
In America, energy is not as important as it used to be.
Fair.
In Indonesia,
of course,
is energy not as important as it used to be.
You're like emerging market. There you go. See, we don't have to say it at the same time. Sometimes I'll say it first.
You've got a lot of big emerging markets like India, like Indonesia to some extent, that are also oil importers. And so, when you have oil prices on the back before, like what we saw last week,
I'm trying to make a buck.
Shockingly well. And I think we're going to see some more of that if they can continue to maintain a bit of the resilience despite oil.
More people are going to drain these resources a lot faster, where it's not sustainable. Like everybody in India has like a house and blah blah blah, and like every person, I guess in this country, it's like a model. There's like 300,000 Indian people make like $100,000, 300 million, excuse me.
Hamas fired a barrage of rockets toward Tel Aviv after Israel bombed.
They're gonna use like all the resources they have. I seen your shit where you're like they have all these fans and shit. Instead of like a central air conditioning unit.
Into an all-out regional war. Speaking to CBS's 60 Minutes, Vice President Kamala Harris
or 2 or 3
the administration lacks influence over Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
With all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people?
Harris also said Washington will continue to support Israel's military defense. Her Her 60 Minutes interview is part of a media blitz that includes an interview on the Call Her Daddy podcast and appearances on ABC's View. Meanwhile, former President Trump campaigning Wisconsin Sunday at the Dodge County Airport in Juneau, his fourth rally in the state in 9 days.
We're going to recover fast, but if you go 4 more years, you may never recover. In fact, I will say, some people say, I think it's very simple, I can understand it. Some people say you'll never have an election again. This will be your last election. And I can see it.
Saturday, Trump spoke in Butler, Pennsylvania, where an assassination attempt took place against him. After Hurricane Helene tore through multiple communities within parts of Florida earlier this month, officials are once again gearing up for Hurricane Milton this week. Tampa Bay is once again expected to be impacted by landfall. The nation's high court is back in session today. The Supreme Court justices returned to the bench to hear a new slate of cases that tackle everything from transgender care, so-called ghost guns, and even adult-themed websites. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it. Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Davies.
Thanks so much. We're in baseball next time. I got to bring this up, and now's the time. How's that Aaron Rodgers thing? Would you like to step in here?
You really want to poke the bear here.
I mean, it's like you at least medicate right now.
I'm not feeling very good this morning. I mean, this after really. That was a 3. Oh, God. I mean, look. It was 2, but the play calling was just like so bad. Yeah. So look, as a Jet fan, and I know I speak for the entire Jet Nation out there, we need to do something about quickening up the pace, not getting delay of games, not getting these nonsense penalties, because players know what they're actually going to be. Well, players are going to be called. I mean, come on, everybody knew what was going to Mike Williams in the last play of the game, but Mike Williams didn't know.
Lisa, you better get that medication right now.
Is he okay?
It's a half-hour house. I mean, you're usually sitting for 12 at dinner.
It was early.
Are you like this at the dining room table with Mrs. S?
No, I can't believe she would disown me if I was like this. Look, I think she gives me Sundays. My wife she's a good lady there. So
I am going to give Aaron Rodgers just a little bit of love. If he would have thrown the ball ahead of Wilson, it might have been a pass interference call. But he threw it behind. And
offensive line didn't look great either, Mr. Barr. You got to have time to throw the ball. It's not all on Aaron Rodgers who can't run the ball. It's just a mess. The defense looked good.
I had 5 seconds. Which of you was worse in rotisserie?
I am.
For now, he's he makes a play. He usually makes a run toward the end of the season. And Rich Truman, our producer, we don't want to talk about him.
Yeah, we'll see. From New York, Bloomberg Surveillance.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
For the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Well, it's September's blowout jobs report behind us. Investors' focus shift this week to the latest readings on inflation. We have CPI for September later this week. But first, we have a look at consumer credit later this afternoon. Tomorrow, trade balance. Wednesday, we get minutes from the Fed's September meeting. Let's head to futures. NASDAQ futures down 0.4%. We have Dow and S&P futures down 0.3%. The two-year yield, 3.99%. That's up 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.0%, and that's up about 4 basis points. Shares of Nintendo up 4% after Saudi Arabia's wealth fund. They said it's considering increasing its stakes in Japanese game companies. And then you have casino stocks. They're moving a little bit higher after Wynn Resorts received a commercial gaming operator's license in the United Arab Emirates. Wynn Resorts up 2%. Las Vegas Sands, they're up more than 2%. And Costco gold bars, they are flying off the shelves. Bullion prices hit records. According to a Bloomberg survey of about 100 of its stores nationwide that sell them, 77% of the bars were sold out in the first week of October. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Danny.
Thanks so much. Lisa, have you ever seen at Costco, like someone checking out a gold bar?
I have never, and that's what I keep saying. I'm like, where are these people? I don't see them. But a lot of people don't do it online, too. So.
They're smaller. They're not like a bar.
They're tiny.
They're not like a bar in Goldfinger.
What's going up year to date? 25, 26% year to date, man.
Good morning, Dennis Garbin, the greatest call of the decade. Gold, and if you hedge it against yen or euro, particularly the way the yen's weakened here in the last week, up to 148.11, Garbin looking absolutely brilliant. One of the greatest ways to have people turn off a radio broadcast and podcast worldwide is to go into Ricardian economics and comparative advantage. It is deadly. It's the way you get a quality C in international economics. Rodney Ledema and the Georgetown crew have put out a tour de force in Foreign Affairs magazine on the one thing Biden, Harris, and Trump agree on, which is you folks need tariffs. Rodney Ledema joins us now, former State Department, Rodney Ledema, thank you, Ari, State Department Chief Economist. I'm too rattled, Ari, by the commanders, okay? I wasn't thinking straight. Professor Ledema, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I can't say enough about your article. What core economic principle are Biden, Harris, and Trump breaking?
Well, thanks for having me, and shout out to the commanders. Life's good here in Washington these days. So, to answer your question, basically what we're saying is that these policies that the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Trump campaign are touting are based on a fundamentally outdated understanding of how imports from emerging markets relate to the U.S. manufacturing employment. I think the way we like to phrase it is, you've heard the old adage that generals are always preparing to fight the last war. Meaning that policymakers tend to be quite backward-looking, basing their strategies on past experience. And that's exactly what's happening right now with our protectionist trade policies.
So, Ron, you got to clear this up for me, because before Trump was president, nobody in their right mind thought tariffs were the right thing to do, and now everyone believes they're the right thing to do. So something's got to be working there, no?
Well, I think that part of it is our fault on the academic side. I mean, we studies based upon the 1990s and early 2000s did indeed show that the so-called China shock, the rapid growth of China as an export powerhouse, and the increased reliance on U.S. on those imports did indeed contribute to declines in manufacturing jobs, and that's and nobody's disputing that. But if you look at if you go back to the recovery from the Great Recession, manufacturing employment has been growing pretty much steadily, with the exception of the pandemic, ever since. And this is despite the fact that imports from China continue to rise. right up until 2018 when Trump started this trade war.
Do you feel, Professor, we've got some news here we've got to go to, so I'm going to keep it short. Rodney Ludima, what's so important in your essay is we forget about the stuff coming in for us to make complex products. What will China do and others do if we establish substantial tariffs? Will we diminish the stuff coming in for us to manufacture?
Well, yes and no. I mean, if we simply impose tariffs on China itself, what we know is that a lot of we can import these from other places. And indeed, China will set up factories in other places to export to the United States from other places. But if we impose a tariff across the board, which is what candidate Trump has proposed, then yes, we're going to have a serious crisis in manufacturing because we won't be able to get the input and intermediate inputs that we need in order to make our factories competitive on the world market. And that's actually going to cost U.S. jobs, not improve it.
Professor Ludima, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Georgetown University. I'll get this out on Twitter and LinkedIn. It's a really important foundational essay about the two-way traffic of trade. Damien, that's the heart of the matter, and you live this every day, and that we have a U.S. bias with our belief with Singapore.
Yep.
And the answer is it's a two-way street, always.
Well, protectionist bent, which is what we're talking about here. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, and who does it make sense for? And I think that's the real point here. Yeah, okay, maybe the numbers suggest that the U.S. economy will go slower because, trade will go down from a volume perspective, but what type of trade benefits? And I think that's what the Democrat and Republican parties have both hit on at these 7 swing states. High-end manufacturing matters, and bringing it back onshore is going to have an impact on this upcoming election. I think that's the point.
Last time around, the one thing they agreed on was TPP. We're not going to do it. Basically, Asia's gone out and done their own TPP without us, right?
That is right. And look, I mean, I think we're going to get a little bit of fuel coming out of Asia. I mean, they just found a little bit of religion here in terms of how their central banks are behaving. And now we might see them finally start to get a little bit more dovish, start to stimulate again. We're talking about China. We're talking about South Korea and Taiwan. And that could really light things up here as we head into the end of the year.
Your world learned a lot of lessons out of 1998 where they said, we can't trust the West, we got to go it alone. What is their new study, particularly on the Pacific Rim or India, where they say we got to go it alone? What's the thing they're looking at right now?
Well, I think it's really hard. I think there's a lot of, like just the South China Sea, everything that goes hand in hand with that. Border disputes. It's not just between, China and the U.S. or China and Taiwan. Sorry, it's the Philippines, it's Indonesia, it's the entire Southeast Asian bloc. And you talk about 1998, and I think about Thailand. It all started with Thailand, right? And basically, they're talking about creating a land bridge to cut off the Strait of Malacca. So there's a lot of things. And by the way, bonds are trading off of that news, Tom. I mean, this is real stuff. So, fundamentally, I think the region is shifting, and I think it's going to be positive in the not too distant future, sure.
I mean, one of the great Joyce folks here, Damien lives this every day. He's looking at this at home while he's watching the Jets lose. But you look at the Thai baht, and it's been in a trading range here.
Yeah.
Do you just bet strong Thai baht here on a Pacific Rim renaissance?
So right, the Thai baht really does trade off of China, right? Because that is becoming the tourist destination for Chinese households, right? So and a lot of Chinese money is spent there. I mean, it's about tourist flows into Thailand, and the baht trades off that. But for them to get a little bit of fundamental juice off the back of that by kind of inserting themselves into this broader picture of supply and logistics and helping this one belt, one road, whatever initiative. I mean, this is all very real stuff, and the Thai baht certainly is strengthening, but it is a low yielder, Tom. Yields there are low, and if I am right, and the carry trade's going to find some value here, you're probably going to see the Thai baht weaken.
Have you been to Chiang Mai?
Never.
It's like in northern Thailand. It's like,
northern Thailand. I got to get to Bangkok first.
It's right on the border.
Okay.
With China. It's like a huge tourism place.
By the issue is going to be my tourist place when I go out east, because that's China.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweet.
Are these stocks under-owned by institutional Wall Street?
A lot of these companies talking about generative AI.
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
Investors just worried about the ongoing sales slump in China.
And Michael Barr with news.
A ship traveling through the southern Red Sea has been attacked.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, Michael Barr, Lisa Mateo, Sweeney on sabbatical. Dave Sensauer fired up. I got a lot of emails in. He was out of control in the New York Jets. We'll try to avoid that in this hour. Instead, we'll look at the New York Giants. I can't believe they beat the Seattle.
That's right. Danny Dimes at it again. They look pretty good. The Giants are coming back here. Their offense is certainly better than my Jets.
Okay.
I can't believe it's brutal.
Why are we doing New York football? Well, that's what we're doing. We say good morning on economics, finance, investment. We'll get to baseball in this hour. We really avoided that, and it's a glorious time of year to say. The least, Sam Stovall, I was here in a moment, got an incredibly precise note to get you ready for earnings season. JP Morgan leading the earnings charge. Damien says Friday. Lisa Bramwood's in conversation with James Diamond. Look for that tomorrow, 9:30 here. Bramwood loved it. She was going anyways to shop. And she said, hey, Jamie, I'm over there. Let's do something. So that's how they worked it out. Bramwood's and Diamond, look for that tomorrow, 9:30 here. We're going to get to Sam Stovall in a moment on YouTube. After your commute, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, Good Morning Washington. New York, Good Morning 92.9 FM in Boston. From the Interactive Brokers Studios, our Bloomberg Business Flash, Lisa.
You got it. In stock slipping, key treasury bonds rose back above 4%. This is after strong economic data undercut those bets on big interest rate cut from the Fed. Now, Goldman Sachs economists, they say the probability for a recession over the next year back at the long-term average of 15%. As far as economic data for today, we'll get an update on consumer credit. Later this week, we get the latest read on inflation with September's consumer price index. We have NASDAQ futures down 0.5%, Dow futures and S&P futures both down about 0.3%. 10-year U.S. Treasury borrowing costs top 4% for the first time since August. We'll take in the 10-year yield 4.03%. Now up 6 basis points. The yield on the 2-year 4.02%, and that's up 9 basis points. Commodities, we'll stick with oil right now. Brent crude $78 a barrel. We have WTI crude at $75 a barrel. Banks kicking off earnings this week. We have reports from J.P. Morgan and Chase, Wells Fargo, BlackRock on Friday. PepsiCo out with its latest numbers. That takes place tomorrow. And all eyes on Tesla later this week for its robo-taxi event. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Dan.
Record up 79.94 earlier this morning. Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. It is into earnings season, which is when Sam Stovall and CFRA are at their most acute. Here's a single sentence on the racket. Finally, comma, will third quarter become the 60th quarter out of the past 62 in which actual results exceed end-of-quarter estimates? Sam Stovall, how is the earnings season gained? Is it the companies gaming it? Is it sell-side gaming it? Is it Lisa Mateo's gaming it? What is the racket of 60 out of 62 quarters? OMG, they did better than we expected.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, crew. I think basically management does a very good job of managing expectations. We had actually thought at on June 30th that third quarter results would be up 8%. Now the estimate is for mid to low 3% gain. This is data coming from S&P Capital IQ consensus estimates. So really the numbers have come down quite dramatically. At first people might worry and say, oh no, what does that really imply for the market? But as my father would say, rarely do you injure yourself falling out of a basement window. So if the earnings estimates are this low to begin with, you really have only upside to go.
Have you given up on double-digit earning growth?
For this quarter, and there are some sectors, in particular healthcare and information technology, that are both expected to post greater than 14% year-on-year results. But there are more sectors that are expected to show slight declines than advances.
Sam, the year is 2001. New York University, West Village. Marty Gruber's asset allocation class, young Damian Sassower, was listening to you talk about sector selection and its importance in driving portfolio performance. I'd like you to talk to me in today's day and age about factor investment, low vol, momentum, quality, growth value. These are new sort of factors that seem to be driving market performance, no?
Well, I think what it's showing is that the ETF companies are coming up with strategies really to fit investor behavior. I always like to say that I learned the best about investing from Clint Eastwood when he said that a man's got to know his limitations. So by realizing that your emotions could become your portfolio's worst enemy, if you can extract your emotions by either investing in low volatility, focusing on quality, whatever the risk mitigation results are, that's the better for the investor.
David, Clint Eastwood's level 2 CFA. You didn't get through levels.
Looking down, Sam Stoll looking down the steely barrel of the gun of these markets. Sam, seriously, though, dividend and earning yields, they've fallen below treasury yields here. Talk to us about, equity bond market correlations, the 60-40, anything there that we should keep an eye on?
Well, I think certainly right now investors are embracing the core belief that we have a bullish bent at this point. Lower inflation, interest rates that are coming down from the Fed, potential for China stimulus, 14% earnings growth in 2025, and the reduced risk of recession. But to use the airplane metaphor that you guys were talking about earlier in the hour, I think investors now are sort of flying by their instruments because they're seeing, well, wait a minute, 10-year yields are above 4%, oil prices around $66, et cetera. So I think there is a concern that now with a uninverted yield curve, could that be pointing to some challenges ahead?
If you coined a sixth star for Mag 7, I mean, what do you do with Mag 7 within the discipline of the S&P approach?
Well, what you do is you look really and decide why are investors buying the Mag 7. It's really because of 2025 and 2026 earnings growth estimates. And so as a result, I think investors are basically saying, yeah, right now maybe we do find some concern. We don't want to go dramatically above that 30 multiple that tends to be a resistance level for this group. But we're looking at 21% earnings growth in 2025 for the S&P 500 tech sector and 17% for 2026, both of which are well above the market.
What do you make of the move in energy just over the last, 3 trading days? That's some move, right? I mean, they've recovered phenomenally, and I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about some of the M&A activity we're seeing there. I mean, from a value perspective, from a dividend yield perspective, is there a place for energy in your portfolio, and is the market kind of under positioned there?
Yeah, well, I think certainly that energy is an area that looks pretty attractive, but a lot of investors are very impatient and are not willing to be buying something now that will benefit maybe a year or so down the road. Energy is the only sector right now that is actually trading at a discount to its absolute PE over the last 20 years. It's at a 16% discount. And when you look at it on a relative basis, it's at a 38% discount and joins a majority of other sectors that are trading at double digits.
Okay,
So, yeah.
Cut to the chase, Sam. Is it a value trap or do you climb on board?
That is the $64,000 question. We right now have it underweight because our belief is that with the prospect of China being very slow, with the fact that prior to the spike that we just saw in energy, that oil prices were remaining at or below $70 a barrel, it was implying some sort of future weakness. So we are going to be putting our heads together again to discuss this waiting as of today.
Sam Stovall, thank you so much. Really looking to see where earnings settle out here. Just a brilliant, we protect the copyright of all of our guests, even when D. Sassower. Get Damian Sassower's work through Bloomberg Intelligence. Get Sam Stovall's wonderful, iconic work through CFRA. We're thrilled he could join us. So nice allusion to his father. I remember the basement window.
Yeah.
Robert Stovall.
Only the $64,000 question. Only the $64,000 question. Flying by the seat of your mechanics.
The $4,000 questions that only get you tuition for the last week of January.
Not if Biden gets through these the student loan stuff that he's trying to get through. They'll never have to pay. They'll never have to pay.
Not letting up on this policy. The election will
look, you got to pay your loans back. That's part of it. It's just the American way.
Yes,
it's my opinion.
I'm not going to give you my opinion, folks. I'm not supposed to. Michael Barr will, though. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
I'm just the newsman. Florida, they're gearing up for a massive evacuation as Hurricane Milton strengthens over warm waters. The exodus jammed freeways and led to hours-long lines at gas stations. Milton is expected to hit by midweek. The state is still cleaning up from Hurricane Helene. Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn has more about Milton.
Hurricane Milton continues to strengthen rapidly over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. Sustained winds now 125 miles an hour. It's moving towards the east-southeast at 8 miles an hour. It's now about 745 miles to the west-southwest of Tampa. Over the next couple of days, Milton will become a Category 4 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. Landfall again appears to be somewhere around the Tampa Bay area by late Wednesday or Wednesday night. And it could go inland as a very strong Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane. Storm surge will probably be 12 to 18 feet, and several inches of rain are likely ahead of the storm across all of Florida. I'm Rob Carolyn, Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you, Rob. Israelis are holding vigils and somber ceremonies to mark a year since Hamas's October 7th, 2023 attack, killing more than 1,100 people and taking more than 250 hostage. Meanwhile, the health ministry reports over 41,000 people, mostly civilians, have been killed by Israel's offensive in Gaza so far. Vice President Kamala Harris discussed her economic plan in her interview with CBS's 60 Minutes.
My plan is about saying that when you invest in small businesses, you invest in the middle class, and you strengthen America's economy. Small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy.
The vice president told CBS's Bill Whitaker she'd pay for her plan by ensuring that wealthy Americans pay their fair share in taxes. The full 60 Minutes interview airs tonight at 8 Wall Street time on CBS. Donald Trump, meanwhile, campaigned in Wisconsin yesterday.
We're going to win the state of Wisconsin. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
It was Trump's fourth visit to Wisconsin in 8 days. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Damien, Lisa.
Across the nation, internationally, it's real simple. 4 p.m. today, Scooball takes them on for the dreaded Tigers, making up on a game that lost to the Guardians, gave it away. And then it gets even better. One of my favorite pitchers of my life, Rodon, for the Yankees.
Carlos Rodon.
He brings it in high all the time.
This is going to be some good baseball.
I'm nervous about Carlos Rodon on the mound. I'm not going to lie to you. As a Yankee fan, I'm a little bit nervous. But how can you be nervous when you have Juan Soto and Aaron Judge in the lineup?
Why can't Carlos get it done? I loved him with the Giants.
He was having some difficulty during the season just in getting people out, getting those outs when you need it. This is the playoffs, Tom. This isn't about funny business. You need guys who have some live arms and some action there. And, I'm not saying Carlos doesn't have it, but he's going to have to bring it tonight because the Royals, I think they have Cole Reagans on the mound as well. And
Did you hear
excellent
what
this year.
Sweeney did yesterday? Paul Sweeney's coming up at 10 a.m.
Okay.
He did the Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger spin at Disney World.
Oh, he's at Disney World.
He's at Disney World.
What's he doing at Disney World?
He's the grandchildren. The grandchildren wanted to go. So Sweeney says, I got to go. Got a junket out of it, plus Bloomberg Radio. It's great. He's a stud. He gets his travel. It's like everything's done.
I can't picture that.
Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger spin. Paul Sweeney in 45 minutes. From New York, Bloomberg Surveillance.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Futures Report brought to you by IBKR. Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers. Discover opportunities with CME Group Futures across equity indices, interest rates, FX, energy, and more. Access CME Futures around the clock at Interactive Brokers. All right, we've got futures falling. Tensions in the Middle East kind of damping that optimism about the state of the U.S. economy. We have NASDAQ futures down 0.4%. Dow and S&P futures down 0.3%. We have the two-year yield at 3.99%. That's up 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.02%, and that's up 5 basis points. Few companies making news. That's Chevron. It's agreed to sell its stakes in oil sands, shale assets to Canadian Natural Resources for $6.5 billion. Boeing and its machinists union, they're set to resume talks with a federal mediator today as that strike by the company's West Coast factory workers enters its third week. And billionaire Tom Steyer has hired former U.S. Secretary of State and top U.S. climate diplomat John Kerry to join his sustainable investing firm, Galvanize Climate Solutions. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Damian and Tom.
Lisa, thanks so much. 12 minutes up on the opening here. Futures do better. Negative 27 is now negative 20. NASDAQ futures, let me get that up here. I got to move the mouse didn't set up correctly today. We got to feed the mouse. Negative 0.5% on the NASDAQ 100 futures right now. The VIX was out 2 points, comes in a little bit, 20.9 at 3. Jim Glassman was iconic at J.P. Morgan for original thinking on the American labor economy. His work on teenage unemployment was world class. And, you know, this is a folly, Damien.
Absolutely.
He's retired. Okay, he's not retired. He delivered to me this morning a 49-page PowerPoint. Who in God's name is retired and delivers a 49-page PhD Northwestern PowerPoint? Jim, great to have you back on the show. I'm just
nice to be back, Tom.
Yeah, I'm going to look at one of your charts here. Aggregate hours worked. I'm sorry, we're beyond the pandemic. Is our labor economy beyond the pandemic?
I think so. It's pretty impressive, actually, how we've roped our way out of this. And employment has been growing about 25,000 more a month than it was for the previous cycle. Probably immigration is behind all of this, but I think what these numbers show us is that we're out of the woods. We're back in the groove and doing much better than people worried with the Fed doing what they were doing.
Open question. Which is the most important chart out of 49 pages for Jim Glassman? Which is a part where you go, OMG?
I'll tell you, there's one. And that's the picture on how much of the pie goes to workers and the share of income that goes to workers. So you would think that if labor markets are so tight and you got people retiring, and you would think the wind would be at the back of the labor sector. But in fact, the share of income going to them has come down from before the pandemic. And really, it's been coming down for the last 25 years. And I think that tells you something really important about the dynamic that's playing out. It's all about technology and the changes in the U.S. economy. And it exposes a real weakness in the thought process in the economics community about the role of labor. We sort of came out of school with this idea that if labor markets are tight, that can be inflationary. But when you see what's going on and you think about all the changes going on in the economy, how competitive it's become, what's going on with technology, it's becoming more clear to me that we got this story backwards. It's really wages don't drive prices. It's more that prices are driving wages. And that picture tells you that if you're worried about tight labor markets are not inflationary if the share of the pie going to workers is not really down.
Jim, you're no longer at J.P. Morgan, but my goodness, I listen to those guys every day, all day, every week. And Jay Barry just moved his call for 50 bips at the next meeting to 25 bips. Everybody's sort of reevaluating where terminal Fed funds are going to end at this cycle. My question to you is just how low will interest rates go here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I don't think, the reason we're backing off is because the labor market seems like it's doing better and people think, well, no, there's not going to be a case for making big moves down. I think none of us really knows where the neutral rate of the Fed funds rate is. My guess is the terminal rate's around 3%. If you ask most Fed people, I'll bet most of them will tell you that's where we should be in the long run, now that this inflation scare has really kind of disappeared. So I don't think it's about, I don't think, when you get the kind of data we're getting, it tells you there's no big rush to get there. But the debate about the Fed is not about today's economy or today's labor market. It's about where do you think they should be in the long run if they don't want to do trouble for the economy.
What you just heard there, folks, from Jim Glassman was an absolute tour de force of all that he is and the classic work with Professor Gordon at Northwestern years ago. So to pick up on Trichet in his famous word, the engineer from Lyon, Jim Glassman is diffuse. Does our technological miracle in a declining labor share, does that diffuse out to all Americans? Or are we setting up a Luddite America out of the early 19th century?
Yeah, it doesn't diffuse to everybody, does it? Because this technology, the digital revolution, now the second wave here is AI. It's really, what it means is that more of the income is flowing through to the equity market. And anyone who holds a share, now everybody could hold shares of equity, but they don't. So I think it's the reason why you're seeing this widening in the income gap in the last 25 years, which is driving a lot of the politics of the country. And this is not just a U.S. phenomenon, it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to be concerned about it because when you live in a democracy, everybody has a say. And if not everybody's on board, then you can get calls for policies that don't necessarily help you, but they just are crying for help.
Jim, I love that you mentioned prices lead wages there. And this regime shift, whereas the Fed sort of focus shifted from growth to inflation, is quite real, and it had negative implications for U.S. rest of world yield differentials and the like. How do you look at this market? How do you look at, this sort of shifting beta regime, one where the Fed is focused on inflation to one that is focused on growth? Does that have any legs to it?
Yeah, although I think for the equity market and valuation, I don't think the Fed is really the issue. It is in the short term, but frankly, what matters for the equity market is do these valuations make sense given what's going on? Well, I'll tell you, the one thing that the elephant in the room for me is if you look at profits over the past 100 years, prior to the millennium, after-tax profits averaged about 6% of GDP. After the late 1990s, the internet revolution, and now we've got the AI revolution, that share of after-tax profits going to is run up about from 6% to 10% or more. And we just got a stunning set of reports within the last month. And I think it tells you there's something real going on. Everybody's been telling me, don't get crazy about this because everything reverts to normal. I don't know where the normal is. It's not where we were. It's a new place, and I think that's a footprint of the technology.
Right, Jim Glassman. Let's do it monthly. Just hugely valuable. Dr. Glassman, now Asian. Jim, quickly here, Padres or Dodgers?
Well, you have to go with it's all about the laundry, isn't it? I'm in LA, so it's got to be about the Dodgers.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see. Last night was not there. To say the least. Dr. Glassman, thank you so much. Can't say enough about it. 49-page PowerPoint.
No, he's not retired. No, he's not busy at all.
These guys just Ethan Harris, the same thing.
Yeah.
Ethan Harris is like at Lehman, and then he's, you read every word, and then he's at Bank of America.
I get these recovering EM guys calling me all the time. They're bored. They're sitting on their they're sitting at the beach house in Amagansett, and they're bored, Tom. They want to do stuff.
They are. That's exactly right, and they're hugely productive. And now that they don't have the shingle out for the bank, Glassman there was textbook. We'll feature that in Single Best Idea today. That was classic.
Yeah, he was
Northwestern labor economics.
I wonder if he listens to Bruce Kasman and Joe Lupton on the weekend. Because, I listen to that religiously. Save Joe Lupton, will you please? My God,
Joe
that man
Lupton
is just, he is the best.
He's got the fixed income angle going into it.
Oh, he's so good.
He's like Zach Pandel, same thing.
Yeah,
years ago. This is all Lehman X stuff. Damian, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
We're going to continue. Lots more to do. We got to get the market open here. Futures improve at -19. A trend up. The VIX 20.93. From New York City on YouTube, Bloomberg Surveillance.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Tom Keene and Damian Sassower with your opening bell report. So we have more economic data out this week after the monthly U.S. jobs number really blew past expectations last week. Today, it's an update on consumer credit, but the attention really turns later this week. September CPI report. Also, banks kick off earnings this week. Let's see how things kick off to start this new trading week. Let's start with the S&P 500, down 0.2%, 14 points at 5,736. We have the Dow down 0.3%, 137 points, 42,219. The Nasdaq down 0.3%, 52 points at 18,085. We'll head to the two-year yield, 3.99%. That's up 7 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.02%, and that's up 5 basis points. quick check of commodities. We have spot gold lower, $2,646 an ounce. We have Brent crude, $79 a barrel. WTI crude, $75 a barrel. As we look at currencies, the dollar weaker, Japanese yen stronger. We have the euro, British pound weaker. Bitcoin up about 0.7% at around 63,000. That is your Bloomberg opening bell report. Tom and Damien.
Thanks so much, Lisa. I was out in Jackson Hole, sitting on the couch, near the grizzly bear. Nicholas from Barron's sits down. He's a great Fed reporter, does some serious work. And he says, Tom, your mother read Barron's cover to cover every Saturday. You should read Barron's every cover to cover. So I get, I got a new thing going, like Farrow.
Abelson.
I'm reading.
Abelson's not in there.
Alan Abelson's not in there, but they got some things going. And the whole thing is the gossip on what people are doing with stocks, which I really don't cover, folks. It's not like where my head is. So we got to have somebody in here, Barron's, like Joe Mazzola joins right now, head of trading and derivative strategy at Charles Schwab. Joe, I love this single line in your research note. Clients bought NVIDIA, Palantir, Intel, Google, and Microsoft. Joe Mazzola, Mag 7's not dead, is it?
It's not dead, guys, but I got to tell you, one of the things that I noticed about the September report in particular was there was a divergence, and a pretty steep divergence between what we saw in the performance of the S&P 500 versus what we saw in the stacks. So they were very selective in their buying, Tom. But, we actually saw a decent amount of pullbacks from equity holders and maybe rotation in mutual funds, ETFs, and particularly into fixed income. So not the dip buying that we saw in August, which I think was a real big divergence from what we've seen before.
What do you see in cash? I mean, let's close the loop here. I'm seeing charts that are showing record money market fund, but what are you seeing at Charles Schwab in our commitment to the triple leveraged all cash ETF?
Well, there is some movement back into, like I said, some of the other sectors, whether it be mutual funds, ETFs, or fixed income. I think, as we get closer and closer to more Fed activity, I think that the 50 basis point cut in September probably prompted a little bit of activity back into the fixed income markets, where people might be just saying, hey, we need to hop in here now before it's too late. I think we saw that back in August, and we've seen that carry forward in September as well. So I think that is, one of the bigger carryovers that we've seen between the 2 months. But like I said, I think my biggest takeaway, and this is really kind of shocking to me, because we had seen that dip buying pretty much all the way through the last year and a half, right? Where we get some pullbacks, and there was dip buying, and there was beta along the way. Clients were really interested in taking on some of those Mag 7 names, and you mentioned some of them at the beginning, but it hasn't been broad based. It's really been concentrated into a few names. We have seen some take them off the table too in other ones.
Joe, how cute is Tom Keene asking about what investors are buying? Because you and I both know it's not what matters is buying. It's selling. What are investors selling? And I'm looking at your recent statement: Tesla, AMD, Alibaba. Chinese equities have had a pretty good run here. What are your thoughts?
So I use acronyms to help me remember things before I'm about to hop on. So I went with TAB for that one, right? Tesla, AMD, and Alibaba. What was interesting, particularly, let's just start with Alibaba, right? I mean, you got that huge move throughout the course of the month, and it could be one of those things to where clients had just been waiting for an opportunity to trim once they got that big pop off the Chinese stimulus move. AMD.
I mean, is it just a trade, Joe? Is the Chinese is this just a trade in Chinese equities? Light positioning, light liquidity, just a move, maybe some official buying in there. I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, are investors really willing to put their money where their mouth is when it comes to China?
Well, I mean, I think part of it, Damon, is some of the short interest that had built up in a lot of those names. And once that kind of cleared up, you got that big pop.
Is it cleared, Joe? But you nailed it, Joe. It was one massive Pacific Rim short cover. Is it done?
Yeah. The short covering, I probably will abate a bit, but my thoughts on whether or not you continue to see money move into that. What I've seen recently is really more money moving into the option space within the Asian Pacific Rim, where clients are maybe saying, as opposed to buying the equities outright, it might make better sense to maybe optimize those returns by buying call spreads or something like that. That's where we're starting to see some of that liquidity.
Which is sort of like a cyclical semiconductor trade, right? Because you're betting on some of those semiconductor names out of there, out of Taiwan and South Korea. But I mean, it's interesting to me. I mean, and we have to talk about the move in energy stocks last week. I mean, maybe that as well was a bit of light positioning, right? A little bit of, liquidity, technical driven rally there. I mean, what are your thoughts on this move in energy? Any durability here?
Well, interesting that you bring that up because of September, that was one of the two sectors that actually saw the biggest inflows was energy and staples. So, to me, that shows a little bit of de-risking from clients when they're in those two sectors. But at the same time, with that oil pop, once again, I go back to the options activity, and that's a lot of activity that I'm seeing there is people are kind of buying that upside, expecting this to continue. And I think you're also seeing that in terms of what you're seeing in the VIX and what you're seeing in some of the hedging and some of the S&P 500 products.
Joe, you're nailing it here. I mean, the volume of bullish Brent calls $100 and above have risen pretty substantially, and they didn't do that last year, right? After October 7th when Hamas initially attacked Israel. Talk to us about the potential for some disruptions in oil production. I mean, we don't know, how Israel possibly would retaliate, but what are your thoughts here for commodities writ large? I mean, we've seen the move in materials, we've seen the move in energy. Just, is there anything more there that investors should be looking at?
Well, last week we saw crude up 8%, right? So, that I think part of that was priced in. I don't think they've priced in severe disruptions at this point. That's when you start seeing, as you mentioned, Damon, those par, the 100 strike call buying up above. That's when you really start seeing more and more of those trades come to fruition. Haven't seen that at this point yet. It's starting, but I think we're still kind of pricing in at least maybe some of that tension abating a bit.
What did you learn as yields came down about movement out of money market funds? You had a little bit of a lab experiment going on there. Joe Mazzola, was there a elasticity to people moving their money out into alternatives? Would that move down or not?
Not to the extent that maybe I expected, just because, like I said, there was a rotation out of equities. But I think that probably has a little bit more to do with maybe some of the seasonality of the markets. I think markets got a little bit spooked in September. That first week of September, we had a 4% drawdown in the S&P 500. And like I said, what was different this time is we didn't see those dip buyers stepping back in where maybe they would be rotating some of the cash into the equity markets at that point. If anything, really by the mid-month, kind of the end of the month, it really just seemed like investors were kind of sitting on their hands. So I haven't really seen that move that you're mentioning.
Thanks so much, Joe Mazzola. Greatly appreciate it with Charles Schwab today. Damien, your thoughts there on what we heard?
I think there's some fundamentally driven rally that no one's really talking about here with the energy market. And let me tell you what I mean here. 4.4 billion barrels. That's the lowest on record since Kepler began tracking data. I'm talking global oil inventories here. 4.4 billion barrels. That's it. The lowest since January of 2017. And if you look at OECD crude and liquid inventories, they're well below their 5-year averages and medians. So, I'm looking at crude oil here and I'm looking at the energy complex and I'm saying, there may be some more juice left.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, we'll get some troops here. Paul Sankey will come in. We're trying to get Ed Morse in. He's like Jim Glassman. Ed Morse is retired. Are you kidding me? We'll do some more on hydrocarbons here. We haven't had an 80 print right now. Brent crude, 79.15. The Dow, negative 144. With our news in New York City, Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Damien, and Lisa. And all I can say is, wow, about Milton. It has exploded in power to become a major hurricane churning toward Florida's western coastline, prompting evacuations and storm surge watches in a region that is still recovering from Helene's devastation. Milton is now a Category 4 storm. Keep in mind, Milton was a Category 1 early this morning. The U.S. National Hurricane Center said its intensity in the Gulf has more than doubled in the past 24 hours, and it's expected to become even stronger before making landfall late on Wednesday. Meanwhile, former President Trump has been criticizing the federal response to Hurricane Helene. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell responded to Trump's comments on MSNBC.
It's frankly disappointing that we're having to deal with this narrative. And the fact that there's a few leaders that are having a hard time telling the difference between fact and fiction is creating an impedance to our ability to actually get people the help they need.
Criswell criticized those who politicize the crisis. Today marks 1 year since Hamas militants crossed from Gaza into Israel, killing over 1,100 people and taking about 250 others hostage. Israel's subsequent offensive in Gaza remains ongoing with no sign of a diplomatic solution. Vice President Kamala Harris discussed her economic plan in her interview with CBS's 60 Minutes. She says it's about investing in small business and the middle class. Correspondent Bill Whitaker asked the vice president how she'd pay for it.
Well, one of the things is I'm going to make sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes. It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations.
Vice President Harris's full 60 Minutes interview airs tonight at 8 Wall Street time on CBS. Former President Trump was campaigning in Wisconsin Sunday. He told a rally at the Dodge County Airport in Juneau he's confident of a win on Election Day, now less than a month away.
They say that Wisconsin is probably the toughest of the swing states to win. I don't think so at all. I don't think so.
It's Trump's fourth rally in the swing state in 9 days. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Damian, Lisa.
I'm getting used to this AI thing on Google, and I got to admit, I was skeptical. It's going to be a value add. Woodwell Climate, with a brief here, they seem to, they're not like doing the politics of it. They're just like saying, what's the weather? Damian, since 1975, the number of Category 4 to 5 cyclones has roughly doubled. And it's because of the water temperature. I did a couple of interviews on this years ago.
I mean, that makes sense. That's how science works. That's how physics works, Tom. But I mean, you're talking about cyclones. We're talking about hurricanes over here. I mean, this is
they're in another hemisphere.
A little bit of a different thing. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't.
It's the same thing, and it all does have to do with the temperature of the water. And what I believe is, you see a record drought in Brazil, and you see the agricultural sector on its, proverbial here. And I think there's some room if you want to see sort of this commodity rally expand. You're going to see it expand into the agricultures, into grains, into softs. I mean, there's some real stuff going on there, Tom.
Got a great chart of sea level rise by 2050. Michael Barr's backyard where the deer and the antelope play, inundated.
Yeah. They love it there. I tell you, a bear also ran through our yard. My wife called me and she said, be careful because don't go in the garage just yet. And I'm ready to turn in and a bear and her mama cub just
You're not letting the Fido outside the house.
No,
the little dog,
Lordy.
that little yap you've got.
No.
It's like Wild Kingdom out there.
It is. Yeah, There's a photo I have of wild turkeys to the left and deer to the right.
Do you have rattlesnakes there? Have you ever heard a rattlesnake in the backyard?
We had a diamondback.
Damian, I mean, we're just so cityfied.
Well, you mentioned about water, the level of the sea. I mean, Solomon Islands.
Serious
Have you ever
stuff.
been there? Have you ever been to Tonga, any of the Micronesia, the Polynesia, all these little islands there? I mean, they're underwater.
Well, Boston, up
Seriously.
I think it was the Boston Globe had a nice treatment on the last, storm from the east. The way it flooded New England was different than before.
Yeah.
It had a certain impulse to it. Thank you for that, Michael Barr.
Yeah,
It'll
Michael,
be interesting to see, and we'll hope to get Rob Carolyn in as we look at Hurricane Milton. It's more vicious than Hurricane Choate.
Well, I'm flying to Brazil next week, so hopefully it's passed through by then. I hate turbulence.
You're going to Brazil?
Yeah.
Another
We hired a LATAM rates
swing?
guy, LATAM rates and FX guy. Got to break him in.
Break him in?
Yeah.
And now Brazil, they're going to get Twitter back? That's what more important.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to really boots on the ground. I haven't been down there since 1995. We'll see.
Damian Sassar's Travel. Good morning, everyone.
Now we'll look at some local headlines making news.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Stocks slipping, key Treasury bond yields rising back above 4%. Traders kind of trimming their bets on rate cuts from the Fed. Right now, we have NASDAQ futures down 0.4% at 18,052. We have the Dow down 0.3%, 147 points at 42,205. The S&P 500 down 0.3% at 5,730. The two-year yield 3.97%. That's up 4 basis points. The 10-year yield 4.00%, and that's up about 3 basis points. To commodities, we have Brent crude 79.49 an ounce. We have a barrel. WTI crude $75 a barrel. Shares of Apple, they're lower. They're down about 0.6%. An analyst from Jefferies said the high expectations for the iPhone 16 and 17, well, they're just premature. And shares of Amazon, they're down nearly 3%. That's after a downgrade from Wells Fargo. They said the company faces multiple headwinds and that its cloud strength is just not enough. And I thought this was interesting. Switching jobs could bring a boost to your pay, but the Wall Street Journal is saying it could also put a $300,000 dent in your retirement savings. New research is from Vanguard. It shows the majority of those who change jobs, well, they forget to sign up for the 401k plan, or they just get auto-enrolled at a lower savings rate. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Lisa, that's important. Thanks so much. Shout out to Peter Orzag, driving the ship at Lazard right now. Peter, out of LSD, did really groundbreaking work on our shattered retirement system, and that pick up your 401k. Get the, this is just basic, folks. Get the match. It's just that simple.
That's right.
And start before 42
Buy some
years
whole life
old,
insurance while you're at it.
which is where the chip is. Yeah, get a little life insurance as well. Your financial planning for the day. This is really important right now. Alex Steele survived at Disney World. She survived the barnstormer. She made the height limit, 35 inches. And the barnstormer's out there. Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele coming up. And of course, with Commonwealth supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors and supporting the tickets for Disney World yesterday for Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele. That must have been something. Have you been?
Have I been? Of course I've been.
I've
been
never been.
You've never been to Disney World?
I always get to see
or Disneyland.
I'm sorry.
What about Hershey Park? You've been to Hershey Park.
I don't have a life.
Are you kidding me?
Do you want Tom Keene to go to Hershey Park?
How do you know about the height? How does he know about the height situation when you want to go on a ride if he's never been?
Because he's too tall to fit into a ride.
My daughter was a Kit Kat. They wouldn't let her on the flume. It was a big deal. I got in a fight with them.
Right. That's what we look forward. Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele coming to you from the Commonwealth event here, Commonwealth's National Conference, that in Orlando, Florida. Look for that in 12 minutes. Right now, hugely anticipated, Terry Haynes with us with a really sharp note yesterday on the distance to November 5th. Terry Haynes, what'd your note say yesterday? Give us a brief.
Oh, yesterday I didn't write much about November 5th. I mean, the race is where it is. I saw Harris 60% likely to win, but with a split Congress politically, that ends up with higher fiscal, higher debt, higher deficit, probably higher taxes in 2026 and higher defense spending. Beyond that, though, what I wanted to point out for markets is that tariffs are increasingly going to get used as defense policy, and I don't think that shift is apparent to markets yet. But the warning bell really ended up being the European Union's tariffs on China, and very much similar kinds of things are coming next year.
In your study at Pangea Policy, is there any efficacy to a little bit of tariffs, or is it yes or no on tariffs?
Well, it's yes or no on tariffs, and it depends on, frankly, the relationship of the industry to either defense straight up or defense industrial base. But what I'd be looking at is there's a bipartisan desire, among other things, to really focus on reshoring United States businesses. You heard Vance and Walz agree on that last week. These campaigns agree on that. And they agree on it for defense purposes, frankly. So my urging to markets is basically get out of the thought process where this is about economic tit for tat somehow, and start thinking about it more as policymakers thinking about the industrial base of the United States is under attack, and they will respond accordingly.
Well, let's go there, Terry. I mean, I'm going to quote you here. The new bullishness on China's post-stimulus economy ignores both the predatory intent of Chinese government economic priorities and the continued less than optimal conditions for Western businesses operating in China. Terry, I mean, has nothing changed here? I mean, we saw a rally in not only the equity market, the bond market, but the currency as well. I mean, are markets overdone here? I mean, should we really look at fundamentally nothing has changed underneath the surface here in China?
Well, because I think it hasn't. You've got stimulus. You've got stimulus involved that make Chinese markets, in particular stocks, look like better bets. Fine, stipulated. But the bottom line is that there has been China flight for all kinds of fundamental reasons, and those reasons hasn't changed, and they're not going to change. And I'm a habitual reader of Xi Jinping's speeches and comments at plenums, and the strategy not only hasn't changed, they're actually doubling down on the idea that among other things, aggressive exports really help attack the economic foundations of the West.
And I agree with you, Terry. I mean, a government-led economy as opposed to a private sector-led economy. I mean, I agree with you. But here's the thing. Equity markets might not, right? I mean, you have Goldman Sachs on the tape this morning saying there could be another 20% move here in Chinese equities, and who cares who it's driven by, if it's official buying or whatever. If you're an investor there, you're making 20%, currency with notwithstanding. I mean, should investors be looking at it? Should they have some exposure to it? I mean, even if only from a tactical perspective?
My experience with markets, and they may, your mileage may vary, as they say, but so I asked a client once, he asked me about the short, medium, and long-term look at some policy. And I said, okay, I'm going to assume what you mean by short is today. By medium, you mean like by Wednesday. And long-term is by the end of the week or Monday, perhaps. And the guy didn't even blink and said, yes, and. So, I'm talking about maybe weeks, months. But what I'm talking about also is, the market shouldn't think that everything got reversed, because it didn't. There's a short-term bump based on particular circumstances and nothing more. And then go get profits and take them by all means, but still.
Right. Terry, quickly here, Nate Cohn at the New York Times out today, really questioning methods of polls. Is there a good poll to Terry Haynes? Is there some poll we should focus on?
Not particularly. I look at a bunch, and what I look at is really two things. One is likely voter polls, which now we're into. Registered, I preached to you and Damian and Paul all summer that registered voter polls didn't mean anything, because there's a third of registered voters didn't vote the last time. So, why do we take these to the bank? But I look at likely voters, and I look at frankly, the sample size, because the larger the sample size, the better it's going to be. But understand, closing, that pollsters in the United Kingdom in the July 4th election missed the labor percentage by 5 percentage points. So none of this in the United States should be taken to the bank. It's more than sentiment, but that's all it is.
Wisdom. Terry Haynes, thank you so much. Pangea policy there. I can't say enough about whether it's the United Kingdom experience or others, Damon. I don't trust the polls.
I
like Bloomberg's 6,000 count, just as he says, legit sample size. Other than that, it's tough.
And I'm going to Brazil next week. You want to talk about polling? I mean, El Globo, forget about it. And look, I mean, I take your point. It's these 7 swing states, and what's going to motivate them. And from what I'm hearing from the people who know what they're talking about, it's Roe v. Wade, Tom. I mean, it's the female vote that's going to carry the way, and who is going to carry the narrative. And that's why I think tomorrow's release of Melania's memoir might be more relevant than people give it credit for.
Program note: Lisa Abramowitz in conversation with James Diamond from London. We'll do that tomorrow at 9:30 during the show. A lot of questions there, particularly, one is just basic, this endorsement thing with Mr. Diamond. Did he endorse someone or did he not? But I'm way more interested in Q3. Get out front of the Jamie Dimon conference call extravaganza. This has been good.
Yeah.
Thank you for the comments on
Thanks
Vanderbilt.
for having me. It's been fun.
The Vanderbilt, it was expected, right?
I guess, Vandy, it wasn't expected. I got to be honest with you. But I mean, it was really fun. My son called me, and I never get to talk to him anymore, so that was fun.
We're doing Guitar Hero. Alex Steele is awesome at Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
Green Eyed Lady, Sugar Love, from a few years ago.
Liquidity is the lifeblood of an airline. We make very conservative decision making about when we raise funding and how we raise funding. We try to diversify our sources, and we're always very focused on the actual rates. And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate, so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What have you learned with the dynamic move of the interest rates that we've seen from Chairman Powell? I mean, do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. We have a mix currently. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, but we also have to be nimble around that as well, because things change by the day. I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. They may not be a buyer at this point, but I do want to spend a lot of time in front of that other set that is a buyer at this point. They're interested. They want to be an early adopter of the stock. They're interested in the story.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Monday morning from rainy Orlando, Florida. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here at the Commonwealth National Conference for Financial Advisors in Orlando, Florida. We're scheduled to get out tomorrow afternoon ahead of Hurricane Milton, which is no joke, folks. It's in the Gulf of Mexico, making its way to the west coast of Florida. And good folks down here in Florida, they know what they're doing when it comes to hurricanes, and they're still dealing with the hurricane from just last week. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we are at the Commonwealth National Conference here, Financial Advisors. We're going to talk to a lot of smart people here that are at the conference managing money on behalf of others. And we'll get their thoughts on the markets and kind of what they're looking out for here as they think about 25. So we got a lot of great guests coming up, and we're also going to stay on top of the news. Mark Champion, Bloomberg opinion columnist, he's going to give us the latest on the Middle East, and that'll be interesting as well. But right now, let's kick things off back in New York. Mr. John Tucker.
Hi, Paul and Alex. We are being brought to you by IBKR. Financial advisors switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest costs. Global turnkey solutions. No ticket charges, no conflicts of your interest at ibkr.com/RIA. Well, traders have pulled back bets on another jumbo rate cut from the Federal Reserve at the November meeting. This comes after Friday's jobs report. Yeah, that has stocks lower. Bond yields pushing higher right now. The S&P 500 20 points lower. That's down 0.3%, 57.31 on the index. After Friday's record close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average 85 points lower right now, and that is down 0.2%. The Nasdaq 100 108 points lower. That is down 0.5%. Still, Brian Levitt at Invesco sees a positive backdrop for stocks.
Federal Reserve is still too tight given where inflation is in this country. So I would like to see further easing. But the most important thing for investors is we're beyond peak inflation. We're in an easing cycle. Historically, over the next few years, that tends to be very good for markets.
Right now, the S&P 500, only 2 of the 11 major industry groups are higher. That belongs to energy and healthcare, leading the way as oil prices. They inch higher right now as crude oil is higher because of those tensions in the Mideast. Investors also looking ahead to the inflation print. That's out on Thursday, the release of the Consumer Price Index. And among the individual shares on the move, Pfizer climbing. We reported that activist investor Starboard Value had taken a stake of about $1 billion in the firm. Shares of Pfizer right now, they're up 4.3%. As for yields, the 2-year yield right now is right around 4%. The 2-year at up 6 basis points, 3.99%. The 10-year yield, 5 basis points higher. That is at 4.02%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, John Tucker. The one trip he's probably not bummed to be here for is the one where Hurricane Milton is heading here. But Paul Sweeney, how many steps did you clock yesterday?
16,000 steps yesterday at the Magic Kingdom.
I mean, look at this guy. He says Disney all over him at this point. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We are broadcasting to you live from Commonwealth's National Conference for Financial Advisors. I think we've been here for 10 years, which is pretty exciting. Every year for 10 years. We're going to bring you all the great updates with some great guests here over the next hour. In the meantime, let's get more on that Pfizer story. Bailey Lipschultz is back in New York. He's standing by for some of the equity moves. So break down what happened with Pfizer here.
Yeah, Alex, Bloomberg reporting that activist investor Starboard took a $1 billion stake in the company, hoping to turn around what's really been a lagging pharmaceutical company. When you look at it even just on the last 12 months, total return down 5% versus the S&P up and returning 35%. And even if you're saying, well, maybe healthcare has been underperforming, S&P 500 healthcare index returning 19% over the last 12 months. It's really been story for Pfizer where they've struggled to take advantage of the 2020 COVID boom in terms of their vaccine sales. And really, if you look back when I was talking to a trader this morning, even if you go back to the late 90s, he was saying it still has been a company that hasn't really fully delivered on expectations. One thing that did stand out with analysts reacting to the news is that Leerink basically saying, quote, "We do not see low-hanging fruit." And they're saying because of revenue growth constraints over the next 5 years, because of patent cliffs, the fact that they've already started cutting costs and have relatively high debt loads that could only really be reduced by selling down its stake in Haleon, there's still a really tough kind of path forward when I talk to investors and analysts and look at the stock. Again, it's up 4% on the day, best day since May, but really seems to be a tricky picture that the first blush Wall Street reaction is maybe a bit of a head scratcher.
I don't know. The company did such a great job during the pandemic. They get a pass for like ever for me.
Yeah.
Same with Moderna.
Yeah, I was going to say Moderna. I wonder if it's the same there. Speaking of activist investors, it's the same kind of story now for Air Products, yeah?
Yeah. Activist Monday, Alex, I don't know if that has any staying power, but I'm going to try to make it a thing. Air Products ticker APD up 9%.
I think you have to make it a better alliteration there.
I know. Activist AM, I don't know if that really floats. I'm trying to think about. You got anything, JT?
I got nothing.
Got nothing. Oh, well, we'll workshop it before I'm back on in the 11 o'clock hour. APD up 9%, biggest move since August, trading at the highest level since February 2023. Number of analysts upgrading the stock on that Mantle Ridge stake of more than $1 billion in the company. That kind of pencils out to about 1.6% stake. Standing out, though, among sell-side notes or analyst notes, Vertical Research calling it a game changer, noting that the firm is run by CIO Paul Hilal, who has a history of affecting substantial changes in leadership and strategy at companies where it's become involved, basically saying that the firm expects a more intense scrutiny of the issues including CEO succession, capital deployment, and ways to unlock shareholder value. So APD, one of your outperformers this morning, up 8.3%.
Air Products, this is old, basic, diversified. This is a chemical company, right? I'm not sure what you do with a chemical company.
Well, that's the interesting thing, Paul. When you look through some of the sell-side reactions at some of the bigger shops, they're basically saying APD trades alongside a lot of those chemical baskets. Well, now that you have an activist stake, now that you potentially have management being reworked or pushed to rethink how it operates, maybe that makes it more of a standalone company that can trade on its own story as opposed to just being lumped in with, an ETF or a basket that traders trade.
And before I let you go, we got Wynn Las Vegas Sands also rocking today. What's going on there?
Yeah, U.S. listed companies, Wynn Resorts, Las Vegas Sands, Melco, who operate casinos in Macau, beating expectations, better than expected Macau gross gaming revenue for that Golden Week holiday, which began back on October 1st. Really interesting stuff from JP Morgan, calling out that their checks into gross gaming revenue for the first 6 days of October imply a 30% year-over-year jump, and that this is the best stretch since 2019 for that October Golden Week. Also, Wynn Resorts getting a commercial gaming operator's license in the UAE, so a bit of good news kind of leaning into each other. It'll be interesting, too, to see how some of those economic implementations over in China could impact gambling and people making the trip over to Macau.
I tell you what, if you're a fan of the Vegas Strip like I am, going to Macau is just amazing. They did a phenomenal job in Macau, and they got 1.6 billion people live within 15 minutes of Macau in China. So it's a potential there for just incredible growth there. So, and Wynn and Sands, they're all there in size. So, all right, Bailey, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. Bailey Lipschultz, our gives us the latest on the markets. Of course, we need to get back to what's happening in the Middle East. It does not seem to be any lessening of the efforts and operations in that part of the world. Mark Champion joins us. He's a Bloomberg opinion columnist. He's got a column out today. Middle East transformation must start with Israel. Mark, tell us what you mean by Israel really has to be leading any kind of change there.
Well, the point I really wanted to make was that, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been criticized a lot for not putting out a strategy to, sort of make sense of all of the military action and create a sort of longer-term path so that we can see, how to get out of the war and into some kind of security and peace. So, he went to the UN and he said, I do have a strategy and I do have a long-term vision. He called it the sort of the blessed scenario, but it's one in which, Israel becomes a kind of catalyst for the region with its economy, which is incredibly strong and sort of technologically advanced. There are connections, through pipelines and railways, etc., all the way through Israel to Europe from Saudi Arabia, etc. I was just trying to make the point, really, that for that to happen, he's right that there's no room for Hamas and Hezbollah and for the whole axis of resistance that is committed and exists in order to get rid of the state of Israel. But he has a problem at home, and that problem is that there are extremists in his own cabinet whose language and kind of ideas about the future of Israel are very similar in the way that they don't allow for any kind of compromise, any room for the other side, in particular the Palestinians. So it's trying to sort of make that point and to say, really, if you want that sort of secure, prosperous future where Israel is accepted and normalized within, the Middle East, then you really have to start at home, and you have to start, not just saying the Saudis are on our side, but listening to the Saudis when they say we want to be, but there has to be some sort of vision for how we get out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Mark, you kind of make that distinction between strategy versus military force, right? And I'm just wondering, where do you think Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stands on that spectrum of military on one side and then strategy on the other?
Well, so far it's been all military. And, it's not that I'm saying that, I'm not one of these people who sort of believes that Israel sort of, turned the other cheek after, the appalling events of exactly a year ago today. They had to go in and deal with Hamas. They are dealing with Hamas. There are always questions, though, about how you do that and how you frame that in such a way that you can get people on your side, whether it's Palestinians who don't particularly like Hamas, and there's a lot of those in Gaza, more than in the West Bank, for example, where they don't actually live under Hamas. You could say the same in Lebanon, where a majority of the population is not Shiite, does not like Hezbollah, does not want its country to be used as a platform for Iran to, conduct its foreign policy with Israel. You can talk about the Iranians too, where a majority of the population doesn't like their regime or want their regime. There's scope here for a different kind of Middle East. It's just extremely difficult to get to, and it can't just be done with weapons alone. Weapons can, actually open a path, but they can't get you to the other side, to a place of kind of peace and security.
So, Mark, to that point, does Prime Minister Netanyahu, does he have the political capital? Does he have the support of the people to play this long game that you're talking about?
Well, I think he would if he wanted to sell it. It's very interesting when, opinion polls are done in Israel. There's a couple of institutes that have done polls. And when you ask the sort of bold question, do you want a two-state solution with a Palestinian state, there's a majority against. When you ask the question, do you want a two-state solution as part of a deal with Saudi Arabia, with the U.S., and that would create this sort of secure environment and a multinational force in Gaza to create a transition there? When you put it as part of a package where people can understand how it might actually work, for their benefit, then the numbers change quite dramatically, and you get a majority in favor. So I think that it's all, as always, it's a question of what you sell, how you explain things, and I think that it's a choice on Netanyahu's part to not go down that road. And there are understandable reasons in terms of just pure power politics, because part of his cabinet has told him very clearly that if he does make any sorts of noises about a two-state solution or a compromise, they will collapse the government.
So if we look forward, and if we wanted to see some kind of pivot from Netanyahu or some rhetoric that may indicate some kind of change or subtle shift, how would that be communicated?
Well, I think what you would start to see. So the main message that I think people outside Israel may not understand quite as well, but within Israel, what he's doing now in Lebanon and in dealing with Iran directly, that is extremely popular. Israelis are convinced, and with good reason, that Iran has been building up a kind of noose around their country, and that this is all very calculated and extremely hostile, and they have to do something about it. So the fact that they see Netanyahu now doing something about that, I think that is very popular. But you could, he certainly could sell that by, at the same time as he's going after Iran, he could organize a ceasefire in Gaza that would get the hostages out, that would start to sort of create some kind of scope there to create a more political path and to start building on that. So it is imaginable. It's just a choice that Netanyahu at the moment does not want to make, and I can't see any sign of him making that change anytime soon, especially when he has people in his government who are absolutely opposed to it.
Right. All right, Mark, thank you very much. We really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Mark Champion, a Bloomberg opinion columnist, giving us the latest on the Middle East and maybe what might be some next steps there, but a very difficult situation, a fluid situation. Hey, folks, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Wall Street time, J.P. Morgan Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon, he's going to sit down for an exclusive interview with Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz at the J.P. Morgan Techstars Conference in London. The pair will be discussing global markets, tech investments, risks and opportunities within the world of AI, the global economy, and the U.S. election. So expansive list of topics to discuss. We're going to take that live tomorrow morning. Bloomberg Surveillance will be a simulcast with radio and television. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be
now remember,
good stuff.
Earnings are Friday.
Earnings are Friday.
Their earnings are Friday, so we're not going to get any sneak peeks.
No? Okay. All right. Lisa will try. I'm sure Lisa will try. She'll try. But again, you're right. That kicks off the earnings season in earnest Friday with J.P. Morgan. Alex Steele and I, we're here in Orlando, Florida, Commonwealth National Conference. Trap Kloman, President and Chief Operating Officer, Commonwealth Financial Network, joins us in just several moments to discuss how Commonwealth has grown and evolved as an industry-leading RIA. So registered investment advisors, a growing source of capital management for a lot of individuals going forward. So we'll get the latest from Mr. Kloman. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, still feeling the impact of the better-than-expected jobs report on Friday. Stocks are lower, yields, they're higher. Traders pulling back from bets on another 50 basis point rate cut for the Fed. The next big data point, that's going to come later this week with the release of the Consumer Price Index. We get that Thursday. Sources are telling Bloomberg activist investors Starboard Value taking a stake of about $1 billion in Pfizer and seeking to begin a turnaround of the struggling pharmaceuticals giant. Right now, 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are lower. The biggest drag that's coming from consumer discretionary, and that's where you're going to find shares of Amazon. Wells Fargo is cutting the recommendation on the e-commerce and cloud computing giant to equal weight from overweight. Well, they say the company faces multiple headwinds, and shares of Amazon right now, they are lower, down 2.8%. And as we look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average after Friday's record close, right now down 100 points. That's a decline of 0.2%. We're at 42,253 on the index. The S&P 500 15 points lower. That is down 0.3%. And right now the NASDAQ 167 points lower. That is down 0.3%. The 2-year yield 7 basis points higher, right at 3.99. Well, we'll say 4%, just crossing over that. The 10-year yield also 5 basis points higher. That is at 4.02%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right. Thanks so much, John Tucker. Really appreciate that. Paul Sweeney and I, we are live from the Commonwealth National Conference for Financial Advisors right here in Orlando, Florida. We will be back and taken off before the hurricane hits, though, so there is that. The theme for this year is The Future is Now, and that mission is to help advisors build a blueprint for their future and empower advisors to navigate business transitions. And this is the 10th year that Bloomberg Radio has broadcast live from Commonwealth's National Conference, so that's pretty cool. Joining us now is Trap Cloman, President and COO of Commonwealth. First of all, thanks for having us. 10 years. Feels like a milestone.
That's terrific.
Did you get us anything for that?
Yes, I have some swag right over here. But no, thank you for all your support and coming.
So walk us through The Future is Now. What does that mean this year at the conference?
Yeah, one of the things as Commonwealth works to support so many advisors who are really small business owners, one of the things you have to do absolutely is be thinking forward and constantly navigating an increasingly complex industry with regulation, with technology. And if you're just focused on the next quarter, the next year, you're going to fall behind. So the future is now. You really need to be looking forward, and it's our responsibility, and it's one of the things that we enjoy doing is helping advisors think forward and start preparing now for the future.
Trap, let's say I'm an advisor at a wirehouse of Smith Barney and Merrill Lynch. What's my thought process when I think about leaving the mothership and kind of going on my own and being a registered independent advisor? What's the thought process there?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different reasons, but I think 3 that stand out and we commonly hear is, one is you get to build your own brand. You build in your community and you're known for what you want to stand for. 2 is just the greater independence to make your own decisions and not necessarily have to follow the lead of a larger employer who has many different conflicts and objectives and priorities. And 3rd, and probably most importantly, is you're now building value in your own business that you can monetize. And so as an employee, oftentimes, you leave and you get the gold watch. Here you're building incredible value that you can leave to the next generation or sell. And we're seeing the values of these independent businesses increase dramatically over the last couple of years, and I think that's here to stay.
Why? So why is this increasing so much in such a small amount of time, and how do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I actually think the businesses were chronically undervalued historically. People didn't realize, as there's been the transition from brokerage business, which obviously is commission-based and it's sale to sale, our advisors are over 90% fee-based, and many are 100% fee-based as an RIA or fee-only. And when you have that recurring revenue stream and you're doing more than just investment management, you're doing financial planning and building relationships with clients that are deep and sticky, that now then has value versus something that previously was transactional. So as we've seen the growth in fee-based business, that has exponentially increased the value of those businesses and gives them something to transition.
So when you meet with your financial advisors at an event like this, Trap, what do you hear most from them? What do they need right now?
Sure. Right now it's weather advice.
Yes.
Well, there's that. For those of you wondering, it is cloudy, rainy, not too much wind yet.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I think we're in good shape. But it's an array of needs, and I think one of the strengths of a community like Commonwealth is we have fantastic advisors who are willing to share with each other, and so they're always, someone's already been there, done that, so no one needs to reinvent the wheel. In Commonwealth, we can play a great role in bringing the best practices together to unlock them for advisors. So for a wide variety, it's how do you scale your business and get to the next level? How do you add and attract new advisors and train them? How do you take your technology, your internal infrastructure stack, adopt AI? It's an array of challenges. But one of the most fascinating things that has impressed me is so many advisors are like, where can I find the next client? At Commonwealth, we never hear that. They grow so incredibly fast through referrals. They're coming to us, how can I find the next advisor to keep up with the growth that we're seeing? And as you all know, as businesses are growing and scaling, you have to change your processes, evolve, get more administrative support. So we really help them, not just as a BD or an RIA doing investment management, we're helping them run small businesses. And that's really the central theme we're seeing.
How long do you think that growth can continue for, right? Because in essence, people made more money. The wages went up. We had the COVID stimulus, right? So they needed financial advisors, right? And you have a huge amount of equity within the stock market for regular individuals. At some point, does that max out? And if we had like a huge drawdown or some exogenous event, those small businesses get real small.
Yeah, I actually, in looking at all the different factors that can drive that activity, we're still continuing to see growth in the population, growth in savings overall, if you will. So I think the demand for financial advice is actually only going to improve. And there was some concerns with the advancement of AI and what could the impact that be on many industries. But the reality is financial advice is not just, again, investment management. It's caring for people on a topic that can often be insecure and stressful. So, the most successful financial advisors are the ones who are really great at human relationships and caring for people through, very challenging times. And so I feel we have great tailwinds behind us, and we'll continue to see growth in this industry, not just in Commonwealth.
Well, one of my offspring actually did follow me in my footsteps in financial services. He works for a financial services firm, and his firm says that their clients are really going to need them over the next 20 to 30 years because they have this massive wealth transfer from my generation to the next. How do you guys frame that topic for your advisors?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely accurate, and we have hundreds of breakout sessions here, and many are on that exact topic. And the wealth transfer between insurance, trust and estate, and taxation is very complex, and it's obviously there's a lot of emotion and people behind it. And so it is starting early in the planning process, and one of the things we have found and highly recommend and work with our advisors on is for whoever is managing the wealth or controls the wealth, if you will, is to start engaging with the next generation now. And really bring them into the planning and the reasons behind it. One of the most powerful things you can do, people always hear and understand, what is happening, but why is this happening? And so we have our financial advisors really engage in that wealth transfer early on to really explain that part of it and help all aspects of the family, not just represent one side and turn it into two people on the other sides of the table. We want to bring everyone to the same side of the table.
This is just curiosity, but how much is the conversation also revolving around retirement? Not for, say, me and Paul, but for, like, our kids. Like, who thinks that anyone's really going to have Social Security in 40 years, right?
So you're like, why am I watching this? Because
as the fiscal deficit
we need that tax exemption, nigga.
I worry about
And the only way to get into a surplus for our country.
Because I don't
think they're going to have some, or like plans. Yeah,
I certainly don't want to plan for it.
It's for us to get this
bonus,
shit.
Not as the foundation. And so, certainly one of the big things is and think about retirement is if you quickly put the social
Yeah, cause I mean, you're not at the top anyway. That's like Asian Americans, and that's why we have to level this shit off so everybody's on the same field.
And extend their careers, but doing something they're passionate about and that they love. And so often it's really about that second career. At what point can you make that transition from where you're building wealth and focused on that in your family to where you're focused on yourself?
Look, white people are like, they really
you're passionate about. So
think they deserve reparation. And like, give them niggas a check, cuz. Give them a check. A check is some shit for white people, cuz. Cause they don't need it. You don't need no check, nigga. You need a tax exemption.
Yeah, it's an ongoing challenge, and it's one of the things when you're
they need a check.
A small business, as the advisors are, they're not just financial advisors.
Yeah, I got some stuff over there. They're professionals with the market. Wow. If I ever good. Alright. Oh, he's level 4 the whole time. Gotta get this turn giant. Become giant, they call it something like that. Let's go test these mechanics. One of the things I see is universe people, I don't use auto mechanics. I do it too. I don't use them all. Word.
Greetings. Greetings.
Like what?
Hey there.
Dope. Having to do this.
Hello.
Sure, like, yeah, you want the story mode.
Howdy.
Should stand up.
What's that?
Just gonna go for normal.
No matter how much trash there is, it's still trash! Hey, can I get your help?
It's what you want? Hey, can you even hear us? Loud and clear. We should communicate with you this way from the context to give you advice. Your entrance was really darn nasty, by the way. But I suppose we can talk about it. Yeah, Goku and Piccolo were supposed to work together to defeat that nasty turd, right?
Call them a turd cutter.
Looks like Raditz is hardly far stronger than you are for the proper time. You have to go and defeat Raditz so that Goku can finish him off.
Are you alright?
I won't allow myself to die before the entire world bows to me. Listen, I only have one more of those left in me. It needs to count as enough to hold them still.
Got it!
And you, I don't know who you are, but defend me with your life until I'm ready!
All right.
What are you doing? Now, Piccolo, do it!
Special beam cannon!
Damn it!
and optimize both their short short, intermediate, and
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live in Orlando, Florida, Commonwealth National Conference for Financial Advisors. It's raining here, but apparently we have a hurricane on the way. It's out in the, I guess, the Gulf of Mexico, but making its way to the west coast of Florida. It's supposed to hit here on the coast. I think that Wednesday morning is kind of what they're saying at some point. So, but both Alex and I were scheduled to pull out of here tomorrow afternoon, so we should be okay. And the people here, they are used to these hurricanes, but they've had a really tough couple of weeks here up at the Bend up in northern Florida and now here on the west coast. So let's kind of put some numbers around it from an insurance perspective. And Matt Palazzola, he does that for us. He's the insurance analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Matt, can you just frame out what the last week or two for hurricanes and this one coming up to hit the coast, what are the numbers around these things? Because they seem pretty big here.
Yeah, so what we knew was going to happen was with Helene, the losses were mostly are going to be uninsured. So storm surge and flooding is not really a covered peril by homeowners insurance. So you're going to see a larger than normal divergence between insured and uninsured losses with Hurricane Helene. We knew this was going to be a bad hurricane season. It wasn't actually living up to it until like the past week or so. So now we've got Hurricane Milton in the Gulf. It's Category 4. It will probably hear worse news before better. So it will probably strengthen to a Category 5. What's going to happen is it's going to hit a bunch of wind shear before it makes landfall. And that will actually lower the intensity of it. So right now the National Hurricane Center is still saying major hurricane, which is Category 3 or above. So it should be 3 when it makes the landfall. And I would just say one thing, on the forecast, you look at the National Hurricane Center website, and there's a cone on there, and they call that the cone of uncertainty. And that cone goes across the whole Florida west coast at this point. So it could be almost anywhere. The midpoint is that Tampa region, which is really a worst case for insurance companies, but that's where we're at now. So there's significant uncertainty over the next 2 days. And like you said, Paul, probably Wednesday morning where we have a landfall.
Yeah, that was when my flight was supposed to take off, so we changed that. But to your point, Milton rapidly intensified into a Category 4 storm. That happened around 9 o'clock, and then now at about 11 o'clock, the National Hurricane continues to rapidly intensify. So worse before we get any kind of better news. I keep hearing that if the storm goes a little north versus a little south, little north is more catastrophic, little south would be better. What does that mean?
So the main thing with hurricanes is the location, right? A larger storm could hit the Big Bend region, and you'd see the property values there are just not as high as somewhere in Tampa. So a stronger storm could hit a lower property value area, and you're going to have lower insured and economic losses. The real main problem would be a direct hit on Tampa Bay. So if you go, Hurricane Ian was a little further south a couple of years ago. That was $65 billion in insured losses. We're thinking this one just early could be tens of billions, could be in that $65 billion range. It could be higher, frankly, if it hits as a stronger storm. So that's what happens there. And the path can shift pretty rapidly. So it's going to be down to the last minute before we actually know what will happen with insured losses.
Hey, Matt, if I'm an insurer, why do I even write business in Florida? Seems like these poor folks are getting hammered multiple times.
A lot don't anymore, right?
I guess.
So, yeah, good question, Paul. So a lot don't. The large national carriers that we cover, a lot of them have avoided the region. Allstate is there, Progressive is there, so those are probably the two biggest public insurers. State Farm is one of the biggest there. That's not public. It's a mutual company. The companies that really have, will probably take the brunt of this are Florida specialty writers, so the Universal Insurance, Heritage Insurance. They focus mainly, if not exclusively, on that Florida market, and those stocks are down significantly in the teens to 20% today.
When we take a look at the insured losses, I mean, maybe tens of billions, you said maybe the $65 billion range. What do we then extrapolate that the uninsured losses are? Because that was the part with Hurricane Helene that just sort of, the numbers are staggering.
Yeah, so the numbers are early, and I'm skeptical of some of the numbers out there for the economic losses. Typically, the insured loss, maybe you're looking at 40% or half of the losses, but what has happened in these events with large surge and flooding is that the insured portion becomes a lot smaller. The Tampa Bay, I believe it was the Chamber of Commerce, had put out a report in 2020 looking at what if a Category 5 hurricane hit the area. And they had said just residential property losses were somewhere in the range of $300 billion in that event. This probably won't be that bad, and I don't know all the inputs that went into that, but you could see something like that, which would maybe extrapolate $100 billion insured loss. But those were numbers that came out from Tampa Bay.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Matt Palazzola, he is the insurance analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio back in New York.
Yikes.
We are here. We're in Orlando. And the folks here, again, it seems calm. I was at the park yesterday. People were there. Everybody had their ponchos on. The families were there. I mean, I guess, they're kind of hoping for the best here. But hardy people, those... Well,
we were talking to Trap earlier,
yes.
From Commonwealth. I was like, oh, did a lot of people wind up canceling? It was just a handful, really.
Right.
It was still 2,000 people here, so maybe a few hundred maybe weren't able to come. But that just shows the commitment to financial advisors. I'm actually surprised we're not tasked with being outside with the hurricane storm. And, I mean, we're not offering. We're just saying we're surprised we haven't been asked there.
That's
all right.
Those people are.
Oh my gosh, that's hardcore. All right, we are still seeing the sell-off within the bond market. We got you covered for the next hour as well. Coming up, we'll break down the equity moves. Plus, George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst, will be joining us on Boeing returning to wage talks. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We are broadcasting to you from Orlando from the Commonwealth National Conference for Financial Advisors. This year's theme is The Future is Now, and the mission is to help build advisors, give them a blueprint for their futures, and empower advisors to navigate business transitions. It's our 10th year that Bloomberg Radio has been there. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk to some great guests from here at the conference as well. Virgo Call is President and CEO Investment Advisor at Spring Ridge Financial Group. We'll talk about the markets there. Plus, Chris Maskimovich is the President of Louisville headquarters at Global Wealth Advisors. We'll talk again about wealth preservation plus market commentary. And George Ferguson will join us in just a few moments to talk about Boeing returning to some wage talks after 2 weeks of a strike. So we're kind of now at weeks. But let's kick it all off for you right now with John Tucker with your Business Flash.
All right, thanks to Alex. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is being brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centered support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. Right now, the major stock averages there are lower, pairing some of the earlier losses. S&P 500, 21 points lower. That's down 0.4%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 182 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 is down 85 points. That's down 0.4%. Well, traders trimming bets on the Federal Reserve rate cuts, and that has the Treasury yields pushing higher. Money markets no longer see another half-point cut this year. This all comes after Friday's jobs report coming in much, much stronger than expected. Yet 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 were lower. Bob Dahl at Crossmark Global says, you know what, stocks right now are actually too expensive.
PEs are in the 20s. When the PEs are that high, things better be nearly close to perfect. So if there's fly in the ointment, whatever that fly is, that 22 PE has got to be questioned somewhat. Hard to see a lot of upside for equities. Maybe not downside, but hard to see upside.
Amazon.com slipping. They had a rare analyst downgrade, was citing concerns over margin trends in the next year. And then Pfizer, that's climbing on news that an activist investor has taken a stake of about $1 billion in the struggling drug maker. As for yields right now, the 2-year 6 basis points higher, just below 4, 398 right now. The 10-year, the benchmark, 5 basis points higher. That is at 4.01%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in Orlando, Florida at the Commonwealth National Conference for Financial Advisors. It is rainy here. We can report that. But no wind.
I see no wind, like literally no wind.
No wind. Yeah. So people are out. Again, I was at the park yesterday, had the poncho on. People were out and about. So the good folks, the people that love the Disney theme parks, they really love the Disney theme parks. And it's got to be a lot more than a hurricane maybe to keep these folks away. So it's good to see that. All right, let's take a look at what's happening in these markets. Bailey Lipschultz, that's his job for Bloomberg News. He covers all the equity markets for us. Bailey, talk to us about the insurance stocks. We were just talking to Matt Palazzola from Bloomberg Intelligence, and he was seeing some weakness in some of the stocks. What are you seeing?
Yeah, a lot of selling pressure, really kind of holistically across insurance stocks, reinsurance stocks. Just looking at the worst performer in the S&P 500, that is Everest Group, ticker EG, down 8.6%. A Bloomberg basket, including a number of these names, down 7.8% for Renaissance. Arch Capital down 5.8%, Sirius Point down 5.3%. A lot of selling. Again, this is all related to Hurricane Milton, kind of quickly intensified on that path towards Florida. Just looking at some of the Bloomberg reporting that the incoming storm may spark the largest evacuation in 7 years. So we're seeing a number of these companies under pressure, as you mentioned, BI calling out the fact that the insurers may see losses in the tens of billions of dollars depending on how Milton hits the state of Florida, if it does, and whether it hits that Tampa Bay region in particular.
Yeah, brutal. I mean, some of those numbers, though it's always too early, right? They can move so quickly, so fast. All right, let's go to Air Products and Chemicals. That stock's still up by about 7%. There's been a bunch of upgrades after an activist investor took a stake. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so as we talked about an hour ago, company rallying, to your point, after activist Mantle Ridge took a more than $1 billion stake. Jefferies, Evercore, Vertical, all among those companies upgrading shares to buy. Citi opening a 90-day positive catalyst watch on the stock, ticker APD, as you mentioned, up 7.5%. The entire thesis from all of these upgrades really centering on the fact that the company needs to reset its narrative, really needs to focus on being a quality growth company and really tie shareholder returns to those company initiatives. Evercore calling out that there needs to be substantive change to their capital allocation and risk management approach needed before confidence could return for the multiple. So Mantle Ridge, obviously a credible activist, potentially pushing for change, certainly one to keep an eye on. But again, ticker APD up more than 7%, trading at the highest.
Greetings. Yep. And I gotta get that Supreme Kai. Xenoverse 1 top is just fucking impossible to get the shit. Cause they're like, you know, that Gohan, which is annihilated.
Hey, why isn't he here yet?
So immediately.
It isn't just Goku.
You don't think they've skipped out on the... Ridiculous. I don't know about Boo, but Kakarot would never miss it. That's true. He's been looking forward to this more than anyone else.
Well, we can't keep waiting or the start time will be delayed. Now,
without Goku?
Oh, it'll be fine. After all, we have Monica.
Did be hit.
Huh? Isn't Goku here?
That nigga beat hit cut. In front of the gods.
For the first round, we have Botamo. His opponent will be Piccolo.
Nigga Monarch so strong that Beerus cosplays as this nigga. Like, goddamn. He'll dress up in a costume to imitate his likeness because he's so strong.
It's a quiet start, with both fighters watching the other carefully.
Oh yes, there were exams, weren't there? Slipped my mind entirely.
Yeah, what's that shit you do, the radio thing, where you put the radio on.
The Art of War by Sun Tzu, translated by Lionel Giles and narrated by Robin Homer. 1. Laying plans. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected." The art of war, then, is governed by 5 constant factors to be taken into account in one's deliberation when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. These are: 1. The moral law. 2. Heaven. 3. Earth. 4. The commander. And 5. Method and discipline. The moral law causes people to be in complete accord with their ruler, so that they will follow him regardless of their lives, undismayed by any danger. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness. By method and discipline are to be understood the marshalling of the army in its proper subdivisions, the graduations of rank among the officers, the maintenance of roads by which supplies may reach the army, and the control of military expenditure. These 5 heads should be familiar to every general. He who knows them will be victorious. He who knows them not will fail. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to determine the military conditions, Let them be made the basis of a comparison in this wise. 1. Which of the two sovereigns is imbued with the moral law? 2. Which of the two generals has most ability? 3. With whom lie the advantages derived from heaven and earth? 4. On which side is discipline most rigorously enforced? 5. Which army is stronger? 6. On which side are officers and men more highly trained? And 7. In which army is there the greater constancy both in reward and punishment? By means of these 7 considerations, I can forecast victory or defeat. The general that hearkens to my counsel and acts upon it will conquer. Let such a one be retained in command. The general that hearkens not to my counsel nor acts upon it will suffer defeat. Let such a one be dismissed. While heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. According as circumstances are favourable, one should modify one's plans. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Hold out baits to entice the enemy. Feign disorder and crush him. If he is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. If he is taking his ease, give him no rest. If his forces are united, separate them. Attack him where he is unprepared, appear where you are not expected. These military devices leading to victory must not be divulged beforehand. Now, the general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple ere the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes but few calculations beforehand. Thus do many calculations lead to victory and few calculations to defeat. How much more, no calculation at all. It is by attention to this point that I can foresee who is likely to win or lose. 2. Waging war. Sun Tzu said, "In the operations of war, where there are in the field 1,000 swift chariots, as many heavy chariots, and 100,000 mail-clad soldiers, with provisions enough to carry them 1,000 li, the expenditure at home and at the front, including entertainment of guests, small items such as glue and paint, and sums spent on chariots and armour, will reach the total of 1,000 ounces of silver per day. Such is the cost of raising an army of 100,000 men." When you engage in actual fighting, if victory is long in coming, the men's weapons will grow dull and their ardour will be damped. If you lay siege to a town, you will exhaust your strength. Again, if the campaign is protracted, the resources of the state will not be equal to the strain. Now, when your weapons are dulled, your ardour damped, your strength exhausted, and your treasure spent, other chieftains will spring up to take advantage of your extremity. Then no man, however wise, will be able to avert the consequences that must ensue. Thus, though we have heard of stupid haste in war, cleverness has never been associated with long delays. There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. It is only one who is thoroughly acquainted with the evils of war that can thoroughly understand the profitable way of carrying it on. The skilful soldier does not raise a second levy, neither are his supply wagons loaded more than twice. Bring war material with you from home, but forage on the enemy. Thus the army will have food enough for its needs. Poverty of the state exchequer causes an army to be maintained by contributions from a distance. Contributing to maintain an army at a distance causes the people to be impoverished. On the other hand, the proximity of an army causes prices to go up, and high prices cause the people's substance to be drained away. When their substance is drained away, the peasantry will be afflicted by heavy exactions. With this loss of substance and exhaustion of strength, the homes of the people will be stripped bare, and 3/10 of their income will be dissipated, while government expenses for broken chariots, worn-out horses, breastplates and helmets, bows and arrows, spears and shields, protective mantles, draft oxen and heavy wagons will amount to 4/10 of its total revenue. Hence, a wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy. 1 cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own, and likewise a single picule of his provender is equivalent to 20 from one's own store. Now, in order to kill the enemy, our men must be roused to anger. That there may be advantage from defeating the enemy, they must have their rewards. Therefore, in chariot fighting, when 10 or more chariots have been taken, those should be rewarded who took the first. Our own flags should be substituted for those of the enemy, and the chariots mingled and used in conjunction with ours. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. This is called using the conquered foe to augment one's own strength. In war, then, let your great object be victory, not lengthy campaigns. Thus it may be known that the leader of armies is the arbiter of the people's fate, the man on whom it depends whether the nation shall be in peace or in peril. 3. Attack by stratagem. Sun Tzu said, "In the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So too it is better to recapture an army entire than to destroy it, to capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. Hence, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Thus, the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. The next best is to prevent the junction of the enemy's forces. The next in order is to attack the enemy's army in the field, and the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. The rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can possibly be avoided. The preparation of mantlets, movable shelters, and various implements of war will take up 3 whole months, and the piling up of mounds over and against the walls will take 3 months more. The general unable to control his irritation will launch his men to the assault like swarming ants, with the result that 1/3 of his men are slain, while the town still remains untaken. Such are the disastrous effects of a siege. Therefore, the skillful leader subdues the enemy's troops without any fighting. He captures their cities without laying siege to them. He overthrows their kingdom without lengthy operations in the field. With his forces intact, he will dispute the mastery of the empire, and thus, without losing a man, his triumph will be complete. This is the method of attacking by stratagem. It is the rule in war, if our forces are 10 to the enemy's 1, to surround him; if 5 to 1, to attack him; if twice as numerous, to divide our army into 2. If equally matched, we can offer battle. If slightly inferior in numbers, we can avoid the enemy. If quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. Hence, though an obstinate fight can be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by the larger force. Now the general is the bulwark of the state. If the bulwark is complete at all points, the state will be strong. If the bulwark is defective, the state will be weak. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 1. By commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. 2. By attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which obtain in an army. This causes restlessness in the soldiers' minds. 3. By employing the officers in his army without discrimination, through ignorance of the military principle of adaptation to circumstances. This shakes the confidence of the soldiers. But when the army is restless and distrustful, trouble is sure to come from the other feudal princes. This is simply bringing anarchy into the army and flinging victory away. Thus we may know that there are 5 essentials for victory. 1. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. 2. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. 3. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks. 4. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. And 5. He will win who has military capacity and is not interfered with by the sovereign. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. 4. Tactical dispositions. Sun Tzu said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy." To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. Thus the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength, attacking a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves, on the other, a victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. Neither is it the acme of excellence if you fight and conquer and the whole empire says, "Well done." To lift an autumn hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence the skillful fighter puts himself into a position which makes defeat impossible, and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. Thus it is that in war the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he who is destined to defeat first fights and afterwards looks for victory. The consummate leader cultivates the moral law, and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus it is in his power to control success. In respect of military method, we have firstly measurement, secondly estimation of quantity, thirdly calculation, fourthly balancing of chances, fifthly victory. Measurement owes its existence to earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balancing of chances. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. The onrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. 5. Energy. Sun Tzu said, "The control of a large force is the same principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. Fighting with a large army under your command is nowise different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken, this is effected by maneuvers, direct and indirect. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an egg, this is effected by the science of weak points and strong. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Indirect tactics, efficiently applied, are as inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the 4 seasons, they pass away to return once more. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colours, blue, yellow, red, white, and black, yet in combination they produce more hues than can ever be seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal states, sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter, yet combinations of them yield more flavours than can ever be tasted. In battle there are not more than 2 methods of attack, the direct and the indirect, yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of manoeuvres. The direct and the indirect lead on to each other in turn. It is like moving in a circle, you never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? The onset of troops is like the rush of a torrent which will even roll stones along in its course. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Therefore, the good fighter will be terrible in his onset and prompt in his decision. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of a trigger. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Simulated disorder postulates perfect discipline. Simulated fear postulates courage. Simulated weakness postulates strength. Hiding order beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under a show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. Masking strength with weakness is to be effected by tactical dispositions. Thus, one who is skillful at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. He sacrifices something, that the enemy may snatch at it. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then, with a body of picked men, he lies in wait for him. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy, and does not require too much from individuals. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. When he utilizes combined energy, his fighting men become, as it were, like unto rolling logs or stones. For it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground, and to move when on a slope, if four-cornered, to come to a standstill, but if rounded, to go rolling down. Thus, the energy developed by good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy. 6. Weak points and strong. Sun Tzu said, "Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted." Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. By holding out advantages to him, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord, or by inflicting damage, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. If the enemy is taking his ease, he can harass him. If well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If quietly encamped, he can force him to move. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through country where the enemy is not. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places which are undefended. You can ensure the safety of your defence if you only hold positions that cannot be attacked. Hence, that general is skillful in attack whose opponent does not know what to defend, and he is skillful in defence whose opponent does not know what to attack. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy, through you we learn to be invisible, through you inaudible, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible if you make for the enemy's weak points. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy. If we wish to fight, the enemy can be forced to an engagement even though he be sheltered behind a high rampart and a deep ditch. All we need to do is attack some other place that he will be obliged to relieve. If we do not wish to fight, we can prevent the enemy from engaging us even though the lines of our encampment be merely traced out on the ground. All we need to do is throw something odd and unaccountable in his way. By discovering the enemy's dispositions and remaining invisible ourselves, we can keep our forces concentrated, while the enemy's must be divided. We can form a single united body, while the enemy must split up into fractions. Hence there will be a whole pitted against separate parts of a whole, which means that we shall be many to the enemy's few. And if we are able thus to attack an inferior force with a superior one, our opponents will be in dire straits. The spot where we intend to fight must not be made known, for then the enemy will have to prepare against a possible attack at several different points, and his forces being thus distributed in many directions, the numbers we shall have to face at any given point will be proportionately few. For should the enemy strengthen his van, he will weaken his rear. Should he strengthen his rear, he will weaken his van. Should he strengthen his left, he will weaken his right. Should he strengthen his right, he will weaken his left. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. Numerical weakness comes from having to prepare against possible attacks. Numerical strength from compelling our adversary to make these preparations against us. Knowing the place and the time of the coming battle, we may concentrate from the greatest distances in order to fight. But if neither time nor place be known, then the left wing will be impotent to succour the right equally impotent to succour the left, the van unable to relieve the rear, and the rear to support the van. How much more so if the furthest portions of the army are anything under 100 li apart, and even the nearest are separated by several li. Though, according to my estimate, the soldiers of Yue exceed our own in number, that shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. Conceal your dispositions, and you will be safe from the prying of the subtlest spies, from the machinations of the wisest brains. All men can see the tactics whereby I conquer, but what none can see is the strategy out of which victory is evolved. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by infinite variety of circumstances. Military tactics are like unto water, for water in its natural course runs away from high places and hastens downwards. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and to strike at what is weak. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground over which it flows. The soldier works out his victory in relation to the foe whom he is facing. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent and thereby succeed in winning may be called a heaven-born captain. The 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, earth, are not always equally predominant. The 4 seasons make way for each other in turn. There are short days and long. The moon has its periods of waning and waxing. 7. Maneuvering. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign. Having collected an army and concentrated his forces, he must blend and harmonize the different elements thereof before pitching his camp. After that comes tactical maneuvering, than which there is nothing more difficult. The difficulty of tactical maneuvering consists in turning the devious into the direct and misfortune into gain. Thus, to take a long and circuitous route, after enticing the enemy out of the way, and those starting after him to contrive to reach the goal before him, shows knowledge of the artifice of deviation. Maneuvering with an army is advantageous. With an undisciplined multitude, most dangerous. If you set a fully equipped army in march in order to snatch an advantage, the chances are that you will be too late. On the other hand, to detach a flying column for the purpose involves the sacrifice of its baggage and stores. Thus, if you order your men to roll up their buff coats and make forced marches without halting day or night, covering double the usual distance at a stretch, doing 100 li in order to wrest an advantage, the leaders of all your 3 divisions will fall into the hands of the enemy. The stronger men will be in front, the jaded ones will fall behind, and on this plan only 1/10 of your army will reach its destination. If you march 50 li in order to outmaneuver the enemy, you will lose the leader of your first division, and only half your force will reach the goal. If you march 30 li with the same object, 2/3 of your army will arrive. We may take it then that an army without its baggage train is lost. Without provisions it is lost, without bases of supply it is lost. We cannot enter into alliances until we are acquainted with the designs of our neighbours. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantage to account unless we make use of local guides. In war, practice dissimulation, and you will succeed. Whether to concentrate or divide your troops must be decided by circumstances. Let your rapidity be that of the wind, your compactness that of the forest. In raiding and plundering, be like fire, in immovability like a mountain. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. When you plunder a countryside, let the spoil be divided amongst your men. When you capture new territory, cut it up into allotments for the benefit of the soldiery. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. He will conquer who has learnt the artifice of deviation. Such is the art of maneuvering. The Book of Army Management says, "On the field of battle, the spoken word does not carry far. Hence the institution of gongs and drums. Nor can ordinary objects be seen clearly enough. Hence the institution of banners and flags." Gongs and drums, banners and flags are means whereby the ears and eyes of the host may be focused on one particular point. The host thus forming a single united body, it is impossible either for the brave to advance alone or for the cowardly to retreat alone. This is the art of handling large masses of men. In night fighting, then, make such use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day of flags and banners, as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. A whole army may be robbed of its spirit. A commander-in-chief may be robbed of his presence of mind. Now a soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning. By noonday it has begun to flag, and in the evening his mind is bent only on returning to camp. A clever general, therefore, avoids an army when its spirit is keen, but attacks it when it is sluggish and inclined to return. This is the art of studying moods. Disciplined and calm, to await the appearance of disorder and hubbub amongst the enemy. This is the art of retaining self-possession. To be near the goal while the enemy is still far from it, to wait at ease while the enemy is toiling and struggling, to be well fed while the enemy is famished. This is the art of husbanding one's strength. To refrain from intercepting an enemy whose banners are in perfect order, to refrain from attacking an army drawn up in calm and confident array, this is the art of studying circumstances. It is a military axiom not to advance uphill against the enemy, nor to oppose him when he comes downhill. Do not pursue an enemy who simulates flight. Do not attack soldiers whose temper is keen. Do not swallow bait offered by the enemy. Do not interfere with an army that is returning home. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard. Such is the art of warfare. 8. Variation in tactics. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army, and concentrates his forces." When in difficult country, do not encamp. In country where high roads intersect, join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. In hemmed-in situations, you must resort to stratagem. In desperate position, you must fight. There are roads which must not be followed, armies which must not be attacked, towns which must not be besieged, positions which must not be contested, commands of the sovereign which must not be obeyed. The general who thoroughly understands the advantages that accompany variation of tactics knows how to handle his troops. The general that does not understand these may be well acquainted with the configuration of the country, yet he will not be able to turn his knowledge to practical account. So, the student of war who is unversed in the art of war, of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make the best use of his men. Hence, in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantage and of disadvantage will be blended together. If our expectation of advantage be tempered in this way, we may succeed in accomplishing the essential part of our schemes. If, on the other hand, in the midst of difficulties we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune. Reduce the hostile chiefs by inflicting damage on them, and make trouble for them, and keep them constantly engaged. Hold out specious allurements, and make them rush to any given point. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him, not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. 1. Recklessness, which leads to destruction. 2. Cowardice, which leads to capture. 3. A hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. 4. A delicacy of honour, which is sensitive to shame. And 5. Over-solicitude for his men, which exposes him to worry and trouble. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found among these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation. 9. The Army on the March. Sun Tzu said, "We come now to the question of encamping the army and observing signs of the enemy. Pass quickly over mountains and keep in the neighbourhood of valleys. Camp in high places, facing the sun. Do not climb heights in order to fight." So much for mountain warfare. After crossing a river, you should get far away from it. When an invading force crosses a river in its onward march, do not advance to meet it in midstream. It will be best to let half the army get across and then deliver your attack. If you are anxious to fight, you should not go to meet the invader near a river which he has to cross. Moor your craft higher up than the enemy and facing the sun. Do not move upstream to meet the enemy. So much for river warfare. In crossing salt marshes, your sole concern should be to get over them quickly without any delay. If forced to fight in a salt marsh, you should have water and grass near you, and get your back to a clump of trees. So much for operations in salt marshes. In dry, level country, take up an easily accessible position with rising ground to your right and on your rear, so that the danger may be in front and safety lie behind. So much for campaigning in flat country. These are the 4 useful branches of military knowledge which enable the Yellow Emperor to vanquish 4 several sovereigns. All armies prefer high ground to low, and sunny places to dark. If you are careful of your men and camp on hard ground, the army will be free from disease of every kind, and this will spell victory. When you come to a hill or a bank, occupy the sunny side with the slope on your right rear. Thus you will at once act for the benefit of your soldiers and utilize the natural advantages of the ground. When, in consequence of heavy rains up country, a river which you wish to ford is swollen and flecked with foam, you must wait until it subsides. Country in which there are precipitous cliffs with torrents running between, deep natural hollows, confined places, tangled thickets, quagmires and crevasses, should be left with all possible speed and not approached. While we keep away from such places, we should get the enemy to approach them. While we face them, we should let the enemy have them on his rear. If in the neighbourhood of your camp there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic grass, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth, they must be carefully rooted out and searched, for these are places where men in ambush or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. Movement amongst the trees of a forest shows that the enemy is advancing. The appearance of a number of screens in the midst of thick grass means that the enemy wants to make us suspicious. The rising of birds in their flight is the sign of an ambuscade. Startled beasts indicate that a sudden attack is coming. When there is dust rising in a high column, it is the sign of chariots advancing. When the dust is low but spread over a wide area, it betokens the approach of infantry. When it branches out in different directions, it shows that parties have been sent to collect firewood. A few clouds of dust moving to and fro signify that the army is encamping. Humble words and increased preparations are signs that the enemy is about to advance. Violent language and driving forward as if to the attack are signs that he will retreat. When the light chariots come out first and take up a position on the wings, it is a sign that the enemy is forming for battle. Peace proposals unaccompanied by a sworn covenant indicate a plot. When there is much running about and the soldiers fall into rank, it means that the critical moment has come. When some are seen advancing and some retreating, it is a lure. When the soldiers stand leaning on their spears, they are faint from want of food. If those who are sent to draw water begin by drinking themselves, the army is suffering from thirst. If the enemy sees an advantage to be gained and makes no effort to secure it, the soldiers are exhausted. If birds gather on any spot, it is unoccupied. Clamour by night betokens nervousness. If there is a disturbance in the camp, the general's authority is weak. If the banners and flags are shifted about, sedition is afoot. If the officers are angry, it means that the men are weary. When an army feeds its horses with grain and kills its cattle for food, and when men do not hang their cooking pots over the campfires, showing that they will not return to their tents, you may know that they are determined to fight to the death. The sight of men whispering together in small knots or speaking in subdued tones points to a disaffection among the rank and file. Too frequent rewards signify that the enemy is at the end of his resources. Too many punishments betray a condition of dire distress. To begin by bluster, but afterwards to take fright at the enemy's numbers, shows a supreme lack of intelligence. When envoys are sent with compliments in their mouths, it is a sign that the enemy wishes for a truce. If the enemy's troops march up angrily and remain facing ours for a long time, without either joining battle or taking themselves off again, the situation is one that demands great vigilance and circumspection. If our troops are no more in number than the enemy, that is amply sufficient. It only means that no direct attack can be made. What we can do is simply to concentrate all our available strength, keep a close watch on the enemy, and obtain reinforcements. He who exercises no forethought but makes light of his opponents is sure to be captured by them. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive, and unless submissive, then will be practically useless. If, when soldiers have become attached to you, punishments are not enforced, they will still be useless. Therefore, soldiers must be treated in the first instance with humanity, but kept under control by means of iron discipline. This is a certain road to victory. If in training soldiers commands are habitually enforced, the army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad. If a general shows confidence in his men, but always insists on his orders being obeyed, the gain will be mutual. 10. Terrain. Sun Tzu said, "We may distinguish 6 kinds of terrain, to wit, 1. Accessible ground, 2. Entangling ground, 3. Temporizing ground, 4. Narrow passes, 5. Precipitous heights, and 6. Positions at a great distance from the enemy." Ground which can be freely traversed by both sides is called accessible. With regard to ground of this nature, be before the enemy in occupying the raised and sunny spots, and carefully guard your line of supplies. Then you will be able to fight with advantage. Ground which can be abandoned but is hard to reoccupy is called entangling. From a position of this sort, if the enemy is unprepared, you may sally forth and defeat him, but if the enemy is prepared for your coming and you fail to defeat him, then returning being impossible, disaster will ensue. When the position is such that neither side will gain by making the first move, it is called temporizing ground. In a position of this sort, even though the enemy should offer us an attractive bait, it will be advisable not to stir forth, but rather to retreat, thus enticing the enemy in his turn. Then, when part of his army has come out, we may deliver our attack with advantage. With regard to narrow passes, if you can occupy them first, let them be strongly garrisoned and await the advent of the enemy. Should the army forestall you in occupying a pass, do not go after him if the pass is fully garrisoned, but only if it is weakly garrisoned. With regard to precipitous heights, if you are beforehand with your adversary, you should occupy the raised and sunny spots, and there wait for him to come up. If the enemy has occupied them before you, do not follow him, but retreat and try to entice him away. If you are situated a great distance from the enemy, and the strength of the two armies is equal, it is not easy to provoke a battle, and fighting will be to your disadvantage. These 6 are the principles connected with earth. The general who has attained a responsible post must be careful to study them. Now an army is exposed to 6 several calamities, not arising from natural causes, but from faults for which the general is responsible. These are 1. Flight, 2. Insubordination, 3. Collapse, 4. Ruin, 5. Disorganization, and 6. Rout. Other conditions being equal, if one force is hurled against another 10 times its size, the result will be the flight of the former. When the common soldiers are too strong and their officers too weak, the result is insubordination. When the officers are too strong and the common soldiers too weak, the result is collapse. When the higher officers are angry and insubordinate, and on meeting the enemy give battle on their own account from a feeling of resentment before the commander-in-chief can tell whether or no he is in a position to fight, the result is ruin. When the general is weak and without authority, when his orders are not clear and distinct, when there are no fixed duties assigned to officers and men, and the ranks are formed in a slovenly, haphazard manner, the result is utter disorganization. When a general, unable to estimate the enemy's strength, allows an inferior force to engage a larger one, or hurls a weak detachment against a powerful one, and neglects to place picked soldiers in the front rank, the result must be rout. These are 6 ways of courting defeat, which must be carefully noted by the general who has attained a responsible post. The natural formation of the country is the soldier's best ally, but a power of estimating the adversary, of controlling the forces of victory, and of shrewdly calculating difficulties, dangers, and distances constitutes the test of a great general. He who knows these things, and in fighting puts his knowledge into practice, will win his battles. He who knows them not, nor practices them, will surely be defeated. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight, even though the ruler forbid it. If fighting will not result in victory, then you must not fight, even at the ruler's bidding. The general who advances without coveting fame, and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look upon them as your beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. If, however, you are indulgent, but unable to make your authority felt, kind-hearted, but unable to enforce your commands, and incapable, moreover, of quelling disorder, then your soldiers must be likened to spoilt children. They are useless for any practical purpose. If we know that our own men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the enemy is not open to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, but are unaware that our own men are not in a condition to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, and also know that our men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the nature of the ground makes fighting impracticable, we have still only gone halfway towards victory. Hence the experienced soldier, once in motion, is never bewildered. Once he has broken camp, he is never at a loss. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you may make your victory complete. 11. The 9 situations. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war recognizes 9 variations of ground. 1. Dispersive ground. 2. Facile ground. 3. Contentious ground. 4. Open ground. 5. Ground of intersecting highways. 6. Serious ground. 7. Difficult ground. 8. Hemmed-in ground. And 9. Desperate ground." When a chieftain is in his own territory, it is dispersive ground. When he has penetrated into hostile territory, but to no great distance, it is facile ground. Ground the possession of which imports great advantage to either side is contentious ground. Ground on which each side has liberty of movement is open ground. Ground which forms the key to 3 contiguous states, so that he who occupies it first has most of the empire at his command, is a ground of intersecting highways. When an army has penetrated into the heart of a hostile country, leaving a number of fortified cities in its rear, it is serious ground. Mountain forests, rugged steeps, marshes and fens, all country that is hard to traverse, this is difficult ground. ground which is reached through narrow gorges, and from which we can only retire by tortuous paths so that a small number of the enemy would suffice to crush a large body of our men, this is hemmed-in ground. Ground on which we can only be saved from destruction by fighting without delay is desperate ground. On dispersive ground, therefore, fight not. On facile ground, halt not. On contentious ground, attack not. On open ground, do not try to block the enemy's way. On the ground of intersecting highways, join hands with your allies. On serious ground, gather in plunder. In difficult ground, keep steadily on the march. On hemmed-in ground, resort to stratagem. On desperate ground, fight. Those who were called skillful leaders of old knew how to drive a wedge between the enemy's front and rear, to prevent cooperation between his large and small divisions, to hinder the good troops from rescuing the bad, the officers from rallying their men. When the enemy's men were united, they managed to keep them in disorder. When it was to their advantage, they made a forward move. When otherwise, they stopped still. If asked how to cope with a great host of the enemy in an orderly array and on the point of marching to the attack, I should say, begin by seizing something which your opponent holds dear. Then he will be amenable to your will. Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness. Make your way by unexpected routes and attack unguarded spots. The following are principles to be observed by an invading force. The further you penetrate into a country, the greater will be the solidarity of your troops, and thus the defenders will not prevail against you. Make forays into fertile country in order to supply your army with food. Carefully study the well-being of your men, and do not overtax them. Concentrate your energy and hoard your strength. Keep your army continually on the move and devise unfathomable plans. Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If they will face death, there is nothing they may not achieve. Officers and men alike will put forth their uttermost strength. Soldiers, when in desperate straits, lose the sense of fear. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front. If there is no help for it, they will fight hard. Thus, without waiting to be marshalled, the soldiers will constantly be on the qui-vive. Without waiting to be asked, they will do your will. Without restrictions, they will be faithful. Without giving orders, they can be trusted. Prohibit the taking of omens, and do away with superstitious doubts. Then, until death itself comes, no calamity need be feared. If our soldiers are not overburdened with money, it is not because they have a distaste for riches. If their lives are not unduly long, it is not because they are disinclined to longevity. On the day they are ordered out to battle, your soldiers may weep, those sitting up bedewing their garments, and those lying down letting the tears run down their cheeks. But let them once be brought to bay, and they will display the courage of a Chu or a Kuei. The skillful tactician may be likened to the Shui Jian. Now the Shui Jian is a snake that is found in the Chung Mountains. Strike at its head and you will be attacked by its tail. Strike at its tail and you will be attacked by its head. Strike at its middle and you will be attacked by head and tail both. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the Shui Jian, I should answer yes. For the men of Wu and the men of Yue are enemies. Yet if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance, just as the left hand helps the right. Hence it is enough to put one's trust in the tethering of horses and the burying of chariot wheels in the ground. The principle on which to manage an army is to set up one standard of courage which all must reach. How to make the best of both strong and weak, that is a question involving the proper use of ground. Thus the skillful general conducts his army just as though he were leading a single man willy-nilly by the hand. It is the business of a general to be quiet and thus ensure secrecy, upright and just, and thus maintain order. He must be able to mystify his officers and men by false reports and appearances, and thus keep them in total ignorance. By altering his arrangements and changing his plans, he keeps the enemy without definite knowledge. By shifting his camp and taking circuitous routes, he prevents the enemy from anticipating his purpose. He burns his boats and breaks his cooking pots. Like a shepherd driving a flock of sheep, he drives his men this way and that, and nothing knows whither he is going. To muster his host and bring it into danger, this may be termed the business of a general. The different measures suited to the 9 varieties of ground, the expediency of aggressive or defensive tactics, and the fundamental laws of human nature, these are things that must most certainly be studied. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deeply brings cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighbourhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. When there are means of communication on all 4 sides, the ground is one of intersecting highways. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. When you have the enemy's strongholds on your rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed-in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, it is desperate ground. Therefore, on dispersive ground I would inspire my men with unity of purpose. On facile ground I would see that there is close connection between all parts of my army. On contentious ground I would hurry up my rear. On open ground I would keep a vigilant eye on my defences. On ground of intersecting highways I would consolidate my alliances. On serious ground I would try to ensure a continuous stream of supplies. On difficult ground I would keep pushing on along the road. On hemmed-in ground I would block any way of retreat. On desperate ground I would proclaim to my soldiers the hopelessness of saving their lives. For it is the soldier's disposition to offer an obstinate resistance when surrounded, to fight hard when he cannot help himself, and to obey promptly when he has fallen into danger. We cannot enter into alliance with neighbouring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. To be ignorant of any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Hence he does not strive to ally himself with all and sundry, nor does he foster the power of other states. He carries out his own secret designs, keeping his antagonists in awe. Thus he is able to capture their cities and overthrow their kingdoms. Bestow rewards without regard to rule, issue orders without regard to previous arrangements, and you will be able to handle a whole army as though you had to do with but a single man. Confront your soldiers with the deed itself, never let them know your design. When the outlook is bright, bring it before their eyes, but tell them nothing when the situation is gloomy. Place your army in deadly peril, and it will survive. Plunge it into desperate straits, and it will come off in safety. For it is precisely when a force has fallen into harm's way that it is capable of striking a blow for victory. Success in warfare is gained by carefully accommodating ourselves to the enemy's purpose. By persistently hanging on the enemy's flank, we shall succeed in the long run in killing the commander-in-chief. This is called ability to accomplish a thing by sheer cunning. On the day that you take up your command, block the frontier passes, destroy the official tallies, and stop the passage of all emissaries. Be stern in the council chamber. so that you may control the situation. If the enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear and subtly contrive to time his arrival on the ground. Walk in the path defined by rule and accommodate yourself to the enemy until you can fight a decisive battle. At first, then, exhibit the coyness of a maiden until the enemy gives you an opening. Afterwards, emulate the rapidity of a running hare, and it will be too late for the enemy to oppose you. 12. The attack by fire. Sun Tzu said, "There are 5 ways of attacking with fire. The first is to burn soldiers in their camp. The second is to burn stores. The third is to burn baggage trains. The fourth is to burn arsenals and magazines. The fifth is to hurl dropping fire amongst the enemy." In order to carry out an attack, we must have means available. The material for raising fire should always be kept in readiness. There is a proper season for making attacks with fire, and special days for starting a conflagration. The proper season is when the weather is very dry. The special days are those when the moon is in the constellations of the sieve, the wall, the wing, or the crossbar, for these 4 are all days of rising wind. In attacking with fire, one should be prepared to meet 5 possible developments. 1. When fire breaks out inside the enemy's camp, respond at once with an attack from without. 2. If there is an outbreak of fire but the enemy's soldiers remain quiet, bide your time and do not attack. 3. When the force of the flames has reached its height, follow it up with an attack if that is practicable. If not, stay where you are. 4. If it is possible to make an assault with fire from without, do not wait for it to break out within, but deliver your attack at a favourable moment. And 5. When you start a fire, be windward of it. Do not attack from the leeward. A wind that rises in the daytime lasts long, but a night breeze soon falls. In every army, the 5 developments connected with fire must be known, the movement of the stars calculated, and a watch kept for the proper days. Hence, those who use fire as an aid to the attack show intelligence. Those who use water as an aid to the attack gain an extension of strength. By means of water, an enemy may be intercepted, but not robbed of all his belongings. Unhappy is the fate of one who tries to win his battles and succeed in his attacks without cultivating the spirit of enterprise, for the result is waste of time and general stagnation. Hence the saying, the enlightened ruler lays his plans well ahead, the good general cultivates his resources. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. No ruler should put troops into the field merely to gratify his own spleen. No general should fight a battle simply out of pique. If it is to your advantage, make a forward move. If not, stay where you are. Anger may in time change to gladness. Vexation may be succeeded by content. But a kingdom that has once been destroyed can never come again into being, nor can the dead ever be brought back to life. Hence the enlightened ruler is heedful of the good general, full of caution. This is the way to keep a country at peace and an army intact. 13. The use of spies. Sun Tzu said, "Raising a host of 100,000 men and marching them great distances entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be a commotion at home and abroad, and men will drop down exhausted on the highways. As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labour. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. That being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's condition simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honours and emoluments is the height of inhumanity. One who acts thus is no leader of men, no present help to his sovereign, no master of victory. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, nor by any deductive calculation. Knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Hence the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes. 1. Local spies. 2. Inward spies. 3. Converted spies. 4. Doomed spies. And 5. Surviving spies. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Having inward spies, making use of officials of the enemy. Having converted spies, getting hold of the enemy spies and using them for our own purposes. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly and for purposes of deception, and allowing our spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news from the enemy's camp. Hence it is that, which none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. None should be more liberally rewarded, in no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. If a certain piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe, he must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides de camp, the doorkeepers, and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. The enemy spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away, and comfortably housed. Thus they will become converted spies and available for our service. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. It is owing to his information, again, that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Lastly, it is by his information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. The end and aim of spying in all 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy. And this knowledge can only be derived, in the first instance, from the converted spy. Hence it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to Yi Zhi, who had served under the Xia. Likewise, the rise of the Zhou dynasty was due to Lu Ya, who had served under the Yin. Hence it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Spies are a most important element in water, because on them depends an army's ability to move. Sun Tzu and the Lesson of the Concubines. Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War, earned him an audience with the King of Wu, who said, "I have thoroughly read your 13 chapters. May I submit your theory of managing soldiers to a small test?" Sun Tzu replied, "Sir, you may." The King of Wu asked, "Can the test be applied to women?" Sun Tzu replied that it could, so arrangements were made to bring 180 beautiful women from the palace. Sun Tzu divided them into 2 companies, with one of the king's favourite concubines at the head of each. He then made all of them take spears in their hands and spoke to them. I presume you know the difference between front and back, right hand and left hand.
This is a real upset.
The women replied.
None of Piccolo's hacks are having
Sun Tzu continued.
Botamo appears
When
to
to
be
the sound of
absorbing
drums
every...
I order eyes front, look straight ahead. When I order left turn, face toward your left hand. When I order right turn, face toward your right hand. When I order about turn, face around to the back. After the words of command had been explained, the women agreed they understood. He gave them spears so he could begin the drill. To the sounds of drums, Sun Tzu ordered, right turn. In response, the women burst out in laughter. With great patience, Sun Tzu said, if the instructions and words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, then the general is to blame. He then repeated the explanation several times. This time, he ordered the drums to signal left turn, and again the women burst into laughter. Then Sun Tzu said, if the instructions and words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, then the general is to blame. But if commands are clear and the soldiers disobey, then it is the fault of the officers. He immediately ordered the women who were at the head of the two companies to be beheaded. Of course, the king was watching from a raised pavilion, and when he saw that his two favourite concubines were about to be executed, he was alarmed and swiftly sent down the message. We are now quite satisfied as to the general's ability to manage food.
Such a short
Without these concubines, my food and drink will not be good. It is the king's wish that they not be beheaded.
Goku!
Sun Tzu replied,
Oh my!
having received the sovereign's commission to take charge and direct these troops,
what's
there
the
are
matter
certain
here?
orders I cannot accept.
Sorry about that. I thought the
Immediately
event was
had
on
the
a
two
different
concubines
day.
beheaded as an example, and appointed the two next in line as new leaders.
Just come with me.
Now the drums
Like
were
I
sounded
said, every
again, and
participant
the
has
drill
to pass the
began.
exam to participate.
The women performed all the maneuvers exactly as commanded. Turning to the
I
right
don't have
or
to
left,
explain this
marching
every
ahead,
time, do I?
turning around, kneeling, or rising. They drilled perfectly in precision and did not utter a single sound. Sun Tzu sent a messenger to the king of Wu, saying, Your Majesty, the soldiers are now correctly drilled and perfectly designed. They are ready for your inspection. Put them to any use you desire. As sovereign, you may choose to require them to go through fire and water. They will not disobey. The king responded, Our commander should cease the drill and return to his camp. We do not wish to come down to inspect the troops. With great calm, Sun Tzu said,
He's hiding some
The
kind of
king
needle
is
in his
only
right
fond of
hand.
work
Nothing
and
gets
cannot
past
handle.
So this is it, huh? He hasn't shown any real skills, has he?
Indeed. He is the most powerful hitman in Universe 6.
I wonder how strong he is when he goes all out. Wow! It sure is a huge universe!
Let's dispense with the fun and games. Hurry up and go Super Saiyan.
I can't do that. Please, teach me how to transform. I need to become strong. To save my family back home on planet Sadala.
Begging for favors from your opponent in the middle of a tournament? You dare call yourself a Saiyan?
Father, that attack was just brutal.
That Vegeta. I hope he remembers that killing will get him disqualified. Fool! If you give up now, I'll kill you! Very well. I'll end this right. But after returning, I'll destroy planet Sadal myself. And everyone you care about! Die missile barrage! That's anger. It's the first step to becoming a Super Saiyan.
Huh?
Test yourself against that one. Well, it's time for me to move on to my real business.
That blasted Vegeta is doing whatever the hell he wants. Stun is done.
So this is Super Saiyan. Power awoken. Intense anger. Vegeta. He was only saying those horrible things to stir up his feelings in me. I'll remember what he taught me. And fight with everything I have! You look like that Piccolo fellow from before. Are you from the same planet?
Power He's a wellspring of raw talent. I can't even imagine how strong he becomes. You'll have to...
Yep. Here we go.
Exactly what it sounds like. It's a list that controls access. Very simple scenario could be information is allowed to travel from the IP address.
Oh, the hit guard.
Hit! He's a tough one! He actually beat Vegeta!
Vegeta and Kaba are both down! Monica from Universe 7, please enter the arena!
This is bad.
Monica, it's your turn! So, you're the strongest in our universe, right? I'm looking forward to seeing you fight.
Oh, seems he's fainted from all the excitement. So, it looks like it's down to just you and me now. Our appearances may be somewhat similar, but I am sure you cannot fight like me. Looks like I'm being underestimated here.
Goku, just get in there and fight. Monica has to go last.
But why? Is it really that important for Monica to be the last fighter?
Of course it is. You save the best for last. It keeps things exciting.
But they're down to their last fighter! It'd be super disappointing if it just ended now.
Let me worry about that. Wait! What the hell's happening? Power level went up even further. He's growing stronger. Even in this short time, he's actually grown stronger.
Right, like that. Now that Sparking Zero is finally gonna come out, I can like turn Xenoverse 2 into Sparking Zero.
It's pandemonium! Kaba and Frost have jumped into the ring!
Oi! What the heck? What's happening to you?
Stop that! You had your turn in there and you lost.
Alright, let's jump in, Monica. That'll make it 3 on 3. If the fighters agree to it, then it's not against the rules. Now, no old-fashioned battle royale! Yes, that's the spirit. Come on, Monica, let's go.
Referee, Monica withdraws.
Huh? What are you saying, Lord Beerus?
One-on-one matches are fine, but in a brawl like this, Monica would kill everyone.
Aw, that can't be right.
Hey, listen up! Just get in there and win! Got that?
Lord Beerus, won't that be a bit difficult?
Shut up! It'll be fine!
Macy's thinks alright, look. So I had to talk about nah. Still get you for insider trading. Not money laundering.
Oh dear, you catch a cold, Lord Barris?
I think someone's talking behind my back. I'll make a note to destroy them.
I thought my time skip was unbeatable. Very well. If you grow stronger, then I too shall grow stronger along with you. Well then, I would like to see how far you can follow me on my journey into infinity.
Well, that's too bad. I was doing my best to improve so that I could fight against Lord Beerus, but here goes.
Yeah, because the androids have like an infinite amount of power.
He wanted to use that.
Is that a tinge of fear I'm sensing in you?
Of course not.
What am I doing?
Kabu's back to his old self again. Hurry up and finish him off. Oh, it looks like most is back to normal. Keep up those attacks.
Where am I?
Access control lists up-down processing, meaning just start at the top of the list and work its way down when it comes to, well, what's allowed. Meaning, if, let's say, I'm trying
The little Xenoverse study crazy.
the IP address 10.10.10. So if I had rules permit 10.10.10.1, and below that rule was deny 10.10.10.1, that won't be.
Out of the ring!
You start at the top at permit, say, okay, permitted.
Hey! What are you doing? Do you want me to destroy you?
Right, we'd never hit that blocking. So
Lord Beerus, please, just wait a little longer.
You again? This is getting ridiculous.
The truth is, our fighter wasn't just here to stand in. We're actually on a time patrol mission.
Permit traffic from this one network.
That would explain a few things.
They'll show up in the proper
But our
timeline.
work here is done, so we're going home.
That can wait. We're about to win.
Well, it's a little...
First, because otherwise everything is.
What is this? Beep!
Well then, that's a nuisance.
Permit the entire network.
You should
Say,
watch
well,
what you
it's on that
say.
network, you're good to
Because
go.
that nuisance is a friend of mine, and you're not being very nice.
So here is
Yeah, we finally got
exactly
the Kaioken back.
vary based on your network, but again, just for example's sake. So in the first scenario, we design one specific IP address, right? /32 in subnetting means one IP address. So we block that one IP address, say a server.
Great work. Everything
Then,
is returned back
permit
to
statement
normal.
for the rest of the network. So everything else on the network is now allowed. Or allowed. Now, there's also an unwritten rule at the bottom of any ACL. It's an implicit denial, meaning if there is no rule written that's allowing something, it is denied. So, we don't actually have to add that denial or deny any. It will just be there, but unwanted visible.
Yep, takes time to load.
Now, the second example is where we've got an issue. So again, if our goal is to block one IP address, this is not a company.
Instead of spending money on some new shit, huh? Fuck you, nigga.
Right? Okay. It hits entry 1 first, and it's going to say allow the one IP, let's say 5 network to communicate. Awesome. But, again, it's top-down processing. So first, right, I've got traffic, say, coming in from that server.
Should be maxed out with just like
Start number 1. Because
with no attributes. Just like never use your fucking attribute points, ever.
So that second rule will never be met. accessed because it is overshadowed by the first entry. So you want more scenario 1 set. And again, there is an implicit deny, so if someone is coming in through the 10 network, they're going to be denied, because as you see with that very simple access control list, it's only really allowing that one network. If you make anything not on the list, it'll assume that it's blocked. Now, here, when I'm reviewing my ACLs to make sure that they're up to par, there's a few things that I want to be able to actually determine. Right? I want to go through my simply check what I just did, right? I don't accidentally misconfigure my rules to make sure that they
Greetings!
Now that can be simply physically looking. I go into the device that the access
Turn that difficulty adjustment off.
Greetings!
I might also try some form of penetration testing, or maybe some sort of internal testing for the same. Maybe I've got a huge access control list, and I think it should function the way that I have it set up. I would test it. But one of the best ways to test it is try pushing some of the traffic that you really are hoping to block. Right? If it allows it through, well then obviously whatever you have set up isn't
Greetings!
you thought it is. Or if it blocks it, then
Greetings!
you know, okay, it blocked. And for most devices,
Greetings!
control lists, it won't just tell you
Greetings!
it'll tell you the number of matches. So, access control list again, you can go through and see which rule in your access control list to block. Now, if you really intend to one entry block it specifically, but it seems that it got caught by that deny all at the end.
I mean, I already did the shit.
But you at least got your
Greetings!
Now, when it comes to actual hardware device, you want to make sure that it is also physically secure. Because simply put, having physical access to a firewall is already going to
One more time.
bypass a certain number of security controls you have in place over the network, and it's just making the attacker's job much more easier, right? All of those firewalls sitting in the box.
Greetings!
Prevent physical access or keep it blocked through. Really kind of lock on cabinet, right? Everything I can do to prevent access, because once someone has physical access, they can easily plug into the management interface on that device, and yeah, there are still some security things, security controls can take place, but don't
Difficulty.
steps. And at that point, we're talking about using password access.
All right. What's going on? Move!
It's the end for you, Trunks.
Strange timeline. For some.
You can see the problem.
You've got a few options.
This Trunks should have used his time machine to go back and get help from Goku and the others.
They're like, oh, just no help. Doesn't beat them.
Something along those lines. They're going to be, very specifically constructed, where if my name is John Smith, then my email might be John.
What is this place? Trunks. There you are. Goku.
So you're black. I hear you're pretty strong. Come on, show me what you got.
It would be an honor. I've been wanting to fight you with this body, too.
Black! How did you get here?
The same way you did. Seems like we took the same route, didn't we? Perhaps. And I don't know for sure, I'm just guessing. You called me here to kill you.
He's got a time ring, which means that if you aren't careful, he could follow you anywhere through space-time. You need to wear the out that he won't be able to pursue you immediately. Then he can come straight back.
Man, Goku with a power.
Right? Then I can do. Let me just try Jason
By the way, who are you? Did you come with Trunks from the future? You didn't happen to bring Tommy back from Namek so we could restore the Dragon Balls, did you? Because that would be really cool!
There's like no time limit.
Splendid. This thing will make me stronger. So strong.
You're kind of starting to creep me out.
Get up.
figure out what someone can find out to you with a simple Google. And if you want to take it a step further, and getting those professional
Yeah, make it strong.
try it that way and see how much you
Level 90 versus level 10. They got my level 10.
You can.
run a scenario where you both exchange basic information, right? First name, last name, and maybe job code, whatever you deem as necessary, and just go from there. And the issue here isn't somebody's.
What is this place? Trunks. There you are. Goku.
You're black. I hear you're pretty strong. Come on and show me what you've got.
Of course. It would be an honor. I've been wanting to fight you with this body, too.
Black! Wait. How did you get here?
The same way you did. Seems like we took the same route, didn't we? Perhaps. But I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing here. You called me here to kill you.
He's got a time ring, which means that if you are careful, he could follow you anywhere through space-time. You need to wear him down enough that he won't be able to pursue you immediately. Then you need to come straight back.
By the way, who are you? Did you come with Trunks from the future? You didn't happen to bring Kami back from Namek so we could restore the Dragon Balls, did you? Because that would be really cool! You're kind of starting to freak me out.
Darn it! Why don't
I really need to like block that shit. I'm tired of you. Oh my gosh.
So-and-so from, prominent bank.
I should have grabbed that nigga.
What's wrong with my time ring? Wait. I know this sensation. That means you're... Hold on. The distortion in space-time is trying to restore itself.
Captain Game. Jump smooth.
The better I am. Because even if I only find so much information, right, on Facebook, I have my first name, last name, and email address used to create the Facebook account. That's not much. But wait, now I have your email, alright?
This is terrible!
I never have that email, and I can just get a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more.
Reasons.
Right, more information until I get enough. And once I have all that built up information, I can start. So, here.
And if I had the Supreme Guy
Welcome
costume
back.
from the
Great
first
job out there.
game, I think it's a time patroller. You kind of have to have the Supreme Guy clothes.
Because, again, if they can prove that they're trustworthy, then...
Just go on, get some.
So maybe someone thinks again.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
Who's there? Oh, it's you. A Namekian! Did Trunks invite you here? No matter how many of you attack, the result's the same. Vegeta! I'll give you a... No, I don't need any of your help! Stay out of my way, all of you!
Talk about scary. This really isn't the time for any of that. Goku Black is strong enough as it is, but he's getting even stronger now.
You know what you have to do. Concentrate on holding on to that.
To show you.
Man.
Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful? If I were to give it a name that suits your sensibilities, it would be Rosé. Super Saiyan Rosé Goku Black. Super Saiyan Rosé Goku Black? Yes, indeed. I have finally made Goku's power entirely my own. You should feel honored, Goku, for now you shall achieve the zenith of beauty. I don't got the slightest clue what you're talking about. Of course my elegance will be lost on the true ears of mortals. Goodness, why do I even bother? My will, my beauty, indeed, my very being towers above all things, the whole universe. Yeah, this guy's definitely a real creep. My timing is acting up again. I knew there was something familiar about you. What wonderful fortune!
Black! Shut the hell up and listen! I'm the one you're fighting here!
Oh, you still don't understand. Your part in this is long over. You should learn when to call it quits. You were only a warm-up.
You can't block this shit.
What did you just say?
Wait. On second thought, warm-up is too strong a word. You're more of an appetizer, Vegeta. An exquisite appetizer of vegetables.
Father!
Now it is time to relish the main course and reach even grander heights.
That's it. I will no longer suffer your irresponsible actions.
Did you forget our deal? I am to be the one to finish off.
That's him! That's Zamasu!
Please, Zamasu, Goku, and the others. You two, do what you can to stop Black.
God.
You should learn when to quit!
Taste my
Fuck.
Taste my
Goku and Trunks went up here to get away, and I came to rescue Vegeta.
Almost.
Essentially being a map of the network, and then try to further compromise the network from there. So, I find that on the VNet server, the user
Regular destructo disc.
performing the zone transfer on the server, and obtaining the record.
Greetings.
This is terrible!
Welcome back. Great job.
Both of you did
The time machine ended.
Yeah, the Oh dear! There's been another change in history!
Are you sure?
The point in time is after the time machine was repaired. This is when Trunks
Who's there? Oh, it's you. A Namekian! Did Trunks invite you here? No matter how many you attack, the result's the same. Vegeta! I'll give you up! No, I don't need any of your help! Stay out of my way, all of you!
Talk about scary. This really isn't the time for any of that. Goku Black is strong enough as he is, but he's getting even stronger now.
What you have to do? Concentrate on holding off Black.
As a reward, I have something to show you.
Well, what do you think of this color? Is it not beautiful? If I were to give it a name that suits your sensibilities, it would be Rosé. Perfect. Super Saiyan Rosé Goku Black. Super Saiyan Rosé Goku Black? Yes, indeed. I have finally made Goku's power entirely my own. You should feel honored, Goku. For now, you shall achieve the zenith of beauty. I don't got the slightest clue what you're talking about. Of course my eloquence would be lost on the crude ears of mortals. Goodness, why do I even bother? My beauty, indeed, my very being, towers above all things The whole universe! Yeah, this guy's definitely a real freak. My timing is acting up. I knew there was something familiar about you. What wonderful fortune!
Shut the hell up and listen! I know why you're fighting here!
Oh, you still don't understand. Your part in this is long over. You should learn when to call it quits. You were only a warm-up.
What did you just say?
Wait. On second thought, warm-up is too strong a word. You're more of an appetizer, Vegeta. An exquisite appetizer of vegetables. Father! Now it is time to relish the main course and reach heights.
That's enough. I will no longer suffer your irresponsible actions. Did you forget how to work? I am to be the one to finish off Goku.
That's him! That's Zamasu! Leave Zamasu to Goku and the others. You two truly earned the top one.
Taste my name!
Get out of my sight.
Taste my name! Taste my name!
Goku and Trunks were lucky enough to get away, and I came to rescue Vegeta. Well, looks like that little bit of history is patched up.
Find an opening and come on back. Just remember that they have time limits.
They got away.
Oh, welcome back. I'm glad to see you're all...
Greetings.
There you are.
This doesn't look good. Black and Zamasu both have that strange energy. Goku and Vegeta. Oh no! They've been defeated already?
Don't worry. Your partner can take care of rescuing Goku and Vegeta.
You need to go with Trunks now to hold off Goku, Black, and Zamasu.
You should learn when to quit. God.
There you are.
This doesn't look good. Black and Zamasu both have that strange energy. Goku and Vegeta are... Oh no!
They've been defeated already? Don't worry. Your partner can take care of rescuing Goku and Vegeta.
You need to go with Trunks now to hold off Goku, Black, and Zamasu.
The world was beautiful, but it is now stained with the ugliness of humanity. We shall cleanse it and bring beauty back into the world.
That, of course, is our zero mortal plan. What the hell are you talking about? All you're doing is senseless slaughter!
Oh, really? You see, I would argue that your sins are far more severe than ours.
Sins?
How many times have you jumped into the past and future? We know what you've done. A mere human breaking one of the gods' taboos again and again.
Trunks, you saved Goku's life, even though he was supposed to die of a heart virus. Tisk, tisk.
I would never have had to seek out this body. The one who created this world is you. Don't you see, Trunks? It is nothing less than human pride.
I only wanted to save him!
Accept. Time is the realm of the gods alone. The only thing awaiting one who has trespassed into that realm is a swift death sentence. Are you listening, human?
Learn when to quit! Set.
Level since 2023.
So wait, did we come up with the Monday activist thing?
I tried.
Did you workshop that with Tucker or what?
He left me
Failed.
hanging. He's not in the studio.
Great to have you back. Evelyn Farkas is Executive Director of the McCain Institute at Arizona State University. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We'll have a lot more on this story and the other stories we're covering from the world of politics in the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And Kaylee, I don't know if you saw this. Tomorrow morning, we've got something big coming up on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Indeed, we do. JP Morgan CEO and Chair Jamie Dimon will be sitting down with our very own Lisa Abramowitz for an exclusive interview in London at JP Morgan's 12th edition of the Techstars Conference in emerging markets, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, MEA.
That's right.
But this is going to be a big conversation. I bet he'll weigh in on the election to a certain degree. Remember when we thought he might run for president?
That's correct. 9:30, by the way, a.m.
Yep.
Eastern Time at the opening bell. Jamie Dimon live here on Bloomberg. We'll catch you in a couple of hours right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Monday, October 7th. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stenevec. Let's get to the setup because, Tim, as we just teased, it does feel like a pretty heavy Monday.
Yeah, U.S. yields are back at 4% for the first time going back to August. We also have another hurricane menacing Florida. And, Carol, everything happening geopolitically, specifically in the Middle East.
Yeah, we've got a milestone on this Monday, October 7th. And this is all, as you said, on our radar. So as we said, today is the 1-year anniversary since the Hamas attack on Israel. Why the way out must start with Israel. We'll get into that. It's the subject of a Bloomberg column.
Plus, Pfizer shares getting quite a shot in the arm. I like what you did there, Carol.
Thank you. Yeah, worked hard on that.
Even though I said it, you wrote it. I think it's fair to say.
It's a team effort, folks. As we mentioned, as Tim mentioned, talk about team effort. U.S. Treasury yields above 4% again. We've got an inverted yield curve. We did see that play out. So we're going to talk about inflation, shock inflation. Maybe the toolkit that we have just ain't enough. We'll get into that in just a moment.
Also setting up to be quite the recipe for those derivatives enhanced ETFs. They are all the rage with retail investors. Some stocks moving 3x, Carol.
Yeah.
Single stocks. It's pretty incredible.
That's why it's a Bloomberg Big Take and a most read story on the Bloomberg today. Hey, and time to buy those Gigundo skeletons, you know?
Have yours yet?
No. If my daughter was younger, we'd probably have one. We're going to talk about Halloween shopping, holiday shopping.
That thing?
I don't know. You fold up the bones. What can I tell you? Put it in the basement.
Fold up the bones.
Ooh,
throw the bones
like
in the basement.
movie.
Very Halloween, right?
Yeah. All right, everybody. All of this to come over the next 60 minutes. First up, let's get a check on the trading day. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. On this Back to Work Monday, we have got stocks trading very close to session lows, right to the numbers here. 28-point drop right now for the S&P 500 index. The S&P is down at 5722, a decline now of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average also in the red. We have got the Dow down 319, a decline of 0.8%, while NASDAQ now lower by 81, a drop there of just about 0.5%. 10-year 4.01% with a 2-year 3.98%. Gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.4%, $76.91 a barrel. Brent trading back above $80 a barrel, $80.68. Brent, of course, the global benchmark, up by 3.4%. Oil is rallying as the market waits to see if Israel will retaliate against Tehran for last week's missile attack by targeting the country's oil infrastructure. Among oil stocks today, we've got ExxonMobil up by 0.6%. ADR's the BP trading higher by 0.8%. And Chevron right now, Chevron climbing by 0.4%. XLE, the Energy Select Sector Spider ETF, up by 0.5%. Recapping, S&P down 30, down 0.5%. The 10-year 4.01%. West Texas Intermediate crude $76.91 a barrel, up now by 3.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, so appreciate that update on the trade on this Monday. Speaking of the trade, as we've been talking about all day long here at Bloomberg, key U.S. Treasury yields back at 4%. Last seen in August, a blowout jobs report on Friday, undercutting the chances for another big interest rate reduction from the Fed. Then you have open interest data that tracks positioning in the futures market that fell sharply across multiple contracts, linked to the secured overnight financing rate, or SOFR, signaling capitulation of long positions. I've got to just say, everybody's scaling back their expectations, Tim, when it comes to Fed rate cuts this year.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Wall Street economists continue to pile on, abandoning forecasts for a half-point cut in November. Rates and inflation, Carol, still top of mind, especially with this week's upcoming CPI print. On that, in the new issue of Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg's head of economics and government, Stephanie Flanders, writes a column all about policymaking takeaways from the recent inflation shocks and how our standard toolkit needs an overhaul.
So let's get to it, and to tell us more about this opinion, I guess it's a column, I shouldn't say opinion, is the editor of Bloomberg Markets Magazine, Pat Regnier, here in studio. Is it? I can write. It's a column.
Sure.
Taking a look at it. Hey, Pat, I do feel like we talk about it so much that the candidates on the campaign trail, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, talk a lot about inflation, how to deal with it. It's a big thing that comes up. American voters care about it a lot. Tell us, though, specifically what Stephanie's mission was and what you guys wanted to do in this column.
So this was for our special economics issue, and as we were looking through our whole issue,
we always try to find, like, what's the theme that runs through every story. And honestly, the deep theme of every story was a world in shock or preparing for certain kinds of shock. So we all know about the pandemic shock. We're also thinking about the shocks that come from climate change. One of the candidates in this election is talking about large-scale tariffs, which would be a kind of shock.
Right.
And all of them ultimately kind of reverberate through prices. And one of the things I think Stephanie was wrestling with is, inflation now looks like it's under control, and yet the political after effects of the inflation that we have had are still very much with us. And then there's reason to think that there might be more shocks that could create more of these kind of price moments. I think if you talk to some economists, they would say that's not necessarily inflation. That's not the traditional demand side driven inflation.
And yet we feel
and
it.
yet we have it,
Right.
and politicians have to deal with it. And it may be even that, this is something that Tom Orlick talks about too, that central bankers and monetary authorities don't have all of the tools to deal with those kinds of shocks.
So
I'm gonna do it! I'll aim to win!
I erase all who oppose me.
No one can stop me. I'll fight your I Sucks to be you!
What'll it be? Whoa, great! Wow!
I'm gonna do it! I'll aim to win!
I erase all who oppose me.
Let's get rolling!
This is our chance.
Wind style, Roxanne Dragon! Up to me! I'm gonna win this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
Tear it up!
I'll be your
Right there! Wind style, rotate, Here goes!
That's it.
Here goes! That was fun!
I erase all who oppose me.
Let's get rolling. Do this.
Just don't hold me back.
That was fun.
What? Cause it's about saving money.
And again,
It's about saving money.
that alone can also tell you what's happening now.
Save money.
Right? And this can even not just malicious attacks,
Money.
but also point out misconfigurations.
Must be
For
saved.
example, traffic's not flowing the way you would suspect, or deal with. Right? This is all something that can be discovered. For example, if I've got two load balanced routers, well, if I'm trying to get to network B, we'll call it, then either router can be taken to get to network B, but we see that router A, 90%
I have to make another account.
router A, and only 10% is going to B, and that can be
Excuse.
something is obviously misconfigured, or again, see
Password.
maybe traffic going from a server to network B, right, that shouldn't be able to communicate with that network, that again is going to say, okay, something is wrong here, either something is misconfigured, right, something along those lines. Even in situations.
Okay, ready? I'm raring to go!
I erase all who oppose me.
I can't lose Sucks to be you! What'll it be? Whoa, great! gonna win this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
No one can stop me. Wind style, then I'm gonna win this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
I'm going to fight.
I'll be
Right Here goes! That was fun!
Wow.
I'm all ready!
I erase all who oppose me.
I'm going to fight.
I'll be your mate. There's nowhere to go.
It's up to me! Guess that's it. Let's show them what we got!
I erase all who oppose me.
I'm scared up! Sucks to be you! great. Let's show them what we got!
I erase all who oppose me.
Don't fall behind!
Is only for myself.
Guess that's it. Let's show them what we got!
I erase all who oppose me.
I can't lose this!
I guess I'll get out there. This is our chance.
Try this!
No sweat.
Here goes! Here! That was fun! Got a minute? Da-da-da! Whoa, great! do it, I'll aim to win!
I erase all who oppose me.
I'm not going to fight. It's only
Give me help! Right here! Wind style! That's that shuriken! Right
not bad.
Sucks to be you! If I'm gonna do it, I'll aim to win!
I erase all who oppose me.
No one can stop me.
Let's go!
Thanks for coming. Wow.
I'm gonna do it! I'll aim to win!
I erase all who oppose me.
No one can stop me. Guess that's it.
do when it comes to prices? Look, it depends.
But unfortunately, it's more often the norm and the but unfortunately it's more often the norm and the exception to have problems in the Middle East and problems with Russia and its neighbors. So to the economic data on that side of what's driving things, it's a byproduct of surprising strength in the underlying markets. The jobs report that came out, stronger than anticipated. The American consumer just stronger than anticipated. So the impact on that is, okay, there might not be as many rate reductions as initially anticipated, but that guessing with rate reductions is as useless as a lot of short-term prognostications. I mean, beginning of this year, Carol and Tim, Wall Street strategists were anticipating 7 to 8 interest rates cuts. We've only gotten 2. And so that's why trying to prognosticate in the short run is not what creative planning does. But again, this is a reaction to actually strong data that hopefully good news will revert to good news over the long run.
Right, as long as that good news doesn't include higher inflation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we have to measure that, but these momentary blips, it's all about the longer trend line, not kind of the week over week, month over month type data. And that trend line continues to be very, very positive. And it's just overall inflation, some things just, yes, our price is still high. Absolutely. In certain segments, suffering, absolutely. But overall, that trend line over the long run, which is what you can really help drive decision making off of instead of the short run, is still trending positive. And so, yes, as long as inflation doesn't get out of control again, it looks like we're in a good spot.
Every question, every interview, Carol, I have to ask about the election because
go for
we
it.
are
Yeah.
less than a month out.
Where's my app that tells me how many days?
You just less than a month is what we need to just keep in mind. Jamie,
That's
are you watching? Are clients asking you about election outcome here? Are they concerned about it? How are you looking at it?
Well, of course they're asking about it because it creates a lot of emotional angst, emotional activity. But as we know, in markets, fear and greed, just like all poor decision-making in life is what drives them, and we need to try to avoid that. But okay, let's step back on what drives all of our investment decision-making here at Creative Planning. It's the historical empirical data and academic research. So in general, the markets are up about 75% of the time, stock markets, right? 3 out of 4 years. It's not always linear like that. 75% of the time, markets go up. Actually, the data supports that in presidential election years, the stock market's up about 84% of the time. So if you just take out all the rhetoric, you'd say, okay, actually, typically speaking, markets like the election years. But then also everything that's going on. Obviously, it's emotional, but as I talked about, like with the Middle East, with Russia, these are unfortunate common elements of the world in which we live. I mean, Trump's assassination attempt, 15% of Americans, 15% of American presidents have been shot. That's not a rounding error.
It's wild.
I mean, it's, any baby boomer or almost all baby boomers can remember the last time a sitting president refused his party's renomination with Lyndon Johnson in 68, and the market was up 15%. The rest of the year from there. But the key really difference is that, yes, keep calm and carry on, well-trodden subject, but even the underlying data that sometimes people try and trade off of is very, very misleading. The facts don't agree with the rhetoric. And what I mean by that is, like, you can look up any kind of, website right now and say, okay, this sector will be good for a renewed Trump administration, or this sector will be good for Harris administration. The data just doesn't support that. And what I mean by that, just looking over the last couple administrations in 4-year periods, take clean energy as an example. Broke it out during the 8 years of Obama and the 4 years so far of Biden, and then the 4 years of Trump in between. Clean energy did dramatically better under the Trump administration than it did under either Obama or Biden. And you'd assume that to be kind of Democratic friendly sector, but not to say it's not a Republican versus Democrat thing, because the exact opposite could be said of big banks or traditional energy. You say, okay, these are more kind of things that would do well under a Republican administration. No, the data actually says the exact opposite. They did better under Democratic administration versus Republican. And that's a key, that just the rhetoric doesn't sync up with the data. You have to keep calm and carry on, and do not make those emotional decisions based upon the heightened interest that politics brings to the table.
A lot of politics, though, looking at some of the big tech, and I just want to bring in some headlines that are crossing. Earlier today, we did do the story out about how Alphabet must lift restrictions that prevent developers from setting up rival marketplaces that compete with its Google Play Store. That was a ruling from a judge. So upending the search giant's dominance in the lucrative Android app market. This was a federal judge in San Francisco today handing a big victory to Epic Games in its long-running antitrust challenge to Alphabet's App Store. Well, meantime, just a moment ago, Google out, and it plans to appeal this Epic Games verdict and to ask the courts to pause implementing remedies. So to appeal the court injunction in the Epic Games antitrust case. I should point out, this stock's been under pressure for most of the day, but right now it's near its lows, down about 2% here. So in terms of rhetoric, big tech increasingly on regulators' radar. Jamie just got about 30 seconds. Is there a big tech thought for you here?
Well, yeah, big tech is just the hot dollar of the moment, just like, big oil was 20 years ago, or big steel 20 years before that, or big railroads, 100 years ago. So there's always going to be, whatever kind of the focus of like the current engine of economic growth, there's going to be that additional regulatory scrutiny. So really, this is just part and parcel for consistency and what's kind of a healthy economic environment where some things are zigging while others are zagging. There's regulatory focus in some sectors versus others over the long run. We see that as a healthy thing, and that innovation usually outpaces regulation, and that's part of markets, always has been, always will be.
Jamie Batmer, Chief Investment Officer over at Creative Planning, joining us from Overland Park, Kansas. Taking a look at the equity industry averages, the S&P down by 1%, the NASDAQ down by 1.2%. The Dow down by a full percentage point. Coming up next with our cross-platform coverage of the close. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, in just about 7 minutes, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Monday, October 7th. In the meantime, this story is atop the most read on the Bloomberg terminal.
It's about billionaire Lululemon founder Chip Wilson.
What's with all this food you have here?
Oh, I brought snacks for you.
The raisins?
Yeah,
Is that for me too?
Yeah.
The Ritz crackers?
Yeah, of course.
What a sweet guy.
Definitely not for my toddler.
Oh,
yeah.
It looks like toddler food.
Yeah, I know, but
or for your co-anchor.
Yeah, for my co-anchor. Yeah, I left. I came back with Ritz crackers and raisins, and I brought you a cappuccino.
Can I just say, yeah, he did bring me a cappuccino because it's really cold.
Ask
in
and
this
you
video.
shall receive.
Can I tell you, Ritz crackers are like the perfect
They're so
cracker.
good. I know.
They're probably full of is it just butter?
It tastes like butter. Yeah, I have no idea what they are, and I don't think these little packages actually have ingredients, which is fine.
You know what? These
They're
little
just
packages,
delicious,
and they have no calories.
That's fine.
They're
yeah.
super healthy. Like,
It's what
no
you
doubt
need.
about it.
It's what you need for
All right.
3 hours on air.
Can we talk Lululemon family?
Yeah, so this
what's
is
going
really
on?
interesting. Chip Wilson, his $60 million mansion, it's become a graffiti-covered flashpoint symbolizing the polarization of a Canadian provincial election. Over the weekend, his beachfront complex in an exclusive neighborhood, Carol.
Not the beachfront complex.
It's on Vancouver's west side. It was painted with explicit messages attacking him, with the graffiti still visible on Monday morning.
Yeah, a few days earlier, a sign was erected outside the house with the message, wait, I don't know if I can say any of this stuff, can I? Yeah, I think I'm just going to stay away from it. But it does reference, they're just being really critical. They're calling somebody a communist, right? I guess about this one person.
You could.
I could say it, right? Is it Eby? David Eby? I don't know. Eby will tell you the conservatives are far right, but neglects saying that the NDP is communist. That's a reference to David Eby, premier of the province's 5.7 million people and his new Democratic Party.
The residents of British Columbia vote on October 19th.
Were you scared? We were a little scared.
I was like, what does it say, Carol?
He's like, what article are you reading, Masser? What?
The election's on October 19th. That they're going to elect a new provincial government. A race that once looked like an easy victory for the left-leaning NDP has narrowed to a neck-and-neck battle with a resurgent Conservative Party.
See, and I'm just going to go to this last paragraph. Wilson's home is valued at about $60 million, making it the most valuable home in British Columbia, according to data from the
there's also some
property tax assessment body.
Graffiti on the front. It looks like a garage. There's a picture in here. It says "Selfish billionaire lives here," is what the graffiti says.
Oh, there it is. That's not so bad.
Still there.
It's an opinion, and it's defacing property, right?
A representative for Wilson didn't respond to requests for comment. He's previously written that Rand's libertarian touchstone novel Atlas Shrugged was the second most influential book on his life. I think that's in there to understand sort of where his politics are.
A net takeaway, I mean, politics makes people pretty heated and angry, right?
Yeah.
And starts to, you feel like you want to, I don't know, it just, I don't know, it gets a little crazy.
It does. We have an election coming up here.
We do we? Yep, less than
Interesting
a month to go.
seeing Kamala Harris's media strategy shift in recent days. 60 Minutes last night. Trump was supposed to be part of that.
Isn't it tonight?
Tonight, excuse me.
Yeah, but a lot of tease. A big election episode.
Trump's supposed to be part of that.
Yep.
He did not. He backed out of that, according to the journalist.
She's doing The View. She's doing
a podcast.
What's the name of that?
Call
podcast?
Her Daddy podcast. She did that yesterday. Excuse me.
So kind of reaching out to different, but said to be almost all of it fairly friendly. I don't know about 60 Minutes. That you can say friendly,
I mean, I think
real news.
I still think the way that J.D. Vance and Trump, former President Trump, have gone out and done this media blitz and all these niche podcasts to reach people,
certain sectors.
Yeah, it's been
and some would say
remarkable.
Yeah. And
she's really held back.
Yeah, so we'll see. At this point, I thought I heard a statistics this morning that maybe 3% are undecided, like a really small amount at this point. And so, if you can figure out who they are as a candidate, you certainly want to target it.
Such a small number of people.
It's small, right?
Yeah.
Compared to what it was earlier on. All right, guys, we are counting down to the close, just a few minutes away. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues. At this point, we're pretty much bouncing around near our lows of this session, but we're going to count you down, break down those final numbers. Take a look at some of the decliners, the gainers. We're going to break it all down, and especially those rate moves. Right now, the closing bell starts.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you to the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. We're joined by Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Alex Steele on assignment today as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube on a day, Carol Massar, where we're only seeing about 100 stocks in the S&P 500 in the green.
Right.
Which ones are your favorites?
Yeah, well, you're going to find out in just a moment.
She doesn't play favorites.
Among stocks. I just think what's fascinating is to see, 4% again on that 10-year. We were talking to Michael McKenzie, who follows the rates markets here at Bloomberg last week, and I said to him, could we get to 4% again? He's like, yep, we could, and here we are. So it's just a new narrative, and I guess I just wonder, Tim, at this point, how long it lasts.
The first thing I did today, I actually called up my high yield savings account, which just cut my rate about a week and a half ago.
Really?
And I said, are you going to raise it back now?
And
I think I was just talking to like an AI bot.
I got
or something, so it was kind of a pointless conversation.
I got 2 emails in the last week.
What a good story.
2 emails in the last week about them cutting those high yield savings account rates.
Yeah, it's not high yield
anymore. Yeah.
No.
Still high-ish yield, right?
Well, maybe that'll show up in bank earnings, if not in Romaine's bank account, right?
Nice segue. Net interest income comment coming in.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
we like to talk about those net interest income. Oh, that's right. It's bank season. That's coming up this week, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Friday.
Have you prepared? No, of course not. I cut you off guard. Maybe Tim will wear a tie on that day. It'll be the first time in history. Carol Massar, I don't know if she's working a full week or not, but if she is here, she'll be there to help cover it as well. We get the closing bells here in New York on this Monday afternoon. Not the best Monday afternoon, not necessarily the way people thought it would look, but nevertheless, they're required to clap as usual. Take a look at that. Microsoft actually ringing the bell over there. We're at the Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 400 points or 0.9%. A similar percentage drop on the S&P 500 as it closes back below 5,700. A NASDAQ composite down about 1.2% here. And your Russell 2000 also moving lower, decline of about 20 points or 0.9%.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Joker that had a bad weekend. Anybody who was trying to be... I know. It's like...
Did you watch that thing?
No, I did not. But a lot of people didn't go. Or they walked out. We'll get to that later. Hey, the S&P 500, as you mentioned earlier, Romaine, most names in the index lower today. 396 to the downside here as we settle in. 107, Scarlett, to the upside.
All right, taking a look at the sector performances, there's a lot of red on that screen. In fact, the only slice of green there is energy stocks. And even that group is barely higher, up by 1/3%. The worst performers here, utilities losing 2.3% on the day, communication services and consumer discretionary each down about 1.9%.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. I'm hoping they held, otherwise they're going to make fun of me. Pfizer, off its highs of the day, it was up about 4.5% at its highs, still finishing with a 2% gain. And of course, we know, according to a person familiar, activist investor Starboard Value has taken a stake of about $1 billion in Pfizer, specifically said to be looking for a turnaround. I mean, this is what is Pfizer going forward in terms of a post-COVID world, right? It was banking on those COVID vaccines to really keep kind of the momentum going. But this is pharmaceuticals. They're always looking for their next big thing. So we'll see what happens and whether or not some changes happen at Pfizer specifically. Supermicro having a very bullish day. This one finishing just off its highs. One of the top gainers we saw in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, about a 16% gain in today's session. The company did disclose shipment data. Bloomberg Intelligence out saying the data suggests customer demand is robust, hasn't been dented by the company's internal stumbles, such as a 10K filing delay in reported U.S. probe. They also went on to say that SMCI's figures represent a good foundation for reaching its first quarter sales guidance midpoint of $6.5 billion. So some upbeat comments by our BI team. I do want to point out Duckhorn Portfolio. This was a name courtesy of Tim. Thank you very much,
That's
Tim.
Me.
Finishing up 102% in today's session. It's about a $1.6 billion wine company soaring. It was taken private by Butterfly Equity in an all-cash deal that values it at about $1.95 billion. And just because it is election season, I did want to take you to Donald Trump's media company. DJT is the ticker, Trump Media and Technology, finishing up about 11.5%. Not quite sure why. It's been on a rally the last 3 days. Elon certainly was at a rally over the weekend, but you also have to keep in mind the stock's been under pressure after the lifting of restrictions for insiders. So maybe, I don't know, it's kind of bouncing back from some of that.
Taking a look at the stocks that were lower today, mega cap tech really dragging down the major indices here. You got Apple down by more than 2.2% today. This after an analyst over at Jefferies said investors have an overly optimistic expectation for the company's latest iPhones. Romaine, how is the new iPhone?
I have to ask my son. I mean, he loves it. I mean, you know, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, according to him. So,
okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't
Wait,
know.
is it
Tim.
your phone or his phone?
I use like 2 apps. So, you know, I'm like the worst person for all this Apple stuff anyway.
All you need is the Bloomberg app. It's the only one you need.
Oh, we have an app?
Yeah, we have a great app. Edison Lee over at
start logging into
Jefferies, he wrote that, quote, the high expectations for the iPhone 16 and 17 are premature because there's a lack of material new features and limited AI coverage. So there are high market expectations and they're unlikely to be met. I do want to talk about what happened with shares of Alphabet falling 2.4%. They fell after a judge ruled that the company must lift restrictions that prevent developers from setting up rival marketplaces that compete with its Google Play Store. It threatens Alphabet's dominance in the Android app market. Alphabet did come out and say just in the last hour that they will appeal the Epic Games verdict. A big victory, though, to Epic Games in its long-running antitrust challenge to Alphabet's App Store, which brought in more than $14.6 billion in sales back in 2020. Also, Amazon shares falling today. I think I looked up on the screen and saw Ken Gawreski on your air. He's the Wells Fargo Securities analyst who cut the stock to equal weight from overweight. One of the few analysts who's tracked by Bloomberg who doesn't have a buy recommendation on the stock. The downgrade cited concerns over margin trends into next year. Growth in the cloud computing business is unlikely to compensate for, according to this analyst, shares falling by 3%.
All right, let's take a quick look at yields because we did see a meaningful move higher for a fourth straight day here. And just think about where we were on a 2-year yield just less than 2 weeks ago. We were down around 3.5%. At one point today, we did trade above 4% on the 2-year yield, though it looks like we settled just below that. Still higher by 6 basis points on the 2-year. Similar moves on the 10 and the 20-year. Your 30-year yield now at 4.3.
Kind of remarkable. Also remarkable is what's going on with gold. As it continues to we see some records taken out. We see over at Costco that gold bullion is apparently, Tim, right, flying off the shelves.
Yeah, it's bringing gold buying to the masses. They offer prices that actually undercut traditional precious metals dealer, extra rewards for most loyal customers. Now there's the appeal also as a safe haven and a hedge against inflation. So kind of easy to see why gold is flying off the shelves. Do you have to buy a 6-pack of it, though?
I don't know. Probably. You probably have to buy like a 20-pack.
Yeah.
I just want to say I actually averted a Costco run this weekend.
How?
I went to go visit my mother, and she wanted us to take her to Costco.
You can't break that streak, right? You have to continue to not go to Costco.
I told her that absolutely not.
Meaning like
Sorry,
you've never
Mom.
been to Costco and they're trying to never go?
My love is unconditional.
He just refuses to go to Costco. He's fundamentally against it. You know, the thing with these little gold bullion bars is that if you buy more than one, as several people in this story have apparently, then you got to buy a safe because where are you going to put all this gold, right? You got to sign for safety deposit boxes, or you get a safe, which is also available at Costco. So it just kind of, it's a virtuous cycle
just
here.
melt it down, put it all around your neck, and just walk around like Mr. T.
I'm there.
And you OG.
Yeah.
Over gold. Hey, did you guys see Joker 2?
I don't think anyone did. I think that was the problem.
Yeah, well, actually about $40 million worth of people went to see it. Kind of interesting too, because this is well below what analysts had thought that this would take in at the box office. But more importantly, it appears that the people who did spend $40 million to go see this absolutely hated it. And I don't know exactly what's going on here. Yeah, that looks really good there. I mean, I normally like this guy, and I don't know, Lady Gaga, eventually she'll learn how to act.
Well,
but what is going on with...
Is it a musical? Is there singing or something that goes on in it?
Lady Gaga's in it, so there's got to be singing. But
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean, isn't this
musical.
the wrong demographic?
No.
Okay, it's not a superhero movie, but like comic book movie tied in with a musical.
Our review
Lady
on the
Gaga?
Bloomberg
I mean, it's
by
like
our
pop rock.
reporter says the movie is a punishingly dull affair. It's a pointless sequel with very little plot. It wastes the talent on screen.
Is that bad?
Yeah, that's not great.
Okay.
It's got French in the title too. Joker folie à deux, so that makes it hard to get on board too.
Isn't it the Post that had a story that people were just walking out of the theater?
Yeah, there was a lot. Well, I mean, the thing is, too, I mean, it kind of gets to this idea of expectations. Anytime you have these sequels, particularly with these kind of superhero-type movies, expectations usually are so high. And so it's almost, and then you have a new director coming in who's always going to put his or her spin on it. And I guess people didn't like it. But you know what?
I don't know. The Marvel guys seem to do okay for the most part.
Aren't we tired of all these franchise movies? Wasn't that the takeaway from, for Disney?
I think so.
Warner Brothers Discovery needs to get the memo on that.
This is DC Comics. It's even worse.
Same
Let's
thing.
all go to Costco and buy some gold.
Franchise.
Scarlett, not the same thing.
Let's get Romaine to Costco and let's just go.
No.
Yeah,
It was a close call. I mean, I really thought I was going to have to go.
What would you have gotten if you went to Costco? Because you would have had to get
I don't
something.
know. She just wanted to stock up on stuff. I was like, that doesn't sound like something I want to do.
Lisa Mateo says there's great hot dogs.
I don't know.
It's like $1 something or
And
something.
the raspberry
That's how they get you in
slushies,
there.
too. The berry slushies. Okay.
All right, we got to run. That's our Monday wrap, guys. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Labor, it's been front and center. 2 weeks after Boeing tried and failed to end a strike with the brash move of a direct offer to workers, the plane maker and its largest union are taking another stab to end the stalemate.
Yes, they are. This comes after Thursday's news that U.S. dock workers agreed to end a 3-day strike that had paralyzed trade on the U.S. East and Gulf Coast and threatened to become a factor in the presidential election. A lot going on.
Yeah, so couple this in with the return to office push that's coming. Hello, Amazon, last month. No question, companies are thinking a lot about employees, but the question is, are we having the right conversation? We've got with us Dr. Stefan Meyer. He follows all this closely. He's the James P. Gorman Professor of Business at Columbia Business School. He's the author of a forthcoming book, The Employee Advantage: How Putting Workers First Helps Business Thrive, which comes out on October 15th. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Full disclosure, Professor Meyer was my professor back in the fall of 2016.
Was Tim a good student? That's all we want to know.
We have great non-disclosure at the business school. However, I did like
blink your eyes twice.
No, you know
he was
what?
good.
It's
Once for not so good.
It is the perfect course for journalists.
Yeah, it
because
sounds like it.
It's all case studies. It's
kind of stuff we love, right?
I didn't have to do a lot of Excel in that class, which was not my strong suit. Not coming
No
from
econometrics or
banking.
calculus.
It was actually an awesome class. Professor, good to see you. Congratulations on the book.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah,
Good to see you again, Tim. And Tim was a great student. Without disclosing the grades, he was amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Great to see you again.
Good to know.
So Carol and I were talking about this ahead of the interview, and we got a good bit of time with you, so we're happy about that. She reminded me about this letter back in 2019 from the Business Roundtable, which talked about the idea of investors having to think differently about so-called stakeholders, right? Companies moving away from shareholder primacy and committing to all stakeholders, including employees. Yet here we are, 5 years later. Has anything actually shifted?
Well, I actually don't think so.
That feels like a no.
Yes, I actually don't think so. Now, to be perfectly honest, I've never met an executive who doesn't think or says that employees are the most important asset. But when you actually look at the data, if you look at how often do they talk about them compared to customers, like 10 times less than customers. How engaged are people at work? Not that much. Like according to Gallup, there is like 67% of workers are disengaged at work. So
is that
I don't think
normal?
they're doing a good job.
Is there always like that amount of people who are just like, it's a job?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's part of the problem, kind of the mindset is like, they don't want to work anyway, so I have to either incentivize them hard or control them even harder. But that's just not true. I mean, people actually like work. I mean, there's a limit to it.
It's still a four-letter word.
Yeah, but people actually come to work, because they, it's part of their identity. If it's done well, if they're really engaged, it's a fulfilling thing. I mean, I'm sure the two of you like you.
We do. Actually, we really do. We really do.
Like to come to the job. You know, there's something about it. I mean, I also love my job. There is something I do and what I do. There are many people across the income distribution. It's also not just people who earn a lot. There is others who don't earn that much, but who are happy at work.
I like the other. Yeah, go.
Well, I was going to say what we don't hear though, and we're about to go into earnings season. What moves a company's stock is top line, bottom line for the current quarter, what things looked like last quarter, that outlook. One number we don't hear about is employee turnover at the company. In the beginning of your book, you talk about Amazon's focus, Jeff Bezos' relentless focus on the consumer, on the customer. But then you talk about that 2015 New York Times expose that talked about what a terrible place many people thought Amazon was to work. It didn't seem to affect the way shareholders felt about the company.
No, and I think it's a problem. I think we have to think about how the employees think. Now, in fairness, I think Amazon for the longest time also got some heat because they were customer centric. There was always like, wow, you're spending so much money on customers.
When are you going to make
Where's
money?
the profits? Like whatever. And back then they said like, look, you just wait. I mean, it's actually, if we improve the experience for our customers, eventually we can make money. We can actually increase the price. And I think the same should be true with employees. If we improve the experience for our employees, productivity, cost per unit goes down because productivity goes up, turnover goes down, innovation goes up, and and the customer experience, if they actually have contact to customers, goes up as well. I heard before you talked about Costco quickly. People at Costco are happy.
Yeah.
The customers and the employees. And you feel it when you go in there.
And that's a company that was always like front and center in terms of healthcare and benefits. Why is it, as long as they're a publicly held company, or many companies are publicly held, is it going to be hard for an executive to kind of not think about cutting costs when it comes to employees and not worrying so much about that? Because I feel like part of our political problems or economical problems or the economy is people feeling left behind.
Yeah.
Companies that are making tons of money. We talked about this with the dock worker strike. And yet they're not feeling like they're a part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think, the hard part is if you want to cut costs in the short term, the easiest is like to cut labor.
Yeah.
In the short term, that's an easy thing to do. I mean, a little bit if you want to, slash your marketing budget, that's also easy to do in the short term. But in the long term, it's just not a good idea. And I think even publicly traded company, if they can communicate to their investors that it's in the best interest, I think it's a good strategy going forward. When when Best Buy was about to be turned, when Best Buy was letting all their competitor were out of business, everybody thought like Best Buy. I mean, that's like who, and so Hubert Jolly comes in and he does a very human-centric turnover, and he got exactly that advice. He's like, cut labor, cut. And he says like, no, I don't do that. What I actually want to do is understand what really happens in the store. Our blue shirts need to be happy. I need to understand what the problem is. And he did, and turned around the company in a very successful way, I think, where the shareholders were actually happy in the end.
So Best Buy and Hubert Joly is one example. What's another example of a company that has been rewarded by Wall Street for treating its workers right?
I mean, I think Costco is one that does it really well, treats their employee nicely and turns it around. I think Etsy was one that did like a turnaround. They were probably a little too employee-centric.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
At the beginning, and meaning, employee-centric is not like giving perks. I think like, free yoga classes are okay, but I mean, that's not cutting it, or like ping pong tables or free snacks or whatever. And I think they figured that out and did a turnaround which cut some of those perks, but it's still very, very employee-centric organization.
Well, what is it that employees want? Is it salary? Is it benefits? Is it a pretty office? What is it?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's actually less about monetary or those perks. That's not what really keeps people motivated. I mean, there's very few people who get up in the morning and is like, today I'm going to increase the return on invested capital by like 0.5 percentage point. Like, I'm so jazzed. Very few do that. I mean, obviously, if you don't make enough money, it's also a problem. I mean, It's like money is really, really important if you have to worry about making ends meet. But once you reach a certain level, it's not money. I mean, I talk in the book about
then is that the employees you're talking about? That those that are already making a decent salary? Because I do feel like there's a sector of our economy that just can't make it.
That's true.
So. Hang on a second, because we've got to do a little bit of news, and I feel like we've got a lot of good stuff to unpack here. We're going to come back with Stefan Meyer. He is the James Gorman Professor of Business at Columbia Business School. He's got a new book out called The Employee Advantage, How Putting Workers First Helps Business Thrive. It sounds so logical.
Makes sense.
Right? And yet as you say, we're getting ready for earnings season, and it's not one of the things that we're going to highlight, right? Unless there's a lawsuit, then we talk about it
Yeah, exactly.
against a company.
That's when it makes news and moves the stock price. For now, though. For now.
Exactly. We're going to come back right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A federal judge in San Francisco has ruled that Apple must lift restrictions that prevent developers from setting up rival marketplaces that compete with its Google Play Store. The judge handed a big victory to Epic Games in its long-running antitrust challenge to the tech giant's App Store. Technology sent stocks lower today, one of a number of factors. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ending the day in the red, with the S&P down 55, a drop today of just about 1%. The Dow was down almost 400 points, down 398, down 0.9%. NASDAQ was down 214, a decline of 1.2%. 10-year, 4.01%. The 2-year, 3.98%. Gold down 0.4%, 26.42 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude rallied almost 4% today at 77.31 on WTI. Brent now above $81 a barrel, up today by about 3.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to get right back to our interview with Professor Stefan Meyer. He is the James Gorman Professor of Business at Columbia Business School. He is a former Fed official. He worked at the Federal Reserve, I should say, at the Federal Reserve of Boston and also New York as well. The new book, The Employee Advantage, How Putting Workers First Helps Business Thrive. Professor, I want to talk a little bit about where the pandemic fits into all this and thinking about it in the context of how employees think differently about their work. There seemed to be a shift take place. Just look at the pushback that Amazon is getting right now to bringing workers back to 5 days a week. That's a distinct example, and you write about Amazon in the book. But how do you think about the pandemic shifting this?
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I mean, I think the pandemic shifted a lot. It put like a really bright spotlight on like what actually didn't work well before. I don't think like with the pandemic it suddenly was broken, but we figured out something is just not working well. And that spotlight really woke up a lot of people. They're like, really, do I want to do that? Is that the right way of doing so? And remote work is just one, where we thought like we can never do. I mean, it's never possible. Turns out,
yeah, we can.
Kind of fish. And now we have to figure out like how much. But it's definitely, I mean, in my view, it's definitely 5 days a week is not. Why should that be the optimal? Maybe it is sometimes, but like I don't see why 5 days should be. And people woke up to like maybe how we did things, how bosses behaved, how the workplace was structured is maybe not the way we should do or have to do it, because the pandemic showed us we can actually do it differently. And I think it was a real big wake-up call that led first to, great resignation and people rethinking like what are our what are my priorities in work, and do I really want to work for a workplace that doesn't treat me as much as well as I actually think I should be treated.
Well, have we changed then? Because it does feel like a lot of people are being called back to the office, and all of these kind of new wave of thinking of maybe how we work, we thought would be with us forever. But are we seeing it kind of roll back? And is that maybe not smart, that we're not evolving and transforming?
I mean, I don't think when you look at how many percentage of work days at home, I think we're plateaued at something like 30% of the days.
Yeah.
But like obviously the news of like Amazon, calling everybody back, and it's kind of ironic, obviously, almost like I talk in the example. My first example is about Amazon, and they're like that they're not as employee centric and whatever. And now, and I thought, well, maybe they turn around because Bezos actually said we want to be the best employer as well. Turns out they're the ones who now call everybody back. I think it's a huge mistake, and it kind of shows that we haven't evolved as much, Carol. That we are, they didn't listen to their employees as much as they would to their customers. They would do focus groups and like all customer insight journeys, and now they're doing something which 75% of Amazon employees hate.
Well, do you miss, because you get into the book, like you talk about purpose statements that companies need to put out. And I do wonder, we work at a company that has a very distinct culture, and we talk about it a lot, and people who come in, you feel it right from the get-go. And it was important for people to be back here. And part of it is that we running, when you walk in, it's this big open area and everybody from all different departments are running into one another. And things do happen when you run into somebody. And I do wonder, does culture get lost working at home? You talk about the importance of purpose statements for employees. So I wonder, there's something to that.
Absolutely. I mean,
and you find it only at the office, right?
Absolutely. There was actually two motivators that I describe that deal with or are affected when we think about remote work. One is the flexibility, autonomy, and the other one, what I call working together works. We have to be kind of together, being in a good team. Now, do we need to be together 40 hours a week?
Probably not.
Sure. Does like culture...
Love you, Tim, but
sometimes it feels like we're together 40 hours a week
or more.
Does culture matter? Yeah, but like when we were in the when everybody was in the office 5 days a week, like I guess like 50% of companies had like toxic work cultures.
Yeah.
Just because we're together doesn't make it great.
Right.
If you have a good culture, and you're really intentional about it, it's probably a good thing. But again, does it need 40 hours or like? There are downsides. Mentoring might not work so well. Do we do 40 hours of mentoring? I don't think so. Do we do 40 hours of like water or like kombucha tap moments? I don't think so. So we can be actually
Wait, we haven't had that yet.
We haven't had that.
You don't have a kombucha tap?
We don't have kombucha.
But we have a lot of other
cold
stuff.
brew and like a lot of other taps. I want to talk about some more sort of examples that are happening in real time. We used to talk to Brian Niccol, this new CEO of Starbucks, all the time.
Yeah,
we haven't
lot.
spoken to him since he became CEO
Not
of
yet.
Starbucks. We talked
He's
to him
a little
quarterly
busy, or so I hear.
at Chipotle. But I'm curious how you're looking at sort of that transition there, because there's a labor challenge with union and potential unionization, and then there's also the corporate challenge where he's like loves Newport Beach, and they need him in Seattle, so he's like on a private jet quite a bit.
Yeah, funny enough, I actually wrote an op-ed giving advice to him.
Yeah.
And the advice is like doing a human-centric turnover. I mean, Starbucks, where the baristas are critically important. If you go into the Starbucks and you feel welcoming, the whole point was like that you have like the baristas and they're really happy.
I feel like we did a case study on Starbucks in your class.
As well possible.
Okay.
Yeah. So good, you remember that. And I do think it's like really important to not fall into that myth of like, cutting. We talked before about like, should he cut costs right away in this turnaround? And I don't think so. In the long term, it's better to actually listen to, your workforce working with the union or not. Often when you actually treat your employees well, they don't unionize because they're happy to begin with. And
they're
like
good with customers.
Yeah,
right at
they
the
actually
payoff.
help. You can't get happy customers without happy employees. I think there is no way. You can't walk into a Starbucks and everybody is miserable, and then be happy about paying how much a latte is nowadays, but about a ridiculous amount of money for a latte, which part of it is the coffee and part of it is the atmosphere that you're buying. And so you need like happy employees in order to create that feeling and also to make them productive.
It is amazing in a service-led economy, and we all have horror stories of being on hold. I had somebody with a particular company, telecom company, who was on hold for like 4 or 5 hours. And, she's like, luckily I could be at home doing stuff and be on hold because I had to deal with an issue. But most people don't have that time. You're at work, like, I mean, we have to hang up. Got to go do our show. But I do wonder, like, what's happened? Because it just seems like in a service-led economy, service has gone to the wayside. I've gone into stores and there's nobody around to help me. Or there's somebody, I'm buying something and they're on their cell phone while they're checking me out or something. Or I check myself out. Like, so isn't it kind of surprising that if it's service...
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with you, Carol. I mean, I think like they in a service economy, the employees has to be critically important, and you need to treat them well. And I think Costco again is a good example. There is this other for those of the listeners who are from Texas, there is HEB. It's a grocery store in Texas, where I tell that story where like they opened the store outside of Dallas, and people would line up through the night to be the first person in that grocery store.
It's wild.
It's a grocery store. And it's a very employee-centric organization. And it creates this atmosphere where people are welcomed and love it to be there. And so I think as my book says, you treat your employees nice, and then the business actually thrives as a result.
I was going to say, you're a behavioral economist, and you teach students every semester at Columbia Business School. A top industry these students want to be in is consulting. Consultants often are told to cut costs. So there's this...
Move production overseas.
There's this circle that kind of needs to be disrupted, I imagine, in your view. And I'm wondering how that message is being received at the school and in your class.
I mean, I try. So, it's a topic where like everybody on the one hand says like, yeah, I'm all for it. The question is whether they actually implement it. And I think it's the same with obviously customer centricity. There is no executive who says I don't care about customers, but only a few can really pull it off to be really customer centric. And I think the same is true with employees. That if you really care and you really put in the work to be employee-centric, the benefits will come. But it's going to be delayed. We talked about this before. It's not a short-term thing. If you want to, the easiest way to cut cost right now is to cut labor force. That's often the biggest factor in the cost structure of an
It feels kind
organization.
of depressing, like the outlook, because it just sounds like you have a couple of examples, but most companies.
Yeah, I mean, I see it actually as a very positive story. I think like there is a way, if we change the mindset of thinking it's not either or, we're fighting against the employees, and otherwise it comes out of the bottom line. It's like,
Right.
no, we can actually treat them well and create more profits.
What's the research that backs that up?
I mean, there is like study over study that shows like, organizations that put well-being, not wellness, well-being and treat their employees nicely, they're actually more profitable. Now, it's a hard thing to study because there's what's causal and what is actually correlational.
Right.
Because maybe the better companies can also treat them better. But I do think like there are many examples and studies who actually show that if you treat them well, the benefits will come.
But go back to diversity's gotten better, and I think boards, like we've seen more diversity, and we've seen the research that says companies perform better. But I do wonder, again, go to earnings, if we're not highlighting that this company's doing so well with its employees, especially for publicly held companies.
Yeah.
I understand for smaller companies maybe why that happens, because I don't mean to be so negative, but I do wonder. We've got about 30 seconds left to wrap
we
up.
probably have to shift, and maybe you guys have to shift and talking more about the employees.
Yeah.
Where,
That's actually a really
nowadays
good
we talk
point.
a lot about customers. Many years ago, customers were like an afterthought. It was like product-centric and engineering and finance, and then we moved towards thinking, no, actually, the customer is really important. What's retention rate on your customers, and so on and so forth. And I think we probably have to shift to also now think about employees, and maybe in the future on your show, you have to ask those executives,
No, it's a great
how
point.
do you treat your
Although
employees?
like you say, they often say, yeah, of course employees are important.
Yeah, that's true.
Actions speak louder than words.
Stephen Meyer, he's the James Gorman Professor of
Interesting.
Business at Columbia Business School. Brand new book out next week, The Employee Advantage, How Putting Workers First Helps Business Thrive. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with the latest on Hurricane Milton, which has exploded into the Atlantic's strongest hurricane this year, bearing down as a catastrophic Cat 5 storm on a Florida region that is still struggling to recover from Helene's devastation. The Orlando airport has been closed effective Wednesday morning. Milton's top winds now reached 175 miles an hour. That is up from 90 miles an hour at 1 a.m. Officials say that Milton now bests Hurricane Beryl, which raked Texas, Mexico, and the Caribbean in July as the most powerful Atlantic storm this season. Stocks move lower today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ finishing very much in the red. S&P down 55 to 56.95, a decline today of 1%. We've got the Dow down 398, down 0.9%, while NASDAQ dropped 213, down 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.02%. 2-year 3.99%. Gold today down $11 the ounce to $26.42. That was a drop for spot gold of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil surged 3.8%, $77.23 for a barrel of WTI. Now, what about markets, rates, and the inflation backdrop? Jamie Batner is Chief Investment Officer at Creative Planning, and he was a guest earlier today right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Are prices still high? Absolutely. In certain segments, suffering? Absolutely. But overall, that trend line over the long run, which is what you can really help drive decision making off of instead of the short run, is still trending positive. And so, yes, as long as inflation doesn't get out of control again, it looks like we're in a good spot.
Jamie Batner of Creative Planning. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 55, down today by 1%. The 10-year, 4.02%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power on Prime Video, and it's in its second season. Carol, it's expected to be renewed for a third. And from what we've read, Amazon has planned for 5 seasons.
Yeah, talk about having some, visibility.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
And, listen.
I think it's like a Jeff Bezos passion project.
I think so too.
Years ago, he was so excited about this.
And you get it. It's based on the work of J.R.R. Tolkien. Our next guest is
You looked up how to say that, because everybody says J.R.R. Tolkien.
Well, it's so interesting. There's actually an interview with, I think, one of the actors that was in one of the series or movies, and it's apparently a thing, and we talked about it in the newsroom, so I did do my homework. Our next guest is an executive producer, director of Rings of Power. Great to have with us Charlotte Brandstrom. She's been involved with a lot of projects that you'll likely know. She's an award-winning director, directing both TV and film, a producer who has worked on Shogun, The Continental, The Unlikely Murderer, I'm leaving a lot out, The Outsider, The Disappearance. We could go on and on and on. We're really excited to have her, and she's with us from Paris. Welcome, welcome. It is Tolkien, right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for being with us. There's so much we want to talk about. I got to say, though, whenever we see someone who is as accomplished as you and has gone the distance in this industry, we do kind of wonder about how you began. What was your first job? How hard was it to get going?
My first job was a job in Death Valley, actually. I was cleaning the motorhomes for the actors.
No! Oh, my God. All right, and then what did that do? Just introduce you to people? You met people? Is that how it happened?
No, I think I worked very hard, and then a manager convinced me to work in the editing room. So I started off then in editing and assistant editor and worked myself up. That was actually after I went to film school. I came to the States. I went to the States to go to the AFI, American Film Institute in Los Angeles. So when I graduated from there is when I got my first job cleaning motorhomes. And then I sort of worked myself up from there. So I've sort of worked in every capacity, I think, in films before I do.
And it was really easy, right? The whole process. I'm being facetious.
It was great. It was very easy. I just walked.
How hard was it? And it's something that, we actually talked on our planning call about, the number of women who are reaching the level that you are and directing and producing. And it's still not a ton, is it?
No, it's hard. I guess also because we were a bit back then. I started directing 25 years ago. And we were a bit typecast. When I would walk into a room, they saw me and they said she should do like a sentimental drama or romantic comedy. And I just wanted to do action films, and I wanted to do epics, go cinema. I wanted to do different kind of films. And because those are the films that I enjoy watching. I mean, I love Lawrence of Arabia. I loved all the big epics. I mean, I like the scale. So I just pushed for that. So whenever I got actually a little drama or comedy, I always put action in it. So little by little, it happened.
Hey, I want to talk a little bit. We have a bit of time with you, so it's great. I want to talk a little bit about being a director in a world of incredible things you can do with CGI, with AI and computers. Because if you go and watch some stuff out, like Shogun was I just wrapped it up. It was just an amazing visual, the whole thing. We loved it. Filmed in British Columbia. But how do you balance your vision with what then needs to be done in post-production to make something work?
Well, you try to basically work not only with CGI visual effects, obviously you add special effects and you build. I'm not saying mainly, but it's used a lot for extension and embellishing everything. But then if we talk about Shogun, if we go back to the ships, that's where that was a very big challenge. And those were just pieces of ships that I had, just small pieces on the parking lot in the rain. So, and I put the actors on it, and I would walk off from my monitor in the tent where I was sort of a little bit like avoiding the rain, and walk up to see these poor actors staying there being drenched on deck. And they had to imagine the ocean and everything else. So you try to basically talk to them and try to have them, imagine everything around them.
I will say there are some scenes where there are dives off of ships. And, it looks...
that was real. Sorry.
That was real, okay.
He dived into a tank there.
Okay, yeah, that was...
That was something. We needed a little CGI that day too, actually, because when it was very cold in the air and Cosmo was diving to the water that was actually warm. So when he would get out of the water, he was like smoking. He looked like the devil. So we actually had to use CGI on the day you don't even realize, just to get rid of the smoke around him.
Wow.
When you're dealing, like you said, you like the scale, you like epic films. When you're dealing on that scale, does it require typically more takes because it's so complicated and there's so much involved? I'm just curious how complicated it is, and those poor actors that are out in the rain, are they in the rain for a long time? Because it's just difficult to put together.
Yeah, it's tough actually. What was really tough on Shogun was the scenes in the woods, the attack with the flaming arrows, because it was a night. We had a lot of weather problems on that show because of the rain. And we had to everybody was carrying around an umbrella, and the poor cameraman was trying to light the scene, but he couldn't see anything before everybody took off the umbrellas. And then when the umbrellas were gone, everybody got wet. So we had to really shoot very quickly eventually. But, it takes a lot of preparation. It's like you have to imagine what it's going to be like. Everybody has their method. I like to work with models. So I had the ships were built like small models, and I was playing around with that and people on deck that way. And it was my best way to explain the shots to the storyboarder, and then we would storyboard the scenes. And I do the same for big battles. I sort of place them everything on the battlefield, and I decide from which direction they're coming and where the sun is. And I work everything out. And for me, it helps me to work it out that way before creating everything.
That is so cool. That is so cool. Few battles in the Lord of the Rings. So we're going to do a little bit of news, but we're going to come back and we want to talk about that. The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, which, as we said, in its second season on Prime Video. So we're going to continue with Charlotte Brandstrom and talk about kind of what's involved in that project and kind of where it goes, because just, again, the scale just makes it so unique.
Also interested in a little more on AI, and given the and you and I this is actually a perfect conversation because we're going out to Hollywood for screen time on Thursday.
Yeah, and just talk about the use of technology, just how, content creation, so many different platforms where you can see it. So it's really kind of a great tee up to that. We're going to come back with Charlotte Brandstrom in just a moment. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, continuing here on Bloomberg Business Week, got a great guest, Charlotte Brandstrom. She's executive producer, director of Rings of Power, coming up, or it is, I should say, on Amazon Prime Video. She's still with us from Paris. Hey, before we move on to that, one more question on Shogun we were wondering, Charlotte, that we wanted to ask you. Our understanding is that the process, that there were two writers' rooms, one where English was spoken, one where Japanese. Just tell us a little bit about that dynamic, if we've got it correctly.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, except that I was around, I came in when it was already all written.
Okay.
And I just received the script where everything that was supposed to be in Japanese was in italics. And then I realized my whole script was in italics, so I got a little bit worried.
So how did you do?
I said, "Are you sure? Are you sure we're really doing this?" And they said, "Yes, we are shooting 3/4 of the show in Japanese."
How do you do
so
that?
Then you are surround yourself with. You have to surround yourself with translators and people who know Japanese really well, and you feel like after a few days you get used to it. You sort of think you almost speak Japanese by listening to various intonations and things.
Well, that's courtesy of one of our producers, Elizabeth, who has liked the series.
Oh, we all loved it. But
incredible people working on it, and I think that Hiro Sanada was one of the most incredible. He was when he was not on camera, he was off camera with us constantly.
What can you tell us about season 2 and your role on season 2?
On Rings of Power, right? Not Shogun.
Well, on Shogun, and then we'll talk Rings
on
of
Shogun.
Power.
Shogun, I don't know. I can't say anything at the moment.
I knew that would be the answer, but
Tim's already planning.
Yeah.
Tim's already planning.
You can't say anything, but it
will be an incredible season, I think.
And you are working on it, confirmed.
No, not right now.
Okay. We'll see.
Well, what's it like to work up, whether it's Shogun or Rings of Power, something that is going to be so watched, so critiqued big time. Do you feel that pressure as you're going through it?
You don't have time to. It's so challenging, the work itself. You have such long days and you have so many challenges every day. So you really focus on the detail of the day you sort of, it's like building a major puzzle or having pieces of a puzzle every day that you put in. So you're really focused on that. So you don't think about the outcome at that moment, I think. Or I don't, at least.
So
I'm just trying to do something that really works well.
Well, tell us about Rings of Power certainly working well. So tell us about kind of working through that. My understanding is, too, was it both the premiere and finale for season 2?
Yeah, I did the first, the opening and the last 2 episodes, and the last 2 were the biggest. I think they were probably bigger than Shogun. They were the biggest I've ever done because they were just huge sets, and a lot of different worlds and a lot of challenges. And the biggest challenge for me was to work in constant mud in episode 7.
What's that like?
Around. That was like, imagine you come in the morning at 6 o'clock in the morning and you're going to walk in sticky mud up to your knees all day. And it takes a long time to actually walk around in it because you can't walk very fast. And you're usually rushed all the time trying to finish the day. And you need to speak to everyone. So the walkie-talkies were very useful. So we were trying to talk to each other from a distance.
Hey, Charlotte, as I mentioned, Carol and I are headed out to Hollywood. We're going Wednesday. Bloomberg Screen Time is on Thursday. AI is going to be a huge topic there. I got a panel on that on Thursday, and I'm wondering, as a director, what's your view on the idea of AI or image likeness or displacement in the industry as a result of this technology?
I think we need to we need to protect a lot of players to help them. Because AI can't replace everything, but we need also to be very smart about it. We're not going to stop it. So we need to use it as a tool and to help us in our work. So I'm just trying. Of course, everybody's using AI in different ways today. But, there is a danger that we need to limit, and it's specifically when it comes to, I think, for our cast, for actors, for extras, because people want to keep working in this industry. But I, as a director, also, we embrace the VFX, the progress is done, and there is a lot of, we're not going to stop it, so we have to be smart and learn how to use it. So I think I'm just trying to learn as much as I can about it and see how I can use it.
Is Rings of Power the biggest thing you feel, like you said, you like the large scale and working on these projects? Is this the biggest scale that you've worked on?
Yeah, I think so, definitely, because it has so many different worlds. It's such huge sets, and you work with, the crews are just huge. We have a lot of people, and they are the best there are. So it's just, it's a gift every day to be able to walk to set and see these beautiful sets and figure out how to use them. But it's really about, in the end, you sit in the dark tent with your cameraman and you're looking at the screen and you're trying to make the scene work and the performances to be believable. And so it's, in a way, it's similar to every other show too at the same time. It's just when you leave the tent and you see what you have around you that is a bit impressive.
Yeah, I bet. So rom-com not in your near future, right?
Not in the near future, but it can be good too.
Gotta have the word epic in it.
I was just gonna say epic rom-com.
That's what she does.
No, listen, don't change a thing. Don't change a thing. Charlotte, thank you so much. We know it's later where you are in Paris, so thank you so much for carving out time for us. We really enjoyed this. Best of luck, and we look forward to the next seasons of whatever you're doing. Charlotte Bradstrom, she is executive producer, director, as we said, Rings of Power on Prime Video, season 2 underway. But as we said, reading in, expecting another season and maybe going on for a little while. And you'll have to wait to see what happens with Shogun, huh?
Yeah. It got a lot of acclaim.
It did.
Oh, yeah. It's like a huge award winner. Everybody was talking about it. It's on Hulu.
Such
Gotta
cool
watch
stuff.
it.
Fun stuff. All right, everybody, you are listening and watching. That's going to do it for us. Wow, have a good evening. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
The world marks 1 year since the October 7th attack on Israel, with fighting in the Middle East escalating as the Israeli Defense Forces intercept missiles fired by Hamas and continue operations in Gaza and southern Lebanon.
We'll have more on the year of war in the region and how it has affected U.S. politics with former National Security Council member Michael Allen and Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens of Michigan.
Plus, we'll have the latest from the campaign trail, including Donald Trump's return to the site of the first attempt on his life alongside Elon Musk over the weekend. Kamala Harris's sit-down with 60 Minutes set to air tonight. Our signature panel will weigh in. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, that's the beginning of quite the media blitz for Kamala Harris. She's going to be doing a series of interviews tomorrow in New York, appearing as well today in a public ceremony acknowledging this solemn moment that we have today.
Yeah, of course, it's not just her. President Biden marking the 1 year mark since October 7th at the White House as well. Donald Trump doing so, too. And we expect to hear from him in just about an hour when he'll be speaking at an event in Florida marking this very sober 365 days of what has been war in the Middle East.
Here we are 1 year into this. The vice president speaking a short time ago at the White House.
On this solemn day, I will restate my pledge to always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself, and that I will always work to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish people here and around the world. We must work to relieve the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza who have experienced so much pain and loss over the year.
Joining us now for more are Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco and Daniel Flatley, who cover the White House and national security for us. Thank you both for being here. As we consider what this past year has brought, not just the life lost, the hostages taken on October 7th, but tens of thousands of lives lost in the fighting that has ensued in the region since then, we have gotten now to the 1 year mark with no end to that fighting in sight, Dan.
Yes, a somber day, certainly. And to your point, Kaylee, it only seems like more fighting from here on
on out for a while. Obviously, the day started with rockets fired by Hamas into Israel. We know that there's a ground incursion into Lebanon by Israel, along with an air campaign in order to, as Israel has described it, to sort of take out some military targets in that area so that they can start moving some people back into northern Israel. But obviously, these rockets from Hamas show that we're talking about multiple fronts here, not just on the borders of Israel, but also in the Red Sea with the Houthis. And we had almost 200 ballistic missiles fired by Iran into Israeli airspace, hitting the ground in some places in Israel over the last week. So very complex security situation and no particular end in sight, unfortunately.
The comments we're hearing today from Joe Biden and from Kamala Harris remind us a bit of the lack of influence that the administration seems to have over outcomes right now. Michelle, what's next? We've seen the Secretary of State go over 10 times. They've dispatched Amos Hochstein, the director of the CIA. Is there another card to play here?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that the White House rhetorically also has struggled with in terms of explaining, what gives. You've had these deliberate negotiations. You've had these, trips, as you say, to the region constantly. You're in constant communication, as you say, with Israeli officials. Yeah. I think one thing that folks are increasingly pointing to is the lack of direct communication between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Karine Jean-Pierre today in the White House briefing was saying they've spoken 12 times over the past year, which when you think about a full year, maybe doesn't seem like so much when all that is going on, repeatedly day to day. So I think they certainly are at pains to describe how the relationship is maintaining a fruitful nature, that both sides are hearing the other, when it does appear to be the case that Israel is kind of going its own way on a lot of these decisions that make it harder for the U.S. to justify a stalwart support. But on a day like this, of course, the tone is very different. You're not hearing that sort of complication coming from the administration, nor from, of course, Donald Trump on the other side, who both sides are kind of expressing their stalwart support. You heard it from the vice president there. Yep. We always have a right to defend themselves, and we'll provide the resources to do so.
But it's been a delicate dance for Kamala Harris and for Joe Biden when he was still the presumptive Democratic nominee. This is a political issue within the Democratic Party specifically, and in states that could decide the election, like Michigan, where there is a large Arab American and Muslim population. The fact that things seem to be heating up rather than cooling down as we get closer and closer to Election Day in November just points to how politicized this all could potentially be, and the fact that it could have some blowback on Kamala Harris.
For sure, and that's something that Harris has had to grapple with, really all year, because she came out early in the year and was seen, before she was the nominee, was seen as more empathetic to Arab Americans than perhaps the president and certainly some others who have been speaking out on this from Washington. But now it looks like, she is losing that support, as you mentioned, within the party, particularly with, some discussions around the non-participatory involvement of folks at the convention from the Arab American side. We heard a lot from the Israeli side. And so there does seem to be this kind of uneven play here which could get her into trouble electorally, as you mentioned, in places like Michigan. And it's something that Trump is increasingly willing to try to exploit and say, I'm actually a champion for all of these people, and saying, this never would have happened if I were president, making that case as well.
Dan, what's the Pentagon's posture here? Obviously, you've got a defense secretary urging restraint, but at the same time surging assets into the region. What are we prepared for in the coming days?
Well, the Pentagon is they're fond of saying we're a planning organization. So you're planning for all contingencies, right? But obviously we've seen a surging of U.S. personnel into the region. Yeah. There is some debate as to whether that is keeping a lid on things, or is it giving Israel cover to perhaps be more aggressive in some of their military campaigns than they would be otherwise. I'm not sure that there's a real succinct answer to that question, but certainly the U.S. military is prepared for any contingency, I think, but wants to avoid a larger regional war as much as possible. And whether that means that will act as a deterrent or an accelerant, we will just have to wait and see.
Well, especially as we're still waiting to see how, if ever, Israel responds to the barrage of missiles Iran sent its way last week, as you mentioned earlier. Dan, do we have a sense of what that timing could look like?
You know, it's interesting, Kaylee, with this back and forth that we've seen directly between Israel and Iran this year. I mean, this is almost unprecedented. Certainly the activity last week was unprecedented. And so we are waiting for that Israeli response. When it will come, we don't know. You know, last time in April, the response was relatively measured. They just took out an air defense site. Whether that is going to be something, we'll see something similar this time, we don't know. Whether and when it will come, we don't know. You know, you sort of want to keep the enemy guessing as much as you can. But I suspect that we'll see something sooner rather than later because they don't want to, Israel would not want to let this go on too long without a response.
Thanks to both of you for joining us here at another important moment. Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco and Dan Flatley with us on Balance of Power. Coming up, we'll expand our conversation on the long-term impact of the Hamas attack on Israel 1 year ago today. With Michael Allen, the former NSC official, now with Beacon Global Strategies, is up next on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio.
We have to be prepared to confront Iran. Iran launched almost 200 ballistic missiles at Israel a week ago tomorrow. It was an escalation unlike anything we've seen in the region before. The response against Iran, as President Biden said, it needs to be proportionate. Israel needs to restore its deterrence, as it's done with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And we need to get to a place where the regime understands that they don't have a free hand.
It's Congressman Brad Schneider, the Democrat from Illinois, with us on the early edition of Balance of Power today, talking about the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors, the role of the U.S. as well. And joining us now is Michael Allen, Managing Director, Partner, Beacon Global Strategies, a veteran of the National Security Council in the Bush White House. Great to see you back at the table.
Thank you.
The Congressman used an important word there, proportionate.
Yes.
What does that look like this time?
Well, I think it would look something akin to what Iran had done to Israel, but I kind of think Israel's going to go big. I think Israel is thinking to themselves, we have an opportunity here. We have to reset deterrence. This is what we were most concerned about having lost on October 7th a year ago, and we need to make them fear us again. So I think they're going to go for military, conventional weapon sites, definitely. I think they need to take out ballistic missile sites so that when there's a retaliation back from Iran, there'll be fewer missiles to hit. Yeah. But I also think they're going to go for energy platforms and infrastructure, and they might go for some nuclear sites.
Well, and the concern, if they do that, is that that is perhaps the most escalatory move of all, because it's unclear what Iran will do next, which raises the broader question of everything we have seen Israel do up to this point and what we may see them do in response to what Iran did last week. Has all of that made the world more dangerous and Israel less safe than more safe since October 7th?
So I think it's a fair point, but I think from their perspective that they felt unsafe on at least these three fronts. Hezbollah, we already know the story in Hamas in Gaza, and of course they would say Iran is now taking shots at us for the first time in history from their own territory. And so while we can't eliminate them completely, I think they think we've got to severely degrade them. So if they go for nuclear sites, that will be a big decision. I don't think they're optimally suited to do it, however. They really need the United States. They really need some deep, penetrating ordinances to be able to get into these mountains, to get to these centrifuge halls. But there might be some sites that are critical nodes or part of weaponization that they feel like, you know what, why don't we just try to hit it a little bit because we're going to have to come back again one day.
What does the U.S. have that Israel does not have? What bunker-busting technology would we use if it was a U.S. operation?
So I think you just nailed it. The bunker buster is generally called the mother of all bombs, the Moab.
That is
the
one.
Literally
we're
it.
We're not handing out.
We have not given them one. I don't think they've asked in a while. I don't think, certainly, the Biden administration wouldn't countenance the idea. Yeah. Not sure if they asked during the Trump administration. We may have an upgrade over the Moab, unclear totally, but it's definitely something a lot heavier than they have today. And they also have refueling issues and how much time over target. There's a bunch of complicating factors given how many sites there are.
Okay, so this administration hasn't given those to Israel, but this administration's only around for a few more months. Someone new will be sitting in the Oval Office come January. And one of them, Vice President Harris, sat down for an interview with 60 Minutes. It's sent to air tonight, but this is a piece of what she had to say when she was asked about the U.S.'s relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. Take a listen.
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people? And the answer to that question is yes.
Not an important alliance with Prime Minister Netanyahu. So if you are the Prime Minister, in his fragile position within his coalition government, knowing that that is potentially who you could be dealing with in the United States come January, how does that change your decision-making now that there's no guarantee it will be another Donald Trump presidency that you've experienced before?
So I think arguably it makes them want to go faster and hit nuclear sites while they can. By the way, two in the center type Israeli politicians, Naftali Bennett, who was previously the prime minister, and Benny Gantz have also said things to the effect of, we're never going to get a better opportunity than now to hit some of their nuclear sites. That doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean they're not engaging in a little bit of politics themselves to stake out area to the right of Netanyahu. But I think it's a big factor going forward. I think even if it's Kamala Harris, he'll want to press the reset button at some point with the United States, and he has to keep that in mind. And it may cause him to go faster now while Biden's a lame duck.
So you've got a 4-week window, essentially, that you just laid out. How do you best use it?
I think they're going to hit Israel sometime. Israel will hit Iran sometime this week. I do believe there'll be a retaliation coming from Iran. The big question is, will they do as Iran has vowed that they will do, which is to hit oil facilities in the UAE, Saudi. They even added in, I believe, Oman and Azerbaijan. If they try to do that, the United States would be more involved, I believe, in trying to knock these missiles down. But that would be escalatory. You may see another couple of cycles on the escalatory ladder before this begins to
That means we could have $100, $150 a barrel oil in time for the election, though, is it not?
I think it could definitely rise. I think that's always been a factor from the United States viewpoint, which is like, let's not let this get out of control because of the price of oil. And for many other reasons, we don't want it to escalate. But things are getting crazy.
Does Iran want to do that to the global economy and the U.S. economy specifically on the eve of the election, knowing that Iran, according to the Department of Justice, which has actually prosecuted people for this, is actively trying to hack into the Trump campaign, as we've seen, sow mis and disinformation online, trying to disrupt the American electoral process?
I think Iran would rather Israel not do it at all because this is their lifeblood. Oil is their economy. They haven't been sanctioned in a large way, at least in terms of the enforcement of the sanctions of late. And I feel like they're saying to us, don't hit our oil infrastructure, because that is when we would start escalating elsewhere in the region. They're trying to inspire fear on the part of the United States and in Europe that a big bunch of oil is going to come off market. So put all the pressure that you have on Israel so that they don't hit our oil infrastructure.
Kayleigh pointed us to the remarks from Kamala Harris about our alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu versus the people of Israel. Whoever the next president is will likely be dealing eventually with someone else in charge of that country. Donald Trump's approach versus Kamala Harris's approach means what difference to you?
So I think it's inevitable that Republicans in general and Trump in particular would give the Israeli people a wider berth. Trump has said as much, by the way. I was surprised that he actually said within the last few days that, of course, they should go after the nuclear sites. Of course, he's trying to be different than Biden and take the opposite position at any given moment. But that's a big step that he took there. That is green-lighting Iran, certainly after the election, to go after nuclear sites. I would be
Israel to go after
Iranian nuclear sites. I would be careful about that, by the way, because at the end of the day, once we're in a post-election situation, Trump isn't going to be there to bomb nuclear facilities. If he's for anything or against anything, it's endless wars, and he is not going to start a war, I believe, with Iran. He may try to take major players off the battlefield like he did with General Soleimani, but I think a big conventional strike against Iran is off the table.
Just quickly, as we have heard from Trump and a number of other Republicans, that this has all happened because this administration, the Biden administration, has been too soft on Iran. You mentioned sanctions enforcement just a moment ago. Isn't that a China problem? What role does China have in this conversation?
So the Trump team would say, and it's a fair point, that when they were in office, they went to our allies in Asia and said, please don't buy Iranian oil. Now, they also went to the Chinese. I don't think the Chinese were very cooperative, but as long as they were getting the Koreans and the Japanese and others around the world, it had a downward pressure effect on price per barrel. And so Iran had less discretionary funding to fund terrorists around the world. But it's a fair point, especially when you see that Russia has been kept afloat by China. These two are thick as thieves now, and they're going to bail each other out of every contingency going forward that we can put before them.
Right, Michael Allen, always great to have you here on Balance of Power. He's managing director and partner of Beacon Global Strategies, also former member of the National Security Council in the Bush White House. Now, still ahead, Arizona preparing for all possibilities on Election Day. We have new reporting on the security and transparency efforts in that battleground state. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Early in-person voting is starting this week in a number of states, including Arizona on Wednesday. It's a battleground that's at the epicenter of security concerns when it comes to the upcoming election. Wrought iron fencing, police forces, and security cameras are just some of the efforts officials are making in Maricopa County in particular. And joining us now with her reporting on these efforts is Bloomberg's Jamie Terabay in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Jamie, obviously they are trying to do a lot to physically secure the areas in which the vote is happening and being tallied. But what other security measures are necessary that aren't necessarily physical threats, cyber threats, for example?
You know, one of the most interesting things is that they've done so many different drills to shore up the security side for election workers. They've done deep fake exercises where they've actually done exercises where election officials will have done phone calls to election workers, but it's not really the election official, it's a deep fake of them, and really explaining to these people how the technology can be used to be weaponized to influence the vote, or at least influence their behavior. So it's just, there are so many different things that they're doing, and there's also just, they're tracking everything, they're auditing everything, and everyone who swipes their badge to get through into those rooms, that's all logged. And, you know, it's a lot, but I think that out of an abundance of caution, and of course, given the experience that they had 4 years ago, it feels pretty merited.
Well, this show of force is not a surprise, I suppose, and I suspect it's aimed at creating confidence, instilling confidence in the system. Does it also make some people worry about Big Brother, that this is exactly what we were worried about? We can't see what's going on behind the iron bars and the mounted police.
I feel like in Maricopa County in particular, they've done so much to address that. They have opened the tabulation center for tours, and they've gone through things like, this is how we verify your signature, because one of the conspiracy theories was that unsigned or fake ballots were being used and counted as votes. And one of the other things that they do is there are 2 separate surveillance camera systems, including one that is a live stream 24 hours a day. You can actually go online and see it. So they may have a fence that you can only go through if you've been cleared, but on the inside, they are trying to show people and give them as much access as possible to what is actually happening behind all those closed doors.
Yeah. Is part of this also teaching people that we're not going to know necessarily who the president is on the night of the election?
Yes. But I think that in Arizona, they have a high percentage of mail-in voter ballots. And so the count will definitely be happening, but there is definitely an expectation in Maricopa that they will not have a result before the end of the day.
Got it. Boy, that's something that we're going to also be, I think, reminding people of a lot. Bloomberg's Jamie Terabay with a great story here on the terminal and online with some fascinating images. Jamie went out to Arizona to do some great reporting on this that you're going to want to check out. Coming up, we're marking a year, once again, since October 7th and the attacks, as about 100 hostages now, including American citizens, are understood to be held still by Hamas. We'll be joined by Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens of Michigan, who co-chairs the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages, next on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg TV and Radio.
October 7th, 2023 was, of course, also the day when Hamas took 254 people hostage, including 12 Americans. An estimated 101 of those hostages still remain in Gaza, including 7 Americans: Itay Chin, Judith Weinstein, Gad Hagay, Eden Alexander, Keith Siegel, Sagi Dekel Chen, and Omar Nutra. Hamas should release every one of these hostages immediately.
Matthew Miller, spokesperson for the State Department, earlier talking about the hostages that were taken from Israel by Hamas a year ago today, on October 7th, 2023. Joining us now for more here on Bloomberg TV and radio is Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens of Michigan, who co-chairs the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here as we mark this very somber 1 year since not only lives were lost in the Hamas attack on Israel, but many were taken by Hamas and still remain held by them. What is your message to the hostage families and the hostages themselves who are wondering 1 year into this whether they'll ever get to come home?
This is an absolutely brutal and open wound marker of a day. 1 year held in captivity in tunnels, no communication with family, no access to proper food, water, or even air in some cases. And we have a very clear message to the hostages. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. We are fighting for you. We are working to bring you home. We are working alongside the Israeli government and an international community, certainly to our fellow Americans. You are the heartbeat of what we are working on in the Congress. Just last November, we passed a resolution to condemn Hamas, to call for the release of the hostages, and it was voted on 414-0. Every voting member of Congress that day called for the release of the hostages. And of course, to the families, these brave, courageous, admirable families. I was on a Zoom earlier today with Aviva Siegel, whose husband Keith is still remained in captivity. Aviva was there herself for 51 days. It is absolutely harrowing to hear her story, and yet she continues to tell it. The families continue to show up. They continue to advocate. And this was an attack on October 7th on all of humanity, on free humans, human beings going to music concerts, living in their homes, who were taken. Yeah. We have a non-state actor, Kaylee, who we cannot really easily negotiate with. We were misled 51 days into this, certainly as a population, that they seemed like they could negotiate, Hamas, but they don't care. They do not care, and that is why about a month and a half ago, they murdered in cold blood 6 hostages who had been in those tunnels. One American, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, whose family is absolutely remarkable and who I was so pleased to see featured at the Democrat National Convention.
Yeah, we do think of the families, Congresswoman, having learned today. Eden Stivy, a 28-year-old who was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival, has been declared dead in absentia, according to the Prime Minister. We spoke earlier today on the early edition of Balance of Power with Democratic Congressman Brad Schneider, your colleague from Illinois. Here's what he had to say about the likelihood of a resolution and what might be facing the next president.
It's hard to imagine that a resolution is on the near horizon. As was mentioned, I don't think I'd call it a widening conflict in the region. Hezbollah started firing rockets at Israel on October 8th. The Houthis from Yemen, Iran has launched 2 strikes in April and on October 1st. It's certainly escalating, and it's hard to imagine that it'll be resolved within the next 4 weeks.
With that said, we advance to the next president here, Congresswoman. Will the White House, will the administration, the U.S. government have more influence over outcomes at that point?
Well, I think we've seen some of the limitations that we have faced in this regard, even with the full force and weight of a presidential administration and the Congress working towards an outcome to free the hostages and reach a just end to this war. And at every turn, Hamas has rejected. Hamas has doubled down. They've overseen the killing of their own civilians in Gaza, innocent Palestinians. And it's just way too much suffering. It is a reminder of what jihad terrorism looks like and why we need to stand by democratic allies. Today is a reminder of who started this war. And I had the very profound opportunity following from the announcement, the tragic announcement that Hersh Goldberg Poland and 5 others were murdered, to talk to Vice President Harris about that and to thank her for her statement and her actions and for speaking out. And she immediately jumped on what I was saying, gave me some key updates, let me know that she had just left the White House, as a matter of fact, and had been working on this issue while she's, now in Michigan on a brief campaign stop. And every time I've talked to the Biden-Harris administration, they have been so laser focused. Biden with his foreign policy expertise, and certainly Kamala Harris showing everyone in the debate that she had with her competitor what a grasp she has of foreign policy. That is who we need standing up to Putin. That is who we need standing up to Hamas and to continue to bring together the world order alongside our democratic allies. And I couldn't be more proud to be supporting her election here in Michigan and across the country. And I know her leadership will not bring chaos, will not bring confusion, will bring clarity and consistency and the firmness we need to bring these hostages home.
Well, Congresswoman, while Harris may have your support, she does not have the support of everyone, including the Abandoned Harris Group, which today decided to endorse Jill Stein, and in a statement in part said our movement remains dedicated to ensuring that the American people, especially the Muslim American community, recognize the responsibility we share in standing up against oppression and using all our power to stop genocide. There are still those in Michigan, Congresswoman, who find that Kamala Harris has not done enough to stop what they see is genocide. How many votes could she lose over this ongoing conflict in the Middle East?
Well, allow me to speak from my perch of Oakland County, Michigan, in Michigan's 11th district, that will certainly cast a very large number of votes, probably the highest number of votes in this presidential election. I have not seen one Jill Stein sign in my district. I did see 2 RFK signs earlier in the cycle. They're now gone. I am crisscrossing my district on a regular basis from Madison Heights, Hazel Park on the east side of Oakland County to Bloomfield Hills, Pontiac, and into Commerce and Wixom on the west side of Oakland County. And you see Harris signs and you see Trump signs, but you do not see Jill Stein signs. And that is certainly not to underestimate in a very close election with some fracturing. And obviously this abandoned movement is national, and it does have some traction here in Michigan. It could make a difference, but I'm a proud Democrat. And I think what you saw at the Democrat National Convention, an exciting, vibrant, inclusive convention that brought together our party from all 50 states and other voting blocs. Look, we're on the right side of issues when it comes to women's rights, when it comes to the economy, delivering for advanced manufacturing and our supply chains, not causing these disruptions like what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic and when Donald Trump threatened my governor to not give her the supply she needed to fight back on COVID, putting our whole economy into disarray. We've been rebuilding. We're competing at the world stage, on the world stage, in new innovations and new mobilities. And all Donald Trump does is fearmonger. Kamala Harris presents a vision for the future. She was just in Flint saying, I'm going to invest in you. I believe Flint, Michigan is going to vote for Kamala Harris, not the other guy.
Congresswoman, it's great to have you back, as always. Haley Stevens, the Democrat from Michigan, with us here on Balance of Power. Coming up, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris taking part in events marking the year since October 7th. Our signature panel will be next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
devastated by the pain and loss that occurred on October 7. And Doug and I pray for the family and loved ones of all of those who were lost. And may their memories be a blessing.
Vice President Kamala Harris earlier today at the White House before planting a pomegranate tree in honor of the victims of October 7th. Let's assemble our signature panel today. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, is with us, alongside Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to have you both with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. October 7, Jeannie, means what for Kamala Harris? And I ask you that knowing about the protest vote that Joe Biden faced on the primary trail, and her words being scrutinized here by progressives looking for some sunlight between Harris and Biden.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think it's hard to talk about the politics of this day because it is such a solemn day, and yet it has consumed the campaign trail, obviously, today, and will continue to for the very reason you just said, because you've got people on the left who have, been frustrated with the Biden administration's response. They let that be known very loudly during the primary, and they decided they weren't gonna, in this uncommitted line, endorse Kamala Harris for the presidency. And so that is a challenge for her, but she's also being squeezed on the other way because you've got voters on the other side who are very frustrated with the fact that they feel like the Biden administration has not been supportive enough of Israel. And so they are voicing their frustration. So, I think it speaks to the fact how hard it is to be an incumbent or part of an incumbent administration dealing with an issue like this. And Kamala Harris is feeling that heat today. But I do think tonally she has been right on. And I would just juxtapose that with the 2 radio interviews Donald Trump did today, in which he was bemoaning the fact that he doesn't get more Jewish support. That is not the tone I think that should be set during a day, on a day like today.
Well, as we consider the way that voters are thinking about these issues, how big is the group of voters that really will be voting based off of foreign policy calculations, whether that is in the Middle East or elsewhere? Is it more the potential economic ramifications of that foreign policy, like if this escalating conflict that we're seeing right now leads to higher oil prices before people head to the polls?
Yeah, well, I think this is the great juxtaposition between economic voters who care about oil prices and gasoline at the pump and those who believe in, preserving the democracy that exists in the Middle East, Israel, and protecting it from its neighbors, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all these terrorist organizations that are at the front of this issue. So I think Kamala Harris has been doing a good job of sort of building out her foreign policy credentials, and I'm surprised she didn't use this moment as a way of brandishing more of them. Very understated day, 28 days left. There's no such thing as a day off from the campaign at this point. And I respect the thoughts and wishes of people who have been directly affected by this, but they also want to know, what is it that's going to be your policy to Israel? And I would say those who are negatively affected by her support for Israel are a pretty small group of voters in only a few states, one of which is an important state. So, if 100,000 voters are against her that otherwise would have voted for her in Michigan because of this issue, that's a big impact. Yeah. So small number of people can have otherwise a lot of leverage in a state like Michigan right now.
So does any of this stuff help Harris? Jeannie, if we're talking about $100, $150 for a barrel of oil, depending on what happens here, if Israel decides to hit Iranian oil installations, she carries the liability of the incumbent here, correct?
She does. I mean, this does not help her. She can try to make the most of it politically by showing her foreign policy bona fides, and that was Rick was just talking about. But this is not what she wants to be talking about. This is an issue where she is a part of the administration. So even the question on 60 Minutes that we'll hear more from tonight, where he asks about Benjamin Netanyahu, she can't, as the sitting vice president, take on Benjamin Netanyahu too critically. And so I think she did an okay job dodging that question, but it's not going to leave voters particularly satisfied. And what is the answer? This is an issue that has confounded almost every U.S. president for the last 30, 40, 50 years almost since Israel was created, and the situation is getting worse, not better. And an election this tight, a few thousand votes in Michigan or Wisconsin can matter. And in the primary, again, they had, 40,000 in Wisconsin, more than 100,000 in Michigan. That's a lot of voters that she cannot lose in an election this tight in states that important.
All right, Jeannie and Rick, stay with us because Jeannie mentioned that 60 Minutes interview. Kamala Harris doing a media blitz as she tries to reach key voters ahead of the election. We'll have more on that with the panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote.
That was Elon Musk over the weekend campaigning with Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, the site of the first attempt on Trump's life earlier this summer. Back with us for more, our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino. So, Rick, it was described as Elon Musk there as a must-win race for Donald Trump. If it is a must-win, is your time better spent alongside Elon Musk in Pennsylvania or, say, doing a sit-down on 60 Minutes broadcast nationally like Kamala Harris is doing tonight?
Well, I would say it's good to be in Pennsylvania, right?
Sure.
The national broadcasts are great, and it's a lot of eyeballs, only a few of which are in the 7 targeted states. So he made his choice. I'm not going to second guess it. Frankly, I think he would have been much better off if he'd have just done that event alone. He had a massive crowd. They were here to see him and not to see Elon Musk dancing around the stage like a hippity hopper guy. So, and I don't even know what a hippity hopper guy is, but that's him. And so, like, we talked about this last week. You run the risk with a guy like Elon Musk. No one's going to get to write a speech for him. Yeah. He's not going to be on message. And this whole dark MAGA thing and all kinds of, sort of very, very negative things to say about the Democrats, the same things he's decrying them saying about Trump. I thought it put a pall on the event in Butler, and I think it could have been done without.
Wow. Well, I'm just going to pick up on the point you just made and point you to ABC This Week, one of the Sunday morning shows. Speaker Mike Johnson was there and had this to say about the rhetoric that Democrats are responsible for the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Listen.
I don't think they're saying that the Democratic Party tried an assassination attempt. I think what they're alluding to is what we've all been saying. They have got to turn their rhetoric down. For years now, the leading Democrats in this country, the highest elected officials and the current nominee for president, have gone out and said that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, that, you know, the republic will end if he's reelected. It's absolute nonsense.
But Jeannie, just the night before, we just played the cut. Elon Musk said, quote, he must win to preserve democracy in America, unquote. Donald Trump has said that many times himself. So double standard here?
Well, I wouldn't accuse Elon Musk of that. Of course it is. You know, I come from the academy. We talk about plagiarism all the time. And yet, what do you see? You see Democrats now scratching their heads saying, hey, wait, that was our line. You stole it from us. And they are running with it. You mentioned Elon Musk. Donald Trump was saying it. Lara Trump was saying it over the weekend. Eric Trump. I mean, the list goes on because they want to make the case that this is a threat. I mean, this is where we are in this race this tight. You've got to paint the other guy or person as more threatening than your own side and drive up their negatives, rather. And that's what they're trying to do.
Well, as we consider what each side is trying to do and the message they are trying to get out there, Kamala Harris is going to be doing more interviews this week. We already, over the weekend, saw the dropping of the Call Her Daddy podcast, where she talked a lot about women's rights in particular. She's doing CBS tonight, The View as well. What else? The Late Show?
Howard Stern Show.
Stephen
Colbert.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All in one day.
Are any of these
Colbert.
reaching the audiences she needs to reach?
Yeah, it's a flood zone, right? You know, you just want to crowd the scene, and I think that's what they're doing. And of course, all these are sort of handpicked constituencies. People who listen to these shows, watch the TV, are more likely to be either swing voters or her own, right? So this is a part of building momentum. I think what you're seeing now is we're getting into a phase of the campaign where it's even less about advocacy, you know, my plans, my policies, here's, you know, what my next administration is going to do, and more about turnout. And so they're trying to get people excited again. So we came out of the conventions, both for Trump and Harris, with wild excitement, no question about it. Then it's calmed down, and we went through the economic plans and the rollout of their policies. Now we're getting back into the push to elections. Because remember, people are voting in about a dozen states right now, today.
That's right.
Start tomorrow in Arizona. So this is where momentum creation begins.
Are these the right venues, Jeannie? And does Kamala Harris call out Howard Stern for some of the off-color humor that made him famous?
Oh, I don't think she will do that. Howard Stern has been a friend of the Biden administration, Joe Biden himself, and I would assume Kamala Harris. And I would say, as you go back to the Call Her Daddy, it is a very good interview, and people should listen to it, because look at what happened in Georgia today. They reinstitute the 6-week ban. They spent most of that interview talking about the issue of reproductive rights. Kamala Harris is very strong in that interview. And of course, Alex Cooper herself is a more conservative, she grew up Catholic, anti-abortion. So it was a really fascinating turn there.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel, getting us started on another wild week in politics. To that end, check out the Washington Edition newsletter. You can find it on the terminal and online.
And you can find us back here tomorrow. So thanks for joining on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're gonna try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
I don't know whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. It more like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as
I'm all ready!
I erase all who oppose me.
I can't lose
Nowhere to run.
I'm gonna win this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
Let's get rolling. Guess that's it. gonna win this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
Don't fall behind! Heading out!
Just don't hold me back.
This is our chance.
I can do this. Guess that's it.
this thing!
I erase all who oppose me.
Let's get rolling.
There's no need for myself.
Not bad. That was fun.
minute? Got it!
I can do this.
Keep up the good work.
You aren't getting away! Nice try.
Hey, thanks.
That's the spot!
Finish this already.
Say jutsu!
Let's finish this already.
Summoning! Ninja Hell! That's the spot! I'll say music coming
Keep up the good work.
Let's go! Jutsu! Yeah! Water style, liquid cooling! Water style, liquid Jutsu!
Thanks. Let's finish this already.
some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technology
Hi, sir.
Na 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 da 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 da. Na 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 da 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 da. Na na na. Boom! You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Nice. All right.
Stein, Mitchell, Beato, and Misner have spent decades achieving the best possible results for clients.
You know why it's so hard to find a Ryzen 7 7800X 3D? Nope. Really? There's not one in stock on like Amazon or Newegg or some shit? Seems odd. That is weird. Can you show how you manipulate the mouse? I'm not sure what you mean by manipulate. Just us. I have a bit of money. Am I saving for next game? Oh, I didn't realize I had $64,000.
Got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Gulag is closed until further notice. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
It's getting dirty. Hey, yo, what did he say? I swear I heard an N coming out of his mouth at the end of that death comm. Can you please show how you gaslight your keyboard too? So you want me to manipulate my mouse and gaslight my keyboard? Yeah, I can probably do that for you. Alright, let's see how many plates we can buy with $72,000. Go ahead and clip that, put that on Instagram. I think I hurt my neck doing that.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Keep your eyes up for prize contracts. You'll earn more buck for your bang.
Bro, you are boo-boo, just retired, beautiful wife, go have kids, pussy, trash trailer, busera. Okay. Okay, not sure how to respond to that.
Gas is closing in.
Yeah, anyone need some plates out here?
Loadout drop headed your way. Friendly buy station deployed.
Yeah, BNK, thank you for the 52 months.
Inbound. Location marked. Deployable buy stations ready. Gas is inbound. Marking in the safe zone. Deployable buy station is available. High value contracts are in play. More risk, more reward.
Ooh, a Rob. Whoa, holy schmackers, dude. Holy shit, what the fuck? I just got direct impacted by Estrella. I think this guy's using Estrella and an explosive crossbow.
A couple contracts out there have increased payouts. Get to them first to cash out. You're losing ground. Move it.
Oh, wait, I know where the last two guys are. Good job, dude.
It's just an opportunity
Yeah, bro.
to do better.
The other guy didn't even do anything to win. What are these shotguns and what attachments? It's the Reclaimer Kimbo. Mute. Yeah, you can see all of them. There you go, Sam. Did I miss that clip before? Which one? What up, Liberato? Is the Bal 27 a good weapon to run with the Reclaimer Sakimbo? Yeah, the Bal 27's good. It's pretty viable. It's not the meta, but it's definitely like good enough to like use. Is this song new? Space Cadet song release date. Oh, this song came out 6 years ago? I feel like I've never heard this song before. I like it though. Do I have any grays coming in? Like gray hairs? No. My hair doesn't turn gray, it just falls out. Not anymore though. Because I'm on finasteride. Have I tried a hard mouse pad before? I have. I've also tried glass, but I just wasn't really a fan of them. I didn't feel like I was as good as I was on like traditional cloth mouse pads. You have to stay on it forever? If you want to prevent hair loss, yeah, you kind of do have to stay on it forever, but I mean, if you don't care about your hair slowly falling out, then yeah, you don't have to be on it. I probably will. I'll probably be on it until I'm like in my, I don't know, until I'm in my like 50s or 60s maybe, and then at that point I just won't care anymore and I'll stop taking it. But yo, we got a 5 gifter. Actually, we have 2 5 gifteds from Log K Zona. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Sorry, I didn't call out your first 5 gifted bomb earlier. Thank you very much for that, Zona. Appreciate the love. Logan Tyler, thank you for the brand new sub. Welcome to the Huskies. Jackboy, appreciate the 96 bits. Let me know if you need to see the Kimbo Shoddy build again. Here it is again real quick. B&K, thank you for the 52 months. Libu, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Santoro, thank you for the 3 months. Cowboy Shooter, thank you for the 8 months.
There we are. We got the green light. We're going to war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. We're up in 3. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail an
Alright. Not a problem, knew you were locked in. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you again. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go for a high kill game this game, guys. Y'all wanna see a 40 bomb in solos? Let me cook.
You're clear to engage all targets. This intel reveals the location of the next gas grid. Get it to the uplink station marked on your tax map for decryption before it's too late.
Let me activate the cheats real quick. Rank these from best to worst: T and soft, raid and soft, ulti soft, and zero soft. I don't think there's one that's objectively better than the other new op, because they're all like, all of those are like equivalent quality, but they have different characteristics. Like some are faster than others have more control. If you drop 50, I'll stop smoking cigs? Bro, what?
Established. I want you to secure that area until the upload complete.
You should stop anyways, plumber. Ain't no way I'm dropping 50 in a solos though. That's crazy.
Upload secure.
Bro.
Gas spread coordinates are marked on your TAC map. Intel shows a bunker nearby. Eyes up, you hear?
Which one did I like best? I think it was... Honestly, don't remember. I think the 0. Okay. Wonderful.
Alright. Maps updated with all future safe zones.
Excuse me. Which water filtration did I get a while back? So I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. I got an RO system for like our kitchen sink, like when we first moved into the house.
I'll do it.
I know, bro. I know he has shotties, but that's right, shitter. Was it Rainsoft? No, it was some smaller. It was some smaller family-owned local, like, water filtration company. I had them do an RO system under the kitchen sink, so we have like a filtered water faucet, and then I also got a water softener in the garage because you like need that in Arizona.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Oop. I'm dead. I'm not. Remember back in Al Mazrah days, Husk wiped my squad one by one with no regard for her feelings. It sounds about right. Paid $2,500 for your water softener in Chandler? Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I paid around like $2,000 for the water softener, and then like $500 for the RO system. do you think about Shroud saying he thinks you are wasting your talent on Call of Duty Warzone? He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong, but I'm just kind of in a weird situation where I'm kind of trapped with Warzone because that's where my viewership is, and if I stopped playing Warzone, my viewership and thus my income would drastically go down. So but yeah, he's not wrong.
Your objective's simple. Eliminate
If you're an
all
extremely skilled mouse and key player and you play Warzone all the time, you are essentially wasting your talent because this game is dog shit for mouse and key. Wait, what? Bro, I thought there was a balloon about to spawn there. Alright, this 40 bomb's not going too well. There's already only 40 people alive. Did he just jump out? Bro, what a noob. Why would you do that? Yeah. Oh, ow. You don't think your viewers will follow you for the most part? No, dude. Bro, half my viewers would stop watching me if I wasn't playing Warzone. And again, I don't blame them for that. I'm not like really upset about that because that's just kind of the reality of that's the reality of being a streamer and building like your entire audience off of one game essentially.
High value contracts are in play. More risk, more reward.
What up, scum? Do I want a 1v1 for $100? Not really. Wonder if that guy's stream sniping. Cause that's the guy that I killed at the beginning of the game. And he seemed very intent on holding me out there. Dude, I'm having fun in solos right now, okay? I'd probably be down in like a few hours. Wow, he just cracked me there? That's a load of bullshit.
A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Games would you prefer to play or stream if your audience remained the same? I mean, at this exact moment, I mean, old school RuneScape sounds fun. I wouldn't like stream that all day, every day, but like being able to stream OSRS for like 20 hours a week sounds pretty chill. I don't know, probably throw some Valorant in there. Maybe a little Counter-Strike. Maybe some Dead Drop. I don't know, dude. Yeah, right. A load of baloney.
Jon Stewart is at the desk.
It's fresh. It's new.
Breaking down this election before it breaks you down.
You're welcome.
Comedy Central's The Daily Show. New tonight at 11 on Comedy Central. And watch next day on Paramount Plus.
Drew me away. I didn't even want to bother with that shit. It's cool that they have no build now. Oh my god. But I wish they had that when like the game first dropped. Oops. What about Apex? I played Apex for a year professionally. I was on a top 3 NA team with Sweet Dreams and Dropped for a whole year. And then as soon as Warzone dropped, I retired and switched to Warzone. Dude. Fudge. What about Apex today? Dude, it's like hard mentally to like play Apex now, cause like I'm so washed up in Apex and the game has changed so drastically since I played it professionally that, like I said, it's just like mentally hard to like play Apex again. Like it would take me like a month of grinding it to like get back into the swing of things. Mozambiques are actually meta now? Wow, that's funny because Mozambiques were literally the worst gun in the game for the whole year that I played it. Special. Oh no, dude, an advanced UAV. Fudge.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Oh, I whiffed. Thank you, gamers, for the 23 months. Ow.
Advanced UAV is on station. Scanning for threats.
Come on. Holy shit, that guy was that burger. Wow! Oh my god, bro. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I saw the Claymore mounting Betty, and I assumed I had Specialist, so I just ran through it. I'm actually so lucky I didn't die right there. What up, SP?
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Ooh, we got a sniper, eh? I probably shouldn't be chilling while there's a PA on my forehead. I'll take your special. Holy shit, that's huge. That's fucking huge. Alright, yo, this is actually perfect. Actually, I don't know if I can get away with it. I'm wondering if, like...
Ow! Got 4 remaining. Stay sharp. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Hiya! Going gassy? Fuck. No, my gas mask. No! No, dude, my freaking gassy is gone now. Wait. It's all good, we got a 90% again. Oh, it's literally one guy, bro? Let's go!
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Good thing I threw that trophy down. You might have stuck me with that. Alright, it wasn't a 30 or 40 bomb.
Shadow 1 is inbound for extraction. Visual on your mark. Hold on tight. Here comes the snap.
What up, Alex Chung? New to your content. Always love coming across great mouse and key players. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Speed and violence make a great team.
Janitor! Oh my god! We just got 25 gifted from the janitor! The legend! Let me get a Janitor spam in the chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Janitor, for the 25 gifted subs. Oh, I have to do exclamation mark jam. Have the janitor and the plumber ever met? No, they haven't. They have not. No. Thank you very much for the 25 gifted, dude. Appreciate that. Freaking love you. I've been playing the finals recently, and Mouse Key feels like butter on it. Yeah, I mean, dude, if you play any game other than Warzone, Mouse and Key feels great. Pretty much. Like, play Mouse and Key on Warzone for like a couple weeks, and then go play Apex, Fortnite, CS, Valorant, Overwatch. The mouse input feels like significantly better on every other game. That's pretty crazy.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil.
Alright, maybe not significantly better, but it definitely feels better.
All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone.
Looking like a real team. We got the green light. We're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. We're up in 3. Rules of engagement are simple.
Do you ever consider playing Apex? Nah, I'm done with Apex.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale.
Can you play a whole solo match while describing your thought process and strategy? Alright, fine. I'll do this entire game. Only so I can hopefully make a YouTube video out of it. Alright, step number 1. We're going to land on this most wanted because we want to try to get $7,500 as quickly as possible, and I know...
It's the gulag, and you're gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Alright, we're gonna start over. Alright, so we're gonna tactically go to gulag immediately so we can go grab all this money out of the gulag. So that way we have money starting out.
Soldier, stand by.
Alright, I'll do it next game. It's already chalked for this game. What's up, next to none? Am I excited for the return of Verdansk? Absolutely. Yeah, buddy, wreck 'em all. What's up, Ghost of On Me Owns? I need a Ghoulie token. Nope. Alright, get me out of here. Actually... Alright. Any solo nuke? Yeah, I'll run a solo nuke if I get a contract. Are we on a 2-win streak right now? Right? This be win number 3 if I win it? Yeah, all is good over here. All is good. Alex, my DPI is 800 and my in-game sense is 4.0. Sorry, I'm a little late on looking at the YouTube chat. My apologies. Bower, is it Bower Tuin? Thank you for the 9-month resub. Welcome back. Did you just call a loading drop marker in? He did. Rarest Ox 1449. That's gotta be an Xbox generated gamer tag. I'm only on a 1-game win streak? Shit. Alright, I guess we gotta get 4 wins in a row then for the nuke. I have a Ghoulie token already, Victoria. You can see it in the bottom left.
Area secure. A couple contracts out there have increased payouts. Get to them first to cash out.
I see you. Bob and leave, gentlemen. Oh shit, he got downed by that too, actually. I think.
You got gas moving in.
Ooh, yeah. By tweaking, you just make no noise climbing that ladder? Yeah, it was silent, wasn't it? I don't know if it was silent just for me, or if it was also silent for the other guy, because that was weird. I don't know how I did that. he's got to be under me. Oh shit. Mamacita. Okay, attack friends. Wait. What? Where did my gun go? What the? Where's my primary? Oh my god, not this bug, dude. Oh no, man. Dude, the floor literally just ate my gun. Okay, dude, so now I can only have one gun? Dude, what? My god. I guess we're running an SMG the entire game. There's some fucking witch magic going on here. Alright, we got the strat. Anytime I need to use my AR, I just have to drop my SMG. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I'm ready to fight. Right, you're not unironically using that minigun route. Oh. Okay, let me drop my gun. Ready? Okay, he ran. Okay. Wait, he's coming back. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, come back. Can I reload? Okay, come back. Oh, gotta switch to AR. Okay, I'm ready. Ride. no gun. Okay, well. Wait, I left it? What?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Oh, oopsies.
Gas is closing in.
Where are you? Oh my god, it's gone, dude. I don't have an SMG now, bro. Not a talking cat, dude. Alright, that'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. I don't care anywhere where my old gun is. I'll just buy another one. Alright, some people were saying to try swimming. Nope. GG's!
Enemies dropping into the air.
Yeah, I'll try to buy it. Give me foresight. Fetch.
Gas closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Ooh, I'll take that.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Gas is moving. Portable buy stations ready. Loadout drop headed your way.
Might have to revive myself to get rid of it. Oh, there we go. It's fixed. Yeah, we're good now. Alright, W. Oh my god, dude, I like stopped shooting because I thought I killed him. Oh, hello. Ow. Why didn't you play it up, dude? What are we doing? What are we doing, man?
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
This guy's definitely trying to make a play on the little climb up over here. I know it. Maybe not. Maybe just sitting inside. Oh, one was laying on the roof. Whoa, 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 whoa! Holy whippage. Yeah, I'm running like I really, but he's definitely cheating.
Oh, I'm behind him. Nobody kill me while I go in for the kill list. Fucking bullshit. No fucking way. No fucking way.
Oh, he's in here. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. That guy's cheating for sure, bro. I'm just kidding. Ah, dude, I'm so freaking butt cheeks. Come on, come on. There we go. Finally. Bro, will these guys cut it out? Fuck you, dude.
Where did my Spaggy go? What the fuck?
I'm back, baby. What's up? Yeah, for the YouTube vid. Are you not entertained? Team Predator, can you still on? No, right? I can never break the cycle. Watch you play, get motivated, think I'm in a war zone, gotta hop on, get demolished, rage quit, back watching you. Alright, we need 3 more wins for a contract in a row. What up, Envelope? I have a challenge for you if you want to try it. Sure. We're on 2 wins in a row, Richie. What's your challenge, Quantech? What was your thought process there? I was too focused on my thought process. What up, Primo? How you doing, man? The girl with the whistle? You'd have to... I don't know which operator you're referring to. Jared, I feel like the blueprint deter has less recoil. I don't know. Although I'm missing a lot of shots, so maybe I'll try the regular one again. Dead man's weapon swap challenge. Must swap weapons to one of the kill players not after each kill. Alright. I bet. What's the reward for successfully completing the challenge? What's up, Princess Unicorn? Hello. I'm both a pro and a content creator, Alex.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Dude.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone.
I'll give 5 subs if you place at least top 5 doing that chow. Okay? Do it. We got a 5 gifted chow to do the... I usually call it the... Whoa. That lag was crazy. We got 5 gifted to basically do the gun game challenge, where every time I kill somebody, I have to pick up their guns and use them for the next fight. Any matchers? Any matchers?
Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail out here. On multiple strongholds. Locations are marked on your attack map.
Hello, Captain I. What up, Dominic? How do you become so good, and what are your tactics? Many years of practice, or many years of playing Battle Royales and being on Mouse and Key. And my tactic is to run around the map and kill everybody. I guess do I have to technically use the starter pistol? Because I killed that guy with the starter pistol. Or, I mean, since he has the starter pistol. Oh my god. Not this fucking guy. God damn it. Not this fucking guy. No.
Oh yeah!
Shut the fuck up, you little twerp. Nice guy, Nate Shitter. Alright, we're gonna avoid that gunfight since I have a starter pistol. Let's try shit can. Dude, of course I know who that is, bro. I was playing with him last night. That's my boy. That's my boy, play that. That's my boy. Get away from me. Oh shit. Yeah, it's active over here. Holy shit. Was that Teeny, the competitive Warzone player? Oh my god, he's got his dick twisted. Bro, this guy is so ass.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Why did I not go through that window? Hello? Dude, what? Go fuck yourself, little 5-year-old bitch. Oh my god, dude. Alright. kind of killed the gulag has the same gun as this. So I have to use this gun to kill somebody. We need all your souls until Biffle eats your ass. Ooh. Burn. Got me good, man. Perfect. You love me. Uh-huh. That's what they all say after I respond. Oh! Yeah, you're getting shadow banned, bitch. Nice try. Little stream typing little bitch. There we go, beautiful. I got my other ghoulie token. He really is torching my cash. There's a guy up there. Here's my NFL team. The Chiefs.
You look like the type that hits a lot of curves, so I'm thinking these premium types.
Don't put up with BS. At Midas, we'll help you find the right tires for your budget. Reroute to Midas to buy 3 tires and get 1 free for a limited time.
With Domino's Rewards, you can earn free Domino's after every 2 orders. It's as easy as 1, 2, free.
Holy crap, we finally have real guns to work with, man. My god, it's a miracle.
Gas is moving.
I'm a certified cheatator for cock-blocking my glorious team Josh Allen during playoffs. That's alright. I get it. Oh, I did. Okay, so I technically got the kill for Slater, but I guess I'll go pick up his guns real quick. I didn't get the last bullet, but it gave me like the kill for it, so we're just gonna go ahead and count that. Oh no, where's his other gun? Bruh, did he have a sniper and a pistol? Oh, W, oh my god. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Holger and a static. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's just throw that down real quick. Who's shooting me? Ow. Gassy Gecko.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh my god. Bro, what is happening? That guy just killed this guy, and then that guy immediately just died to somebody else. Let's hope your hair surgery goes well, and the end results are what you want. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll be online asking him that you know he's not cheating. Can you support him and ask him to play? Yeah, I played with Bob yesterday. Of course he's not cheating. Freaking Bob, dude. Non-dominity. What do we got here? We got a car 98 and... You guys sneeze? Oh, gosh. Wait, is this a train ending? Ah, gross. We get UAVs. Okay, buddy, he had one baby. Got it.
Keep your eyes up for prize contracts. You got a loadout drop in.
As long as I get to top 5, I'll be happy, because that's what I need for the 5 gifted. Did I just hear him? Ay, ay, bruh.
Targets are KIA. Well done. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone. Reward.
Who's got smokes and prox mines? Interesting. Interesante. Fucking dick shits. Hold